Enjoying this novel? You can support the author and help bring more amazing content. Your support makes a huge difference. The link is in the description. Check it out. When Yuna was lowered from the duel arena, she rushed to Sito with a face full of anxiety. With Alistair's defeat, the seal of Orichalcos dimmed and vanished, freeing him from the suffocating prison. Kneeling, Sito panted with exhaustion, and he sighed as the soul-draining sensation finally disappeared. Concerned for his well-being, she tried to help him stand, but Sito hurriedly pushed her away. "Kaiba?" Yuna questioned with confusion as he deliberately avoided her eyes. Ignoring her call, Sito tightly grasped his chest as his heart thrashed against his ribcage. Yuna's declaration of her trust in him left Sito in a state of disbelief, and her words continued to replay in his mind like a broken cassette player. Touching his face, which was heating up like a raging fire, Sito gritted his teeth while trying to distract himself by staring at the ceiling. Why was he feeling this way? No matter how much Sito thought about it, he couldn't figure out the answer. No, deep down, Sito may have an idea of this new emotion. To think someone like me can feel this way, he thought with a self-deprecating smirk. Noticing that Yuna was still staring at him, Sito sighed. "I'm fine." He managed to squeeze the words out of the gaps of his teeth, and Yuna smiled with relief. "Enough about me," he said, changing the subject. "What should we do about him?" Following Sito's finger, Yuna looked at Alistair, who was lying on the floor as the seal of Orichalcos slowly crept towards him. 5 minutes earlier, when his life points dropped to 0, Alistair was swept off his feet as the seal of Orichalcos' power threw him against the ground. Before he could react, he felt his life force slowly leaving his body. Things not supposed to go like this. His pupils trembled with emotions. "I should have one." Drowning in his despair and anger, Alistair weakly turned his head and glared daggers at the girl who was timidly approaching him. "T.S. kid." Alistair sulked uncontrollably. "Why did you get in my way?" Unable to respond, Yuna quietly knelt beside him as he continued to rant. "For years, I have dedicated myself to this moment, and when everything seemed perfect," he shouted, "I could have had my revenge." "Revenge is wrong," Yuna muttered, and Alistair gritted his teeth in anger. "Then what isn't wrong?" he roared. "Am I just going to sit there and accept the fact that my family were murdered in cold blood?" Shielding his eyes with his arm, Alistair bit his lips, suppressing the seething rage brewing within him. In a sudden moment of tenderness, he felt a comforting warmth as Yuna gently clasped his hand. "No," she shook her head. "What Yugioh did can't be forgiven." "Then, Yuna, that's why Kaiba did everything he could to stop him. That's why he worked so hard. So something like this won't happen again. I understand that it's difficult," she continued, "but you can't fuel your hatred forever." Alistair remained silent as his memories gradually resurfaced. After being picked up by darts, he patiently waited for the time when he could exact his revenge on Yugioh. However, upon learning of Yugioh's demise and another person having taken over Kaiba Core, complicated emotions overwhelmed him. Eventually, unable to accept it, Alistair turned his hostility towards the Kaiba brothers, convincing himself that they, too, bore responsibility for his suffering. Chuckling resignedly, Alistair glanced at Yuna from the corner of his eye. "Why bother talking to me? I'm as good as dead, destined to have my soul claimed by the seal of Orichalcos." "Because I want to," she replied with a small smile. Alistair frowned, unable to grasp her intentions. What a strange person. What if? Yuna's voice trailed off as she gazed into the distance. "You can get a second chance? Second chance, huh?" Alistair mused as darkness crept into his vision. "That sure sounds nice." Alistair's hand gradually slipped out of Yuna's grasp as he closed his eyes. Staring at his lifeless body, she sighed and glanced at Sito, her pupils trembling with uncertainty. "So, this is what happens." Sito scowled. "That time when they broke into your home, this is what happens if you lose, And you think it's not important enough to tell me? Kaiba, please. Yuna muttered uncomfortably, not now. Sensing her uneasiness, Sito stopped and sighed in exasperation. Fine. Regardless, we still don't know where Pegasus went. Rising to her feet, Yuna nodded decisively. There must be something he left behind. With their next objective clear, they wasted no time in setting their plan in motion. Fortunately, with Alistair defeated, there were no further interruptions from Doma's henchmen as they made their way to Pegasus's private office. Yuna deftly unlocked the door, and the two slipped inside. Surprisingly ordinary, Sito remarked, scanning the room before heading towards the desktop computer stationed on the desk. With practiced ease, Sito retrieved a USB from his pocket and shamelessly connected it to the computer. Taking a seat, he wasted no time in demonstrating his advanced hacking prowess, effortlessly breaching the system's defenses and gaining access to the stored data. As Sito skimmed through the files, he noticed Yuna observing him with a disapproving frown. "We have to find out what's going on," he remarked, clearing his throat. "Unless you have a better method." Unable to refute Sito's logic, Yuna fell silent and watched as Sito continued to work. After a few minutes, Sito's eyes shimmered as he opened a video file that had been recorded only the night before. "Greetings, Kaiba boy," Pegasus waved cheerfully from the screen. "How have you been?" By the time you saw this message, a lot of things had happened, things that couldn't possibly be explained by science. "Thankfully, your company has taken most of the heat, so I'm not as stressed as I should be," he remarked, and Sito scowled. "Nonetheless, things have been pretty rough on my end as well. Don't worry, I may have an idea about who the clown behind all of this is." He spoke solemnly, "but it is most likely that you have already met them. Anyway, it would be nearly impossible for me to explain everything in this video. It's best if you come and visit Industrial Illusions headquarters in San Francisco." Pegasus smiled. "Oh, please also bring Unisano with you, but I doubt I needed to tell you since you will do it anyway." "Oh, how sweet, young Lo." Before he could finish, Sito switched off the monitor. "It's useless to keep listening to this guy's chattering," he said under Yuna's questioning gaze. "What now?" she asked. "Are we going? Do we have to?" Sito responded, "You said it yourself. The B** started attacking my company are called Doma, and as long as we find them, it will all be over." "But, do we know where to start?" Yuna asked while tilting her head. Despite being familiar with the events of this arc, the location of Doma's base was never explicitly mentioned. Unless they search blindly through the entirety of the United States, it's best to let things play out. "We should go," she explained. "Pegasus probably know something we don't." Grasping his chin, Sito quietly considered the advantages and disadvantages of meeting with Pegasus. On the one hand, Pegasus may possess information on Doma that they weren't aware of, but on the other hand, he would have to listen to that man's constant yapping. "It doesn't seem like we have a choice," Sito replied reluctantly. "Let's go." "Wait." Yuna grabbed his shoulder with a concerned expression. "What about Alistair?" Hearing Yuna say his name, Sito subconsciously frowned. "I will have someone take care of him," he answered with displeasure. A few hours later, swiftly arriving, thanks to the speed of the Blue Eye's White Dragon jet, Sito and Yuna found themselves at their destination. Despite the efficiency of their travel, the constant movement had left them both utterly exhausted. Though neither of them admitted it, they silently yearned for a break. "It's already late," Sito explained, staring at his phone as they exited the jet. "We can go tomorrow." Glancing at the descending sunset, Yuna nodded. It was fortunate that she packed some clothes before they left, or else she would have nothing to change into. Exiting the lift, Yuna and Sito found themselves at a bustling hotel in the heart of the city. Stepping out of the car, Yuna's eyes danced with wonder and awe as she took in her new surroundings. As they entered the hotel, it felt as though all eyes were drawn to them, their presence sparking curiosity and intrigue among the onlookers. "Whoa, are they foreigners? She looks so beautiful. That man is also pretty handsome as well." However, as their eyes roamed over the duo's figures, everyone couldn't help but notice the dual disc securely attached to their wrists. "Look, isn't that a dual disc?" Now that you said it, they looked awfully familiar. No way. If that's really a dual disc, then they are. Instantly, a shift in the atmosphere became palpable, causing Yuna to shiver as she picked up on the change in mood. Excuse me. A man suddenly tapped her on the shoulder with a hesitant expression. Are you by chance Yunasano? Momentarily taken aback, Yuna stared at him, causing the man to flinch nervously. Though her grasp of English wasn't perfect, Yuna understood his question and nodded in affirmation. With his suspicion proven correct, the man smiled with excitement while holding out a piece of paper and pen. May I please have your autograph? Caught off guard by the request, she gazed at the paper in stunned silence. As the seconds stretched on, the man coughed awkwardly and slowly retracted the paper, sensing her hesitation. Snapping out of her daze, Yuna quickly scribbled her name before handing it back to him with a slight nod. Clutching the paper, the man smiled in delight. Thank you so much. Unbeknownst to Yuna, her seemingly simple action had triggered a chain of events far more significant than she could have anticipated. Can I also have an autograph? Please have a picture with me. Duel. Please give me the chance to duel you. Stunned by the popularity, Yuna desperately tried to fulfill each request, but it was clear that she was getting overwhelmed. Stop. Before being drowned in the wave of people, a loud voice resonates throughout the room as her vision was blocked by Sito's back. Scanning the crowd, his expression turned fiercely cold, a chilling intensity emanating from his gaze. Without a word spoken, everyone presents the overwhelming hostility exuding from him, causing them to shrink back instinctively. Come on, Sito growled, and Yuna silently followed him to the counter. I want 2 rooms, he ordered the receptionist while speaking perfect English. Blushing, the receptionist frantically nodded as she hurriedly entered the details into the computer. As Sito took out the black card from his pocket, Yuna stopped him. I will pay mine. No need. Sito waved it off and placed the card on the table. This much is nothing for me. Yuna, but I loathe being indebted to others, he explained quickly. This is merely an opportunity for me to repay you. Unable to refute his statement, Yuna nodded meekly. As she gazed at Sito, a smile tugged at her lips, and she felt a warmth blossoming in her heart. Yuna's POV. Next day, as the sun rose, I gradually stirred awake from my slumber. Sitting up, I remembered that I was currently staying at a luxurious hotel in America instead of my cozy apartment building in Japan. But who knew there could be a bed this comfortable? I mumbled and rubbed my fingers along the sheets. To think this was what authentic luxury tastes like. The bed was so large that I could roll around freely without ever fearing falling off, and the mattress was so soft that I felt like I was sleeping on clouds. Is this what Kaiba feels like every time he sleeps? I questioned. The power of the rich sure was terrifying. Bang, bang, bang. Suddenly, a loud noise pounded against my door, and I heard Kaiba's voice from the other side. Wake up, we're leaving. Coming, I said, loud enough for him to hear, and hurried to the bathroom. 15 minutes later, after showering and changing my clothes, I exited my room and spotted Kaiba waiting outside. His face was stuck in a perpetual scowl, and he was impatiently tapping the floor with his feet. It took you long enough, he remarked, and I smiled bashfully. Anyway, we should go now. We wasted too much time. Without waiting for me, he walked away, but I hurriedly grasped his wrist and stopped him. Kaiba, your face. Gritting his teeth, Kaiba tried to avoid my gaze, but it couldn't hide the dark circles below his eyes. There's still some work that needs to be finished, Kaiba explained, so I didn't sleep until it was late. You should take care of yourself more, I said, but he scoffed and flicked my forehead. As I glared at him, Kaiba smirked. Look who's talking. The amount of times you almost killed yourself is astounding. Moof. I pouted, unable to refute his claim. Why am I even worried about that snobbish guy in the first place? Let's just go, I muttered as I sped past Kaiba. I felt my embarrassment rising when I heard his laughter from behind. Geez, what's with him? No matter how much I thought about it, I couldn't understand the mind of Sito, Kaiba. 10 minutes later, Thankfully, Industrial Illusions wasn't that far away, and we arrived quickly. However, similar to the Duelist Kingdom, not a single employee was in sight, and we drove in without any hassle. Sano, suddenly, I heard a familiar voice as we stepped out of the car, and I was surprised to find T running towards me. Gardner, I mumbled and tilted my head. What are you doing here? Taking a deep breath, T began to explain the events of the day before. Soon after I left Yugi's house, a man arrived and delivered a cassette tape. When they played the tape, they were confronted by the message from Pegasus, telling them to come to America and visit him personally. However, once arrived, an unknown man, claiming to be working for Pegasus, drove them to the middle of nowhere and abandoned them at a gas station as they got in trouble with a gang of bikers. But then, we were also soon rescued by my Valentine of all people, but she decided to drive off, leaving us there. T grumbled in annoyance. So, we hitched a ride here, but Ma was already waiting for us and challenged Joey to a duel. Turns out she has joined that evil organization that attacked us. Can you believe that, girl? She complained with a sigh. Anyway, why are you here, Sano-san and Kaiba? I glanced at Kaiba, and he scoffed while crossing his arms, declaring his lack of interest in the conversation. Smiling wryly, I turned to T and began my explanation of the duel against Alistair and eventually coming to America after finding Pegasus's message in the Duelist Kingdom. You must have it rough, too. T mumbled, and we shared a moment of kinship. Come on, since we're all going to find Pegasus, we can go together. Observing Kaiba, who merely shrugged, I agreed to T's offer, and she led us further inside. It wasn't long before we stumbled upon the rest of the Yugi group, and they approached us with anticipation. Looks like the nerd squad have gathered. Kaiba scoffed with contempt, but he quickly shut up when I elbowed him in the stomach. Thankfully, they didn't seem to hear the insult, and I smiled as we exchanged light greetings. It was a welcoming surprise to meet you two here, Sano and Kaiba, Yami Yugi said while nodding his head at both of us. Enough with the pleasantries. My objective was to get an answer out of that white-haired Beastard. All of you can just scram, Kaiba replied coldly, erupting the rage of Joey and Tristan. Kaiba, this isn't the time to fight amongst ourselves. Pegasus seemed to have information about the organization we're up against. Yami Yugi reasoned while revealing a dual monster card in his hand. He gave this card to me and said that this card was able to arrange a meeting with him. TSK. Kaiba clicked his teeth. Fine, then what are we waiting for? Luckily, we were able to locate the secret room pretty quickly. As we stared at the closed door hidden in Pegasus's office, Yami Yugi anxiously approached the lock and swiped the dual monster card like a key card. There was a noticeable hiss as the door opened automatically. What in the world is this place? Joey mumbled, and we all subconsciously nodded at his remark. The room stretched out expansively, filled with an array of statues depicting toon monsters in various whimsical poses. Beneath us, an artificial grass floor sprawled, complete with a winding stream meandering down a makeshift hill reminiscent of a miniature golf course. At the heart of the room stood a towering statue depicting a colossal book with cartoonish castle turrets bursting from its pages. Perched atop the castle's highest tower was the figure of Toon Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, its expression adorned with a mischievous smirk overlooking the whimsical scene below. Welcome! Suddenly, a hologram of Pegasus appeared, catching us off guard. Yugi boy, Kaiba boy, or Miss Sano, at least I hope it's one of you that found this room. If you couldn't tell, I made this interior design myself. It's impressive, isn't it? He laughed jokingly despite the solemn mood. So, if you're hearing this, it means that the gentlemen who tried to capture my soul have succeeded. Pegasus sighed in resignation. It all began when a mysterious man tried to buy out my company. When I tried to investigate this individual, I discovered that he possessed an ancient power more substantial than I've ever seen. Pegasus spoke with a sign. His name is Darts. All of you are in grave danger. Darts planned to use my game and bring an end to civilization. He must be stopped, Pegasus exclaimed. Thankfully, I have made an exclusive card that could turn the tide to our advantage. I have hidden the card somewhere in this room, he explained with a smile. Think strategically now. Where it could be placed? Where could you get an extra card? Good luck, Sano, Yugi Boy, and Kaiba Boy. You three may be the only ones able to stop this. As the hologram finished speaking, the room was filled with silence. So, Joey spoke up. There's supposed to be a very rare card in here somewhere. Where could we get an extra card? Yami Yugi muttered thoughtfully. Mutu, I called and gestured at the statue of Pot of Greed with my chin. There. Realizing my intention, Yami Yugi's eyes widened. That's it. Approaching the Pot of Greed with anticipation, he reached in and took out a singular dual monster card. Gathering around him, everyone stared at the card with curiosity. Is that it? There's nothing on there. It's just a blank card. Joey exclaimed. It has to be special in some way, right? T commented in a hopeful tone. Maybe it will appear if you play it. That's cool and all, but who's keeping the card? Tristan asked as Yami Yugi glanced at me and Kaiba. I have no use for a card that I can't trust, Kaiba replied bluntly. Smiling wryly, I also shook my head. Since I already knew what the card was, it was useless for me to hold it since I don't possess any of the 3 legendary dragons. Muda should keep it, I suggested, and he nodded in understanding. Are we done now? Kaiba interrupted with displeasure. I have wasted enough time here. I'm leaving. Kaiba, wait. Yami Yugi shouted frantically. We should work together. Work together, with you lot. He snorted coldly and headed for the exit. You must be joking. Kaiba, be reasonable for once. Yami Yugi gritted his teeth to control his emotion. We have to work as a team. A team, Kaiba retorted. Sorry, I don't do the teamwork thing. I have a company to run. Goodbye. Biting his lips, Yami Yugi turned to me and said, How about you? Are you joining us, Sano? Me? I uttered in surprise before glancing at Kaiba, who suddenly stopped walking. Sorry, I'm going with him. I see. Yami Yugi smiled as if already expecting my answer. Then stay safe. Bidding farewell to the group, I followed Kaiba as we stood side by side in the elevator. As I stared blankly at the closed door, I heard Kaiba suddenly speaking out of the blue. Why didn't you join them? He questioned with a frown. Why would I? I replied with a shrug. They should manage without me, and I find myself more comfortable this way. Hearing my answer, Kaiba smirked, seemingly satisfied. Suddenly, a beeping noise reverberated from his pocket, and he took out his phone. Hello, he said, and quietly listened. However, I sensed something wrong as Kaiba's face turned increasingly pale. We will get there as fast as we can. Okay, Kaiba, I uttered in concern as he turned to me. His following words made me freeze in my tracks. Kaiba Core is under attack, he stated, his words hanging heavy in the air, and at that moment, it felt as if time itself had stopped. As if frozen in time, my expression morphed into a blend of shock and horror. Kaiba Core under attack? Could Darts himself orchestrate this chaos? What motive could drive him to such reckless actions? My mind raced, and I thought about Noah and Makuba, who were still in Japan. The anxiety in my heart grew. As the elevator doors slid open, Kaiba and I bolted out of the building, adrenaline surging through our veins, propelling us forward. Securing a car, we sped to the airport and swiftly boarded the Blue Eyes White Dragon jet. Without a moment's hesitation, the engines roared to life as the plane shot down the runway, ascending into the sky with unprecedented speed. Seated in the co-pilot's seat, I anxiously fiddled with my fingers, stealing glances at Kaiba, whose grip on the steering wheel was so tight his knuckles turned pale. Damn it, of all times, why now? He growled, his breath shaky with frustration. Kaiba, I murmured, concern evident in my voice as I reached out to place a comforting hand on his shoulder. Kaiba flinched, his gaze piercing mine as he gritted his teeth. Makuba, he'll be safe, I reasoned, trying to reassure both of us. Noah will protect him. Taking a deep breath, Kaiba hesitantly nodded, and I heard him muttering a curse under his breath. Darts, I'm going to kill you, he vowed. 3 hours later, with the Blue Eyes White Dragon jet hurtling at its maximum speed, we reached Japan in record time. Disregarding all of the standard aircraft regulations, Kaiba deliberately maneuvered the plane to touch down in the parking lot of Kaiba Core, and we dashed into the headquarters building. Inside, the scene was grim, with countless bodies of Kaiba Corps employees sprawled on the floor. With caution, I approached one of the victims, my heart sinking at the sight. Though they were still breathing, their eyes held no spark of life, confirming my worst suspicions. "They're just like Alistair," I explained, my voice heavy with sorrow. "All of them lost their souls." *T, Kaiba cursed, his frustration evident as he shouted, "Noah, show yourself." To our disbelief, none of the systems inside Kaiba Corps responded. Could it be that even Noah, an artificial intelligence, was attacked? As we cautiously scanned our surroundings, the loudspeakers in the reception hall emitted a loud, distorted noise before a voice crackled through the device. "Seto Kaiba and Unisano, we have been expecting you," said the voice from the loudspeakers. "What have you done to Makuba and Noah?" Kaiba's voice thundered with rage, reverberating through the room, but the mysterious man only chuckled in response. "Relax, they're safe," he said nonchalantly, his tone unsettlingly calm. "But they won't remain so unless you follow my instructions. So, would you please be kind enough to step through here?" The man gestured towards the open elevator door, his tone oddly polite. With threats to Makuba and Noah's safety hanging over us like a dark cloud, we had no choice but to comply with the man's demands. As the elevator door closed behind us, I found myself rubbing my arms nervously and a sense of unease settling in the pit of my stomach. "I really hope they're all right," I subconsciously muttered, and Kaiba glanced at me. "They better be," he growled, "or those guys were as good as dead." As the elevator doors slid open, we were met with long, stretched-out hallways that seemed to stretch into the distance. Recalling our location, I realized we were on the testing facility levels within Kaiba Corps. This was the very place where Kaiba and I had first battled each other using the second prototype of Duel discs. Investigating our surroundings, we stumbled upon a peculiar scene. "This is," I mumbled, my gaze fixed on the random mirror standing in the center of the hallway. Its presence seemed out of place, casting an eerie reflection in the dim light of the corridor. Beside the mirror lay an unconscious Kaiba Corps employee, his face frozen in a mask of perpetual terror, as if he were a victim in a horror film. As we ventured further, we encountered more mirrors placed along the walls, some cracked and shattered, leaving a trail of broken glass on the ground. Yet, no matter how many mirrors we encountered, there always seemed to be a body lying nearby. "Sano," Kaiba called out as he knelt beside a broken mirror. "Take a look at this." As I walked closer, he picked up a small, thin card from the ground. At first impression, I thought it was a Duel monster card, but instead, it was a card with the image of a man with the word "fool." "What are they?" I asked curiously and played with the flimsy card. "They're tarot cards used for fortune-telling," Kaiba explained with disdain. "Those fortune tellers like to use them to perform their scams." "Tarot cards, mirrors," I mumbled with unease. Why do they sound familiar? No matter how much I think about it, the answer remains stuck in the back of my mind. Noticing my apprehensiveness, Kaiba's expression tensed. "Tread carefully," he warned, and I eagerly nodded to his suggestion. When we finally reached the end where the testing ground was built, beside the large door, there was a man, his body lying slumped against the wall. "Roland," Kaiba muttered in shock, and my eyes widened at the familiar face. When we approached his unconscious figure, we noticed the Duel disc attached to his wrist and a bundle of Duel monster cards around him. "So he lost," I remarked in a stunned tone. "Then his soul—" "Damn it," Kaiba cursed in anger, and I noticed his face showed a sense of loss. Staring at Roland's motionless body, I noticed something peculiar at the corner of my vision. "Kaiba, look." I pointed at Roland's hand, which was clenched in a fist with 2 fingers sticking out. "Two," he replied grimly. "So, the mirrors and tarot cards are from 2 people?" Standing up, he calmly stared at the closed door. After a moment's hesitation, he pushed the door open and marched in. "Makuba," Kaiba exclaimed when we both entered the room and witnessed his little brother being bound by duct tape. Opening his eyes, Makuba trembled in shock and shook his body with excitement. Rushing towards him, Kaiba and I removed the tapes, and he cried with relief. Big brother, big sister. Makuba hugged us while shivering in fear. Makuba, I soothed and stroked his head. Where's Noah? I don't know, he mumbled worriedly. They sneakily injected some virus that even Noah couldn't handle. That's why we were caught so off guard. TSK. Kaiba clicked his teeth. We must get the system back online. Makuba, take my phone and call for reinforcement. Okay. Makuba frantically wiped his tears and gathered his courage. But be careful, they're very powerful. Ooh, I questioned with a frown, and Makuba suddenly flinched. Makuba, what's wrong? Slowly raising his arm, he pointed behind us. Following his gaze, we spotted two figures quietly standing by the door we just entered, and our bodies tensed in surprise. However, that shock turned to disbelief as the ones who stood before us were none other than children. Kaiba uttered doubtfully as we stared at the two small figures clad in dark robes. In unison, the two figures took off their hoods, revealing their young faces and cheeks with small amounts of baby fat, and I couldn't help but gasp at their nostalgic appearances. Fitting of a brother and sister duo, the two children shared an equal resemblance. They had long dark blue hair and purple eyes. Their features were sharp, and I could tell that they would become more beautiful as they aged. Their looks gave me a sense of déjà vu, and their image began to overlap with two other people I know. Who are you? I questioned anxiously. Smiling, the boy answered, Please, call me Sartorius, and this is my sister Serena. Sartorius and Serena. My throat felt dry as I repeated the names in my head. The two main antagonists from the Society of Light arc in Yugioh Jax. To think they would join Doma. But why haven't they shown up on the main show? Has my involvement with Alistair caused this? As I bit my finger and continued to ponder, Sartorius grinned. Thank you both for agreeing to meet us here. I'm sorry for deceiving you, but I have to change my voice to sound older if I'm going to be taken seriously. What is the meaning of this? Kaiba said with a flustered expression. Why are there children here? Because we're the ones Master Darts sent to take your souls, Sartorius responded in an innocent tone, and I felt a shiver running down my back. Is this some type of joke? Kaiba growled, and the two children giggled. Although it may seem absurd, please believe us that we're telling the truth. Serena spoke on her brother's behalf. Since Mr. Alistair has failed, we were entrusted with this task instead. Why? I asked in confusion. Why would you two follow that man? Why would you do something like this? You don't understand. He shook his head with a wry smile. When the world rejected us, it was Master Darts who took us in. He made us realize that the powers that we have are a blessing, not a curse. Yet you would even go this far. I muttered, and I felt Kaiba nudging my arm. It's no use, Kaiba whispered beside me. Words won't reach those types of people. But I hesitated while staring at the children's faces. There. Haven't you seen what happened outside? Kaiba retorted sharply. They can no longer be treated as mere children. But Kaiba... Sano. He interrupted me with a firm tone. If you can't do this, step aside and protect Makuba. I will do this myself. Nervously, biting my lips, I switched my gazes between Kaiba and the two children. What would it be? He urged, and I involuntarily unclenched my fists and released my breath. He's right. It's either us or them. I will help you, I said with resolve, just like Battle City. Indeed, Kaiba smirked. Then let's make sure we don't lose this one also. Unknowingly, my lips lifted into a small smile. Kaiba, not confident on winning? No, he chuckled at my teasing tone. I'm just making sure that you don't drag me down. Despite his rude words, I could feel the lightheartedness in his voice. As we laughed, the boy smiled curiously and spoke up. I'm glad we can do this humanely. Let's settle some rules before we start. My sister and I will be dueling against the two of you, and our life points will be added together. Will there be a problem? No, I replied, and Kaiba shrugged. Great, he smiled. Let's have a good duel. We nodded simultaneously as we activated the duel disc on our wrists. Sartorius grinned as they also revealed their own Chaos Duel disc that was almost half the size of their body. Ah, sorry. He hurriedly apologized. I'm still not too familiar with this technology. I prefer to play on a table, you see. Brother here, Serena muttered gently. She pressed the button on the device, and his dual disc came to life. Thanks, Serena. The boy smiled warmly before turning to us. Then let's begin. Duel, X4. Unisano, /Cedo Kaiba, 8000 LP. Serena /Sartorius, 8000 LP. I will go first, I declared when the little bulb on my dual disc lights up. I will normal summon Kira Bandit. On my field, an adorable little black fur ball with tiny green arms and legs appeared. Wearing a yellow bandana and an eye patch, Kira Bandit curiously observed its surroundings before cutely snarling, displaying its two small fangs. Kira Bandit, 1000 attack. What the hell is that thing? Kaiba stared at Kira Bandit with disappointment, and the monster growled at his mocking. Don't insult him. Kira Bandit is perfect just the way he is, I said with a pout, and continued to play. Anyway, I will activate Dragon Shrine, sending Blue Eyes White Dragon to the graveyard. Since Blue Eyes White Dragon is a normal monster, I can send an additional dragon monster to the grave. I explained and showed everyone the Light Pulsar Dragon before sending the card to my discard pile. Finally, I will set 2 cards and end my turn. However, during the end phase, I will activate the effect of Kira Bandit on the field. I announced, when Kira Bandit is normal summoned this turn, I contribute it and excavate the top 5 card from my deck. Drawing 5 cards, I stared at them. Then, I will be able to add 1 spell or trap card to my hand while discarding the rest of the cards in the graveyard. After dumping the 4 cards, I smiled. Now, I activate the effect of Eclipse Wyvern that I just sent to the graveyard and banish Chaos Dragon Levianeer from the grave. Now, my turn will fully end. Then it's my turn. Serena spoke up. I will draw. Their decks, what would it be this time? I thought. The cards Alistair used were much different as well. Let's begin. I will normal summon Neroi, the Dream Mirror Trader. Dream Mirror, I muttered grimly, and Kaiba glanced at me with a raised brow. Appearing on the field was a young boy with dark hair and blood-red eyes. He wore purple ceremonial clothes adorned with jewelry, and on his back were 2 pairs of tiny bat-like wings. Neroi, the Dream Mirror Trader, 1000 attack. When Neroi, the Dream Mirror Trader, is summoned, I can add Dairoi, the Dream Mirror Disciple, to my hand, Serena declared. Since I have a Dream Mirror monster on the field, I can special summon Neroi, Dream Mirror Disciple. Beside Dream Mirror Trader appeared another boy. Unlike his counterpart, the boy has luscious pink hair and is dressed in white clothes. His angelic wings flapped excitedly, and he smiled brightly at us, regardless of whether we were friends or foe. Neroi, the Dream Mirror Disciple, 1000 attack. Next, with Dream Mirror Trader's effect, I contribute my Dream Mirror Disciple to summon a different level Dream Mirror monster from my deck in defense position, and I can add a card that was mentioned by that monster. I will summon Eiklos, the Dream Mirror Sprite. Eiklos, the Dream Mirror Sprite, 500 defense. Since I have chosen to summon Eiklos, I can add Dream Mirror of Terror to my hand, she said, her voice gaining confidence as her plans gradually fell into place. Finally, I will activate my field spell, Dream Mirror of Terror.
Hey everyone, Quantum Audiobook here. Sorry for interrupting, but if you're enjoying this content, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your thoughts on this novel in the comments, and don't forget to like the video.
A loud, indescribable noise filled the room, and our surroundings transformed before our very eyes. The walls beside the 2 children turned dark and ominous as a purplish castle slowly rose out of the ground, creating a strange contrast between fantasy and science on either side of the room. While Dream Mirror of Terror is on the field, if we control a Dark-type Dream Mirror monster, you will take 300 damage each time you special summoned, Serena explained, and I felt something sickling hovering over my body. Next, with Eiklos, the Dream Mirror Sprite's effect, I can add a trap card to my hand, and I will end my turn by setting 3 cards. My move, I will draw. Kaiba shouted and dramatically drew a card. Kaiba, I quietly muttered under my breath. Careful. Dream Mirror is finicky. Well, for this timeline, at least. Heeding my words, he nodded. First, I will summon Assault Wyvern. On his field, a small futuristic dragon appeared with sharp features, blue scales, purple wings, and glowing blue light along its body. Assault Wyvern, 1800 attack. Then, I will set 3 cards and end my turn, Kaiba said and stared at Sartorius. It's your move, boy. Wait, Sina interrupted. During the end phase, I will activate the effect of Dream Mirror of Terror and banish it to activate Dream Mirror of Joy from my deck. Crumbling, the dark, gloomy castle shed its exterior, revealing beautiful white marbles underneath. Contrary to the gloomy presence we felt before, the new castle gives a new warm sensation that made me momentarily forget that we're battling to the death. Here you go, big brother, she said, and Sartorius patted her head. Thanks a lot, Serena. He smiled. I will draw. I will begin by playing my continuous spell card, Dream Mirror Phantasms, and add Pontassos, Dream Mirror of Foe, to my hand. Dream Mirror as well? I frowned. This might be more complicated than I thought. If the 2 children were playing the same archetype, then they could easily support each other and benefit significantly from their effects. While Dream Mirror of Joy is on the field, monsters we control will also gain a 500 attack buff thanks to Dream Mirror Phantasms' effect. Then, I will normal summon Phantassos, the Dream Mirror foe. Sartorius' voice pierced through my thoughts, drawing my attention back to the duel. With his declaration, a giant demonic beast emerged, its form cloaked in crimson fur and adorned with formidable armor. 2 goat horns protruded from its head, adding to its menacing appearance. Phantassos, the Dream Mirror foe, 1900 attack. Phantassos, the Dream Mirror foe, 1900-2400 attack. I will use Phantassos' effect to tribute itself, and special summon Phantassos, the Dream Mirror friend, from my deck. Opposite the demonic beast, another creature materialized onto the field. This monster resembled a big, fluffy white dog adorned in shimmering silver armor. The dog barked happily, its presence causing a tingling sensation in my consciousness, a silent reminder that we may have to destroy it later. Phantassos, the Dream Mirror friend, 1900 defense. When Phantassos, the Dream Mirror friend, is summoned by the effect of a Dream Mirror monster, I can summon an additional level 8 or lower Dream Mirror monster from my graveyard, and I will summon my sister's Neroi, the Dream Mirror disciple, back to the field. Neroi, the Dream Mirror disciple, 1000 defense. Additionally, since Dream Mirror of Joy is active, the Dream Mirror disciple can return 1 set card you control back to your hand. Sartorius said to me and pointed at the card in the center. I will choose that one. After that, I activate Creature Swap. Each of us will choose a monster we control and switch it with another player's monster. Sartorius declared, since Unisano doesn't control any monster, she won't be participating in this exchange. I will choose Kaiba's Assault Wyvern, Sartorius spoke up. TSK. I pick Phantassos, Dream Mirror friend. Kaiba growled in discontent, and the dog ran to him eagerly. Then I will choose Brother's Assault Wyvern and give him my Neroi, the Dream Mirror traitor. Assault Wyvern, Serena. Neroi, the Dream Mirror traitor, Sartorius. Phantassos, the Dream Mirror friend, Kaiba. Thanks to the spell card, I now control Neroi, the Dream Mirror traitor, which means I can activate his effect to tribute Neroi, the Dream Mirror disciple, to special summon Morpheus, the Dream Mirror Black Knight. Opposite the miniature monsters they had been summoning before, now standing before Sartorius, was a towering figure clad from head to toe in ominous black armor. Resting casually on his shoulder was a massive sword, its size nearly matching that of the imposing figure itself. Morpheus, the Dream Mirror Black Knight, 2800 attack. Morpheus, the Dream Mirror Black Knight, 2800-3300 attack. When Morpheus, the Dream Mirror Black Knight, is summoned by the effect of a Dream Mirror monster, I can destroy a monster my opponent controls. I will target Phantasos, dream mirror friend. Raising his spare arm, dark magic began to surround the confused dog as it lashed out at the vulnerable creature. I will activate my trap card, Dark Sacrifice. When one of my monsters would be destroyed by a card effect, I can negate the effect and send one level 3 or lower dark monster from my deck to the graveyard instead. No, you won't hinder Big Brother, Serena retorts. I will activate Dream Mirror Oniromancy. If Dream Mirror of Joy is on the field, I can negate the activation of a spell or trap card. Unfortunately, Morpheus, Dream Mirror Black Knight's effect resolved, destroying the poor monster and leaving our field empty. Now Morpheus, Dream Mirror Black Knight, attack Unisano and Seto Kaiba directly. With a grin, the knight charged and swung its massive sword, and we groaned as our life points dropped tremendously. Unisano / Seto Kaiba, 8,000 LP dash for 1,700 LP. Finally, I will set 2 cards and end my turn, Sartorius said with a beaming smile. During your end phase, I said grimly, I will choose to summon Crescent Dragon from my graveyard. Crescent Dragon, 2,200 attack. It's my turn, I draw, I announced and smiled nervously. The duel had just barely begun, and we had already lost almost half of our life points. Just as I thought, the battle would be a drawn-out one. All right, I will start with Crescent Dragon's effect to add another copy of Crescent Dragon and discard a card. Next, I will summon Light Pulsar Dragon from my graveyard by discarding Crescent Dragon and Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand from my hand. Light Pulsar Dragon, 2,500 attack. With this, I will be able to activate Monster Reborn and revive a monster from my graveyard, I said excitedly and raised my arm. Reborn and descend onto this field once more, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2,800 attack. When Divine Dragon Lord is summoned from the graveyard, I can target your Morpheus Black Knight and banish it. Then it will gain power equal to your monster's level multiplied by 100. Not so fast, Serena frantically shouted and pressed the switch on her dual disc. I will play Silver Spirit Redirection. This trap card allows me to negate your monster's effect that targeted a monster I control. After that, I can remove that monster from play, Serena explained. So Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand will be banished instead. I cursed in frustration as Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand was helplessly removed from the field. Very well. In response, I will activate my set card, Castle of Dragon Souls. I will also play Ruins of the Divine Dragon Lords and use its effect, sending Castle of Dragon Souls and summoning a Dragon Lord token onto the field. Dragon Lord token, 0 defense. When Castle of Dragon Souls is sent to the graveyard, its effect has been triggered, allowing me to bring back a dragon from banishment. I will choose Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2,800 attack. Now, I will use Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand and Dragon Lord tokens as tributes. I yelled, I normal summon Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon. When the two monsters burst into tiny particles, they began to merge, and their color began to change from gold to black. When the particles solidified, there stood a gigantic metal dragon. Red veins glowing as bright as lava run along its body, illuminating its fiery red eyes. Flexing its metallic wings, the dragon unleashed a deafening screech. Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon, 2,800 attack. That monster, it's similar to that third-rate duelists, Kaiba commented thoughtfully, and I shrugged with a wry smile. I will use Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon's effect. During the main phase, I can revive a dragon monster from my graveyard, and I will choose Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2,800 attack. Let's do this again. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, banish Morpheus, Dream Mirror Black Knight. Brother, Serena exclaimed with worry when Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand lunged with hostility. So this is the power of a strong duelist? I'm grateful for this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Sartorius smiled. However, I came prepared. I will activate Morpheus, the Dream Mirror Black Knight's effect. I contribute this card and summon the Black Knight's counterpart, Morpheus, the Dream Mirror White Knight, from my deck. The Dark Warrior slammed his sword into the ground and closed his eyes. Gradually, his body began to change as his armor turned from black to pure white. His hair changed into a dazzling blonde, and feathery wings sprouted from his back. Morpheus, Dream Mirror White Knight, 2,800 defense. Since Morpheus, Dream Mirror Black Knight, has left the field, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand's effect will be dissolved. Also, if Morpheus, Dream Mirror White Knight, is summoned by the effect of Dream Mirror Monster, it can't be destroyed this turn. TSK. I will battle. I announced, Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon, attack Assault Wyvern. Zoom. Red electrical breath shoots out of the dragon's jaw and destroys the monster in one fell swoop. Serena/Sartorius. 8,000 LP-7,000 LP. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Destroy Neroi, the Dream Mirror Traitor. Following Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon, the gold dragon dived down and swung its arm. Like a bat, its thick limb slapped the small boy across the field. When Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand destroys a monster through battle, I can activate its second effect and summon Blue Eyes White Dragon from the grave. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3,000 attack. Finally, I will end my turn, I explained, staring at the White Knight with regret. During the end phase, I will activate Dream Mirror of Joy's effect. Serena said confidently. Banishing the field spell, I will replace it with Dream Mirror of Terror from my deck. Also, thanks to Dream Mirror Phantasm, if Dream Mirror of Terror is active, all monsters you control will lose 500 attacks and defense. Crescent Dragon, 2,200-1,700 attack. Light Pulsar Dragon, 2,500-2,000 attack. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2,800-2,300 attack. Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon, 2,800-2,300 attack. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3,000-2,500 attack. Then I will draw. She stared at her hand with a determined smile. I will activate my spell card, Dream Mirror of Chaos. Dream Mirror of Chaos? My expression turned severe. Kaiba, it started to get dangerous, right? Kaiba smirked. Good. I was hoping for a challenge. Have you not heard what I've just said? It's trouble, big trouble. I found myself frowning at his nonchalant attitude. This guy can really make me mad whenever he wants to. With this, I will use the power of fusion. Serena's voice brought me back to reality, and she shouted. Since Dream Mirror of Terror is on the field, Dream Mirror of Chaos allows me to use the monsters in our graveyards as materials. Banishing Ikelos, the Dream Mirror Sprite, and Neroi, the Dream Mirror Traitor, I will fusion summon Oneiros, the Dream Mirror Tormentor. The dark, gloomy castle rumbled loudly, and its doors swung open with force. Slowly stepping out of the building was a tall man with purple hair. Dressed only in ceremonial pants, the man displayed his defined chest and the bright red amulet hanging from his neck. The man's gigantic wings flapped flexibly, generating a slight wind around his body, and he excitedly tensed his sharp claws, eager to tear us apart. Oneiros, the Dream Mirror Tormentor, 3,000 attack. Then, I will normal summon a second Neroi, the Dream Mirror Traitor. Neroi, the Dream Mirror Traitor, 1,000 attack. Using Neroi's effect, I will tribute my brother's Morpheus, the Dream Mirror White Knight, to summon Phantasos, the Dream Mirror Friend in defense position. Phantasos, the Dream Mirror Friend, 1,900 defense. Being special summoned, Phantasos allowed me to target a level 8 or lower Dream Mirror monster and summon it in defense position. I chose Morpheus, the Dream Mirror Black Knight. Morpheus, the Dream Mirror Black Knight, 1,000 defense. When Morpheus the Dream Mirror Black Knight is summoned through the effect of a Dream Mirror monster, I can destroy your Crescent Dragon. Gradually, more and more monsters filled Serena's field, and my mood soured as she pointed at me with ferocity. Now, I will battle Oneiro's tormentor, attack her light pulsar dragon. With a single flap of his wings, Oneiro's appeared right before light pulsar dragon's face. The monster roared in surprise and lunged with its jaw, but the man instantly appeared behind the reptile, driving his hand through the monster's heart. Unisano / Cedo Kaiba 4700-3700 LP. I will activate Light Pulsar Dragon's effect, I shouted. When it was sent to the graveyard, I can target a level 5 or higher Dark Dragon monster in the graveyard and summon it. I won't allow it, Serena yelled back. I will use Oneiro's, the Dream Mirror Tormentor's ability. While Dream Mirror of Terror is on the field, I can negate Light Pulsar Dragon's effect. Other than that, I will also active Dream Mirror Fantasy, targeting our Dream Mirror of Joy in the banish pile and shuffling it into your deck. Then we can banish your Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Continuing the battle phase, I will use Oneiro's, the Dream Mirror Tormentor's second effect, which allows me to tribute the fusion monster and summon Oneiro's, the Dream Mirror Urkling, in defense position. Oneiro's, the Dream Mirror Tormentor's eyes glowed, and its body began to change. Its obsidian wings turned white like a swan's, and its purple hair turned pink. The clothes also shift into a white garment, giving him the appearance of a graceful angel. Oneiro's, the Dream Mirror Earl King, 3000 defense. Serena, now, big brother. Yes. He nodded and activated his trap. Listen closely. I will play my trap card, Final Attack Orders. All monsters will be switched to attack position, and their battle position can no longer be changed. In unison, all of the monsters stood up, their expressions tense, ready to fight. Morpheus, the Dream Mirror Black Knight, 2800 attack. Phantasos, the Dream Mirror Friend, 900 attack. Oneiro's, the Dream Mirror Earl King, 3000 attack. I will continue to battle Oneiro's, destroy Blue Eyes White Dragon, Serena ordered, and the angel smiled. Spreading his palms, dozens of swords magically appeared in thin air, and the monster launched the blades towards Blue Eyes White Dragon, turning the poor beast into a porcupine. Unisano / Cedo Kaiba 3700-3200 LP. Then I will use Phantasos, the Dream Mirror Friend effect. If Dream Mirror of Terror is on the field, I contribute it to bring out Phantasos, the Dream Mirror Foe. Phantasos, the Dream Mirror Foe, 1900 attack. When I tribute a Dream Mirror monster, Oneiro's effect will trigger, letting me destroy your Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon. Using magic, Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon exploded, leaving a trail of metal and particles scattered in the air. Now, Phantasos, the Dream Mirror Foe, attacks Cedo Kaiba and Unisano directly. Unisano / Cedo Kaiba 3200-2200 LP. Morpheus, the Dream Mirror Black Knight, attack. I won't let you, Kaiba yelled frantically. I will play Crystal Avatar. Suddenly, before Morpheus, a humanoid warrior covered completely in crystal blocked his path. When an opponent's monster declares a direct attack while its attack is greater or equal to my life points, I can special summon this card in attack position with an attack equal to my life points. The attack will then be changed to this card. Crystal Avatar, 2200 attack. Swoosh. Morpheus slammed down its sword, and the crystal avatar exploded, sending crystals in all directions. Sartorius and Serena's eyes widened as the fragments flew towards their bodies, and they groaned in disbelief. Serena / Sartorius, 7000 LP dash for 1800 LP. Unisano / Cedo Kaiba, 2200 LP dash 1600 LP. When Crystal Avatar is destroyed, my opponents will take damage equal to its attack, Cedo growled, but the children ignored his words. Fine, Serena glowered. Neroi attack. Unisano / Cedo Kaiba, 1600 LP-600 LP. Oomph. She pouted annoyingly, unable to finish us off. I will end my turn. During the end phase, I will banish Dream Mirror of Terror and replace it with Dream Mirror of Joy. Then, with Dream Mirror Phantasos, all Dream Mirror monsters will gain an additional 500 attacks. Neroi, the Dream Mirror Trader, 1000-1500 attack. Morpheus, the Dream Mirror Black Knight, 2800-3300 attack. Phantasos, the Dream Mirror Foe, 1900-2500 attack. Oneiros, the Dream Mirror Earl King, 3000-3500 attack. Third POV. Cedo gritted his teeth as their abundant life points dropped before his eyes. Seething, he glanced at Yuna, who was biting her lips with frustration and uncertainty. There's nothing you can do now. Sartorius smiled. Surrender yourselves and become fuel for the great god. Shut up, I will. Suddenly, as Cedo reached for his deck, he felt his head beginning to spin. What is happening? When he opened his eyes, everything was gray. It was as if something had taken all of the colors from this world. Sano. He called but received no response. Staring at Yuna, her expression was stiff as a statue, and her body was seemingly frozen in time. In fact, everybody except him wasn't able to move. Kararar. Turning his head, Cedo witnessed the doors behind Serena and Sartorius automatically open, and he felt an instinct that propelled him towards it. With hesitation, he walked away from the ongoing duel and slowly approached the door. Upon arriving from the other side, Cedo's eyes widened at the empty white void that stretched out as far as his eyes could see. Sensing a presence from behind, he turned around and spotted a massive black dragon staring down at him. The dragon growled intimidatingly and stared into his eyes. Following the urges of his heart, Cedo subconsciously touched the blue crystal embedded in the forehead of the beast, and a blinding glow swept him off his feet. Kaiba. Cedo gasped when Yuna's voice snapped him out of his daze. Feeling something strange between his fingers, Cedo stared at the unfamiliar card in his hand. Gradually, information flowed smoothly into his brain, and his composure returned. Kaiba. Yuna called him once more when his anxious attitude completely vanished. Smiling, Cedo smirked, and the two children frowned at his unknown confidence. You have made a mistake. If you wanted to win, you should have defeated us last round. Sartorius/Serena. Enough playing around. Time to finish this, Cedo declared. I will start with Card of Demise, allowing me to draw until I have 5 cards in my hand. Next, I will reveal the Blue Eyes White Dragon in my hand to bring out Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon. A dragon resembling Blue Eyes White Dragon appeared on the field. The only difference was the glowing blue veins running along its scale and giving the monster a futuristic design. Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon, 3000 attack. While on the field, Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon's name will be Blue Eyes White Dragon, and once per turn, I can target one monster you control and destroy it. Cedo said coldly. I choose Oneiros, the Dream Mirror Earl King. Then I will use Oneiro's effect. Serena shouted. It will tribute itself to summon Oneiros, the Dream Mirror Tormentor, and Dodger Monster's effect. Oneiros, the Dream Mirror Tormentor, 3500 attack. Humph. Child's play. Cedo sneered. I will activate Monster Reborn, reviving Blue Eyes White Dragon from our graveyard. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3000 attack. Then I reveal my trap card, Tyrant Wings. Blue Eyes White Dragon howled as its wings shone a golden light, and the dragon's body began to emit an immense power. While equipped with Tyrant Wings, Blue Eyes White Dragon will gain an additional 400 attack points, and it can attack twice this turn. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3000 attack dash, 3400 attack. I don't understand, Sartorius scowled. How would a mere attack boost make you so confident? Because I'm not done, Cedo retorted. This is over. I activate my spell card, the Fong of Critias. Hush! The entire building rumbled, and Yuna gasped in shock. Critias? Her voice was a mixture of excitement and disbelief. Just as she thought Yugioh might not have the chance to awaken the legendary dragon, it happened now. Towering above Yugioh stood a visage of a dragon in obsidian scales. Its blue gem glowed brilliantly, blinding everyone in the room. Using the Fong of Critias effect, I will use Tyrant Wing and Fusion Summon Tyrant Burst Dragon. Blue Eyes White Dragon. 3400 attack dash, 3000 attack. Tyrant Burst Dragon. 2900 attack. Now I will banish these two monsters, he declared. Using these two powerful dragons as materials, I will bring out the Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon. RORRR. Fusing into one, Tyrant Burst Dragon and Blue Eyes White Dragon transformed into an oppressive beast. While twice the size, its shining white scales perfectly reflect off the light, and its golden wings flap rhythmically, creating a beautiful illusion of an array of gold. Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon. 3400 attack. Finally, I will play my last card, Mystical Space Typhoon, which will destroy your Dream Mirror phantasms and return all of your monsters to their original attack points. Neroi, the Dream Mirror Trader. 1500-1000 attack. Morpheus, the Dream Mirror Black Knight. 3300-2800 attack. Phantasos, the Dream Mirror Foe. 2400-1900 attack. Oneiros, the Dream Mirror Earl King. 3500-3000 attack. The time has come. Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon attack. Yugioh shouted with enthusiasm. Destroy Neroi, the Dream Mirror Trader. Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon roared upon the command and unleashed deadly white flames from its jaw, engulfing the young boy in the fire. Serena/Sartorius, 4800 LP-2400 LP. Coo! Sartorius groaned and stared at Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon. I have to admit, I was quite surprised, but it's barely enough to defeat us. That's what you think, Yugioh sneered. With Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon, it can attack all monsters you control. What? Sartorius exclaimed in shock as Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon dived down from the sky. Now, I will continue to battle. Yugioh bellowed. Destroy Phantasos, the Dream Mirror Foe. Ah! Serena yelped. I will use Phantasos, the Dream Mirror Foe's effect, and tribute itself to summon my Dream Mirror Friend. Phantasos, the Dream Mirror Friend. 1900 defense. Boom. Destroy Morpheus, the Dream Mirror Black Knight. Serena/Sartorius. 2400 LP-1800 LP. Finally, Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon. Destroy Oneiros, the Dream Mirror Tormentor. Serena/Sartius. 1800 LP-1400 LP. I will use the effect of Dream Mirror Fantasy. If one of our Dream Mirror monsters is going to be destroyed, I can banish this card from our graveyard. Serena announced. We won. You can't possibly stop us now. Fools! Yugioh laughed. That's what I make you believe. Blue Eyes White Dragon attack. Fearless, the dragon followed Yugioh's command, crashing into the Dream Mirror God, generating a wide explosion that destroyed both monsters. When one of my Blue Eyes White Dragon is destroyed, I can activate the effect of Deep Eyes White Dragon in my hand, summoning the beast onto the field. Snarling, a brand new dragon appeared. Similar to Blue Eyes White Dragon, its body was slim with thin arms and legs. Floating behind the dragon was a brilliant blue arc, and the dragon roared loudly. Deep Eyes White Dragon, 0 attack. When Deep Eyes White Dragon is summoned onto the field, you will take 600 damage for each different dragon monster in the graveyard. Yugioh shouted as the arc behind the dragon began to spin. Blue Eyes White Dragon. Divine Dragon, Lord Felgrand. Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon. Light Pulsar Dragon. Eclipse Wyvern. Assault Wyvern. All these dragons' power flowed into Deep Eyes White Dragon as its power increased drastically. 3,600 damage. Yuna mumbled and stared at Deep Eyes White Dragon in admiration. You're both finished. Deep Eyes White Dragon, obliterate these insolent fools. Burst stream of annihilation. Unleashing a deadly beam, the children shrieked as a blinding light blocked their vision. Boom! I stood there, mouth agape, gazing at Kaiba in utter disbelief. The deep eyes, white dragon, suspended above him, seemed surreal, and I struggled to comprehend the scene unfolding before my eyes. Yet, to possess both blue eyes, alternative dragon, and deep eyes, white dragon already, I murmured to myself. However, after facing these duels, the emergence of these new cards in our world doesn't appear as absurd to me anymore. With a sigh, I deactivated my dual disc, causing all the holograms to vanish. Makuba, who had remained silent throughout, finally breathed a sigh of relief. "You guys did it," he exclaimed with excitement, rushing towards us. With a wry smile, I turned to Kaiba, who calmly gazed at the Fong of Critias in his hand. "Kaiba that." Handing me the card, I gulped in awe as the object seemed to shimmer between my fingers. "You don't seem surprised," Kaiba pointed out, observing me thoughtfully. Flinching, I nervously averted my gaze. "I am," I lied and quietly grumbled about how perceptive this guy was. "If you don't want to say it, then don't," he sighed. "We could talk about this later. Right now, we have other matters to deal with." Following his gaze, I stared at Sartorius and Serena, their bodies frozen like statues, mouths open and closed like goldfish. Feeling a sudden chill, I glanced to my side and witnessed Kaiba approaching the children with sharp steps, his expression akin to that of a demon. Casting his imposing shadow with his tall stature, Kaiba glared coldly at Sartorius. "It's pointless for you to struggle anymore. You have lost. I assume the two of you understand what that entails. I will ask you questions, and I expect answers," he warned sternly. "Since I'm feeling merciful right now, it would be in your best interest if you don't piss me off. What are you going to do to us?" Sartorius asked hesitantly, but he was quickly cut off by Kaiba's angered tone. "Did I ask for you to speak?" He snapped, and the two children trembled in fright. "Now, where is Darts?" "Sartorius, we don't." Bam! Kaiba's fist struck the floor, sending shivers down all of our spines. As he lifted his fist, a noticeable dent marked the ground, and he nonchalantly shook off the blood trailing down his knuckles. By now, Serena and Sartorius's faces were pale beyond belief, tears threatening to emerge from their eyes. "Let me ask again, where is Darts?" "We really don't know," Serena cried and hid behind her brother in fear. With resignation, Kaiba exhaled profoundly, and the two children yelped. "Please, don't hurt us," she whimpered. "Kaiba, stop," I finally said and pinched the bridge of my nose. "At this point, they will be too scared to answer. Also, your hand." Grabbing his bloodied palm, I wiped the wound with some tissue, hitting the floor. "Are you insane? If they don't feel threatened, then they won't be obedient." Kaiba scoffed and glanced at the shivering children. "You will listen, right?" he asked, and they nodded in a panic. "This crazy man," I sighed exasperatingly. Staring at Sartorius, I leaned downward to match his eye level. "If you two behave, Kaiba won't hurt you. So you don't know Dart's location." Seeing him frantically shaking his head, I nodded. "Then, where's Noah? Have you heard him?" I questioned, my voice also turning icy. No, Serena whimpered. "We were told to put something in the computer thingy to lock him out. They must have jammed the servers," Kaiba concluded. "Makuba, go find the source and destroy it." As Makuba hurriedly left, I continued the interrogation. "Is there only the two of you?" "Yes," Sartorius answered. "Master Darts said that we should prove ourselves first before fully joining his organization. Then the people outside," I muttered, and they glanced at each other awkwardly. Shaking their small robes, countless cards fell out of their pockets. Picking up a card, I noticed the image was one of the employees I saw earlier. Their souls were still here. "We haven't done anything." "Release them," Kaiba ordered, and they immediately began to act, terrified of angering him any further. Using the green crystals hanging from their necks, A small glowing orb emerged from the card images and floated out of the door. Gradually, groans and shouting could be heard from outside. When the last card had become blank, Kaiba finally let out a deep breath, and his posture relaxed slightly. As the door burst open, countless Kaiba Corps security flooded into the room. "Sir," they shouted in surprise before bowing at a 90-degree angle. "Take these two brats away," Kaiba instructed, and the guards swiftly confiscated their decks and dual disc. "Give them a room and place them under level 2 surveillance." The security nodded and dragged them out of the room. At least he's not throwing the children into prison, I thought with optimism, and called Kaiba, who was directing the rest of the disheveled staff. "What now?" I asked and stared at him with expectations. "My entire company is in chaos, and I'm losing money as we talk," Kaiba explained with frustration. "I left for a day, and it turned out like this." "Come with me," he continued without batting an eye. "It's still not safe to return to your home. Kaiba Corp has a place for you to stay." Although I felt slightly annoyed, I couldn't really refute his logic since I have no idea what darts will do at this point. Nodding reluctantly, I followed Kaiba back to his office, where Makuba was awaiting us. To my relief, Noah, who seemed unharmed, was on the monitor. However, his expression was far from happy. "These brats really have the nerve to mess with me," he growled. "Do you know how complex my programming is? It's not something you can temper with." "Enough," Kaiba said, cutting his ranting, and approached the desk. "Noah, are our stocks still being bought out?" Regaining his composure, Noah shook his head. "I managed to block the anonymous accounts that keep trying to purchase our stocks, and any accounts that received income from those blocked accounts were blacklisted as well. Unfortunately, I still couldn't trace the transaction to search for the perpetrator." "Keep trying. We will find him," Kaiba growled. Settling down into his chair, he ordered Makuba and Noah to reorganize the remaining workers who had just woken up after having lost their souls. When they left, Kaiba finally began to work, and the sound of shuffling papers filled the room. With nothing to do, I sat in the lounge and spread my cards on the table. The last few runs in with Doma have been too close for comfort, and with each duel, my opponents seem to be getting stronger and stronger. I have also felt that people have begun paying more attention to my deck, especially Divine Dragonlord Felgrand, and I find it harder and harder to keep him alive on the field. Thankfully, I'd already managed to get myself several other boss monsters from the system to deal with this very problem. As I continued to switch out cards and test the deck, I suddenly sensed a presence nearby. Lifting my head, I noticed Kaiba sitting right across from me, several documents in his hand. When did he get here? He was just at the desk a minute ago. As I observed him, engrossed in his task, I hesitated to voice the question, opting instead to remain silent. Despite my reticence, I couldn't help but notice his occasional glances in my direction, indicating a keen interest in my activities. "Kaiba," I called out as he set down the papers. "Can I borrow your deck?" Raising an eyebrow, Kaiba gave me a puzzled look, but ultimately complied with my request. Retrieving his dual disc from a drawer, he handed it to me, his expression stern. "If you're planning something, you better inform me beforehand." Nodding, I eagerly laid out his deck and examined it with fascination. To my surprise, the deck exceeded my expectations. Alongside several normal monsters, I also noted the presence of formidable dragons like Blue Eyes Alternative Dragon and Deep Eyes White Dragon. From the looks of it, his deck appeared to be a blend of cards from Battle City and his experiences during the events of Dark Side of Dimensions. But I hope that it could soon be fully integrated into the latter soon. "Kaiba, can I swap this?" I inquired, lifting Saggy the Clown. When he didn't immediately respond, I presented my Doom Caliber Knight, a card I had previously utilized against Alistair. Staring at the card, Kaiba nodded. "Suit yourself." With his permission, I began replacing his normal monsters with effect monsters that were more useful in a duel, transforming his deck into something more fitting of his status. Additionally, I exchanged one of his polymerization cards for Ultimate Fusion, utilizing some credits I could spare. "Here," I said, returning his deck, and he nonchalantly stored the cards away without a second glance. As I observed his carefree attitude, a nagging thought crept into my mind. Was Kaiba being too trusting of me? What if I pulled a Weevil Underwood and slipped Parasite into his deck or something? You shouldn't trust people that easily, I warned with a frown. I could have done something bad. Kaiba scoffed with curiosity when he heard my words. Do you really believe I'm that naive? The time I handed out my deck this haphazardly will be the time I have gone insane. Then, I slurred my words, unable to grasp his intention. That's because it's you. He answered coolly while dropping a random bombshell. If it were someone else, I would have told them to get out of my sight for asking something so ridiculous. What is that supposed to mean? I screamed and slapped the table, my lips twitching with alarm. It's exactly what I meant, Kaiba smirked. I only complied because it's you. Touching my face, I could feel the intense heat emanating from my cheeks, causing me to shiver. This guy's definitely teasing me right now. I'm leaving, I yelled and abruptly stood up. However, as I took a step, my foot got tangled with the leg of the table, and my vision tilted forward. But to my surprise, instead of falling over, my body was suddenly caught in midair as two arms wrapped firmly around me. Kaiba, I stammered, feeling my brain short-circuit as I struggled to process this unexpected turn of events. Third POV. Sito's mind went completely blank. It was a spontaneous reaction, his body moving without his conscious command. Just as Yuna was about to hit the floor, he caught her and pulled her towards him. A quiet gasp escaped Sito's lips as he realized what he had done, but it was already too late. His hands found themselves instinctively wrapped around her thin waist and shoulders. Their bodies were pressed closely together, and Sito could feel the warmth of her breath against his skin. He also couldn't ignore the softness pressed against his chest, causing his heart to flutter in response. Kaiba, Yuna's voice snapped him out of his stupor. Managing his expression, Sito lowered his head and met her gaze. Are you hurt? He asked, his tone softened with concern. Yuna shook her head in response. Suddenly, the door to the office burst open, and Makuba walked in. Big brother, we're done. What are you two doing? He froze in his tracks at the sight before him. Sito, Yuna, I will come back later. Makuba blurted out, hastily shutting the door behind him, his face flushed crimson. Staring at the closed door in shock, Sito and Yuna's faces reddened with embarrassment as they hurriedly separated. I'm sorry, I've acted on impulse, Sito said while trying to hide his flustered expression. No, it was my fault, Yuna muttered with a faint blush. I should have been more careful. Engulfed in an awkward silence, Yuna stiffly packed up her cards while observing Sito in the corner of her vision. Rubbing her palm against her face, Yuna pursed her lips at the brief, excited sensation she felt when her body fell into his embrace. I should go, she said, carefully standing up and making sure not to trip again. I will have someone guide you to your accommodation. Sito replied awkwardly and watched as the door closed behind her. Alone, Sito sighed deeply, the memory of Yuna's warmth still lingering on his skin as he clenched and unclenched his fist. TSK. He clicked his teeth in annoyance, attempting to redirect his focus to the papers at hand. However, Sito's movements were slower than before, and his mind was unable to shake off the distractions that continued to mess with his mind. Next day, Yuna's POV. When morning came, I woke up with exhaustion, screaming all over my body. Although the bed was comfortable, I could have slept nicely if only that had not happened. It would have been fine if we were alone, but Makuba had to show up at that moment and spread all sorts of rumors. He even went as far as asking all sorts of questions until late at night, and I was constantly reminded of the shameful situation. Sighing, I groggily got up and swiftly got dressed. Leaving my room, I found myself with nothing much to do, and I eventually returned to Kaiba's office. After knocking on the door, I heard a voice from the other side telling me to come in, and I entered after much hesitation. In the office, Kaiba was already working hard at his desk, and I quietly planted myself on the couch in the corner. Quietly observing him, I noticed that there wasn't a trace of awkwardness on his face, and he seemed completely unfazed. After 10 minutes, Kaiba finally set his pen down and stared at me. Silence resumed, and we gazed at each other, unsure of what to say. Eventually, he sighed. I want to apologize again. I have acted too recklessly. And no, I exclaimed in surprise and waved my hands. It's really all right. Deciding to change the topic, I smiled wryly. Doma, have we found them yet? Hearing its name, Kaiba gritted his teeth and scowled. No, it's unbelievable. Despite having this much influence in the world, we only heard about them now. Then how's Kaiba Core? I asked curiously, knowing that darts had messed it up pretty badly. TSK. Kaiba clenched his fist and accidentally crumpled the paper in his hands. Because of dual monsters appearing out of nowhere, Kaiba Core stocks have plummeted dramatically, and they continue to decrease even as we speak. I have already lost millions of dollars. Probably it's best if I didn't ask. While trying to appease Kaiba's increasingly soured mood, the phone to his office rang loudly, and he pressed the button with annoyance. Sir, a woman's voice could be heard. There's a Mr. Wheeler on the line for you, sir. Should I put him through? It's Joey, I uttered in surprise and moved behind Kaiba to see the screen. That loser wants to contact me? Kaiba smirked with interest. Very well, put him through. Understood, sir, the woman replied, and the video on the computer changed to Joey. Behind him were Yugi and the rest of his friends, looking over his shoulder. He really took your call? We heard T's doubtful tone from the other side. What he did? Joey shouted in shock. Kaiba, is that you? Watching the webcam, Kaiba scowled with displeasure. Make it fast. You're wasting my time. Sheesh, condescending as ever, Joey exclaimed. Anyway, we found some clues about the group that caused this entire mess. What kind of clues? Kaiba's pupils shone as he glared at Joey with impatience. Hold on. I'm not giving them away so easily. Joey smirked. But unless you give us a ride to Florida. So this is what you're playing at, Kaiba sneered. Fine then, keep your secrets. We can find Doma ourselves. Hearing his rejection, Joey's eyes widened, and he began to panic. Wait. Let's talk this out. We can both benefit from it. There's nothing for me to benefit from this negotiation. Goodbye, Kaiba announced. However, before he placed the phone down, I quickly grasped his shoulder. Kaiba, please wait. I mumbled and stared at Joey. We will hear you out. Asano. Joey smiled with relief. I knew you were here as well. You do. I tilted my head in confusion, and he smirked while nodding to himself. It's obvious from my detective brain, really. Joey explained while his friends cringed at his roleplay. Since you're his girlfriend and everything, I expected that you could help us out. Instantly, Kaiba and I froze as we stared at each other in shock. Kaiba, what is this man saying? Gee, girlfriend. I mumbled in a daze. You guys are not? Joey asked with curiosity. I thought you guys were in a relationship since you were making out yesterday. Wondering how I know? This guy's little brother bragged about it to my sister, and she cried all night, saying that Kaiba took Sano away or something. Makuba, you. My face flushed, and I glared at Joey in a fit of anger. We're not. I screamed and raised my arm, about to slam the phone against the table. Hold on, Joey yelled hurriedly. I'm sorry. Please don't hang up. Time is running out. Those guys defeated Yugi and took his soul. When he finished, Joey's face turned pale, and he frantically covered his mouth. Kaiba. Me? He what? Kaiba muttered, and I could hear his grinding teeth. SH*T. Joey, you idiot. Keeping your mouth shut can save lives. I thought to myself, casting a nervous glance at Kaiba. But it was already too late. Damn it, Joey, you and your lousy mouth. Why can't you keep a secret? I quietly cursed at the blonde-haired boy in the video while observing Kaiba apprehensively. Whoops, forget my earlier statement. Joey laughed awkwardly, but by now, the cat was already out of the bag. He lost. Kaiba muttered coldly. He glared at Yami Yugi and must have realized the meaning, as the pharaoh's shoulders shrunk dejectedly upon being reminded of his devastating blunder. Kaiba, I exclaimed as he suddenly stood up from his seat and slammed his hands down on the table. Yugi lost, he shouted in rage, and I recoiled as an indescribable bloodlust filled the room. How dare he? Hold on. Yami Yugi muttered with anguish, which infuriated him further. Who do you think you are? Giving your champion title away to some random guy down the street. Do you take me as a joke? Kaiba roared. It should have been me that defeats you. You're a disgrace as a duelist. You're nothing but a... Kaiba, I finally snapped and glared at him. Stop this now. Sana, Kaiba turned his head towards me, his eyes shaking with betrayal. I know you're angry, but please calm down. I reasoned and patted his shoulder. You're more rational than this. Staring at my face, Kaiba's lips twisted uncontrollably. I need some time to think. He muttered and walked away. But this phone call, handle it for me. I will just go with whatever decision you make. Without waiting for my response, Kaiba left, leaving me alone in the office. Unsure of what to do, I eventually settled down in his chair and picked up the phone. I apologize. Yugi's loss was very shocking. For both of us. Yeah, I understand. We were all quite surprised as well. Joey hesitantly nodded and glanced at Yami Yugi from the corner of his vision. Anyway, does that mean you are willing to hear us out? Yes. I assured them. We can negotiate once. I finished listening. Joey agreed and began to speak. Long story short, their journey happened the same way it did in the canon. After Kaiba and I returned to Kaiba Core, Yugi and his gang traveled all the way to Arthur Hawkins' house to gain some clues about Doma. Even if I was the one who took the Rebecca duel, they still managed to get acquainted with each other. I thought as Joey continued to explain their past experiences through the screen. After arriving at Arthur Hawkins' laboratory, they found the place in flames, and Doma had captured him. Yugi had to duel Raphael to get him back. That's when Yugi lost and sacrificed himself to save his other self. Joey said, "It's some pretty crazy stuff, but luckily we managed to save Mr. Hawkins." "Where are you now?" I asked, and Joey awkwardly scratched his cheek. "Well, we're currently in Mr. Hawkins's RV in the middle of nowhere, which is why we need assistance getting to Florida. It turns out there's an ancient tablet relating to Doma in the museum over there that can help us find these chums. Since they messed you guys as well, you must also want to have paybacks, right?" Joey finally finished his speech, and I chuckled. "Okay," I agreed. "Let's rendezvous at the nearest airport. You're the best, Sano-san." Joey beamed and clasped his hands together in thankfulness. "I don't know what we will do without you." My smile stiffened momentarily at Joey's praise, and I felt a prick in my conscience. I could have agreed to retrieve them from where they were now. Still, that would mean that Yami Yugi would likely miss out on a crucial character development moment when he meets Ironheart and Chris, the other two remaining citizens from Atlantis. These two will bring Yami Yugi to the stone wilderness of lost souls, where he will duel Yugi to purge the darkness in his heart. However, for that to even happen, Yami Yugi and Tia will be separated from the group, and they have to go through some pretty hectic stuff that probably could have been avoided if we had just picked them up directly. It's for the best. It's for the best. I continuously repeated in my head. Character development arcs are always important. Sano, Joey questioned when he noticed I wasn't responding, and I hurriedly smiled to disperse his suspicion. "Sorry, I got lost in thought. Take care." I waved and hung up the phone. In the end, if they really called for my help, I would gladly do so. When the peaceful silence returned, I stood up and said to no one in particular, "Now, where's Kaiba?" Luckily, with Noah's help, I quickly located Kaiba, who was in a virtual dueling arena. Opening the door, I was immediately confronted with the sight of two Blue Eyes White Dragons flying above me. Blue Eyes White Dragon, attack Dark Magician. Kaiba roared, and the furious white dragon unleashed a deadly beam at the wizard floating on the other side. Yugi Mutu, 2300 LP-1800 LP. Now, my second Blue Eyes White Dragon. End this by attacking him directly, he shouted at the top of his lungs. Boom! Yugi Mutu, 1800 LP-0 LP. When the duel ended, the Blue Eyes White Dragon and the hologram of Yugi disappeared, and a mechanical voice echoed through the room. Simulation over. Duel ends. Seto Kaiba wins. Kaiba, I muttered as his shoulders heaved and sweat dripped down his face. Despite winning against artificial intelligence, Kaiba doesn't seem even a little pleased, and for some reason, it seems to have angered him further. This is not enough, he muttered, oblivious of my presence. Again, restarting simulation. Opponent selected. Yugioh. Yugioh, 4,000 LP. Seto Kaiba, 4,000 LP. Like a crazy demon, Kaiba restarted the duel, his eyes sharp like a falcon as he glared at Yugi's figure. No matter what I say, my words don't seem to register in Kaiba's head, and he was completely zoned out from reality. Sighing anxiously, I eventually moved towards the computer and scrolled through the interface before finding something interesting. Third POV. Duel! Seto shouted and reactivated his dual disc, and Yugi's hologram did the same. His mind was in utter chaos, and he was unable to accept Yugi's loss. In the past, Seto had been the best duelist in the world. Then Yuna appeared in his life, snatching his position. Next, in the Battle City tournament, he suffered another defeat under Yugi, moving him to third place. Now, someone defeated Yugi and took his title? What does that mean for him? Seto gritted his teeth. Fourth place, him? Why was this happening? No matter how hard he thrived to be the best, there was always someone better than him. Slowing and drawing a card, Seto was about to start his first move when the artificial intelligence emitted a strange announcement. Duel paused, canceling simulation. Frowning in confusion, he glanced at the terminal and noticed Yuna operating it with a small smile. "You're here," Seto called out, and Yuna smiled wryly in response. "So what are you going to do?" "We will go and help." She answered, "They will set off early in the morning, and we should be arrived by then." When Seto didn't respond, Yuna continued to play with the terminal before finding something interesting. Restarting duel. Opponent selected. Yuna Sano. Yugi's body gradually transformed into a beautiful girl with blue hair and blue eyes. Yuna curiously wandered to the other side of the room, where her hologram stood rigid like a statue. Why does this look so real? Kaiba Corp's technology is the best of the best. Seto eventually explained, "I won't tolerate even the slightest imperfection." "Oomph. That's so," Yuna muttered before smiling cheekily. Then, "Who's better, me or that?" Seto, not bothering to respond, he switched off the terminal, and Yuna's hologram disappeared. Crossing his arms, Seto glared at her with annoyance. "What do you want?" "I'm just checking in on you." Yuna shrugged and walked towards the door. "You should go. Get some rest." "I'm fine," Seto growled. "No need to be concerned about me." "I see. I'm only worried as your friend." Pausing by the exit, she quietly turned her head and smiled. "Use it as motivation to hunt those guys down and take back what's yours." With a farewell, Yuna left, and Seto stared at the ground in contemplation. Pressing the button on the side of the wall, a Kaiba Corp employee swiftly arrived. "Prepare a transport. We will be traveling to America tonight," Seto ordered, and the staff saluted before hurriedly left to complete the task. "I will take back what's mine," Seto muttered and clenched his fist, his pupils blazing with determination. 10 hours later, Yuna's POV. With enough preparations, Kaiba and I soon set off back to America. However, instead of taking the Blue Eyes White Dragon jet, we decided to ride a private plane since the jet was not suitable for more than 2 people. "You look worried," Kaiba pointed out as we waited at the gates. "I'm fine," I muttered and stared into the distance. "Just tense." "These losers should be here by now," he grumbled, checking the time on his watch. "What's taking them so long?" "In it," I nodded quietly and fiddled with the phone in my pocket. "Now, what would those guys do? Would they call us for help? Or can they handle it on their own?" Suddenly, as if right on cue, my phone vibrated uncontrollably, and I pressed the answer button. "Bad news, Sano-san," Joey screamed through the speaker. "We have been attacked. I've lost contact with Yugi and Tia." "What happened?" I asked and glimpsed at Kaiba, who was listening with a deep frown. "Weevil and Rex. Those 2 little snakes ambushed," Joey said with anger. "I managed to defeat Rex, so we should be fine for the time being. Please go help Yugi," he urged, and I hung up the call. "Kaiba," I said with expectation, and he scowled. Yes, you want to save that brat, right?" He sighed exasperatedly. "Fine, just leave it to me." This guy, I clasped my hands together and stared at him with amazement. With enough time, even someone like Seto Kaiba can become dependable. You, Kaiba muttered. You were thinking of something bad, weren't you? Haha, of course not. I laughed and took his hand, and he was helplessly dragged away. No time to waste. Let's go. Meanwhile, third POV. Yami Yugi gritted his teeth as he stared at his opponent before him with a complicated emotion. It wasn't long ago that the train they were on crashed because of Weevil's doing, and they were rescued by an old man and girl who introduced themselves as Ironheart and Chris. Afterwards, Ironheart led Yami Yugi to this very wasteland of stone, where now he was challenged by the soul of his other self. His companion, Yugi, please stop. The pharaoh pleaded desperately. Why are you acting like this? I'm merely your reflection. You and I are the same. Yugi replied. The darkness that dwells in your heart also dwells in mine. It's already too late, he continued. You have shown me who you really are. You only cared about yourself. Yami Yugi. Yugi, wait. It's my turn. Yugi interrupted. This duel will be a chance to show you what you actually look like from the outside. I will activate my spell card, Seal of Orichalcos. Yugi, no. Yami Yugi shouted. However, it was already too late, and the seal was successfully formed. To the pharaoh's horror, as the duel continued, Yugi began to use the strategy he had used while battling Raphael. Utilizing the ability of Catapult Turtle, shamelessly sacrificing his monsters, and dealing damage, Yami Yugi's life points dropped tremendously. Now, I will tribute my Queen Knight and use her with my Catapult Turtle to destroy your life points. Boom. Yami Yugi. 1200 LP-200 LP. One more attack, and you'll become the prisoner of Orichalcos. Yugi, I'm begging you. The pharaoh spoke with despair. Don't go through with this. Yugi, too late. I will sacrifice my dark magician girl. Launch Catapult Turtle. Staring at the projectile traveling towards him, Yami Yugi gritted his teeth in despair. Realizing that to keep the promise of saving his friend, he must put his feelings aside and win this fight. I'm sorry, my friend, he mumbled before shouting. I will activate my trap card, Divine Wind. When a monster inflicts damage on me, I can negate it and return the same damage with double the strength. Suddenly, a small tornado blocked the projectile and sent it back the way it came. Staring at the deflected blast, Yugi smiled. Boom. Yugi Muto, 1900 LP-0 LP. Gah! Yugi screamed and fell to the ground. In a panic, Yami Yugi rushed to his side and picked up his fallen friend. Groaning, Yugi opened his eyes and smiled. You did it. You passed the test. I don't understand. Yami Yugi's eyes trembled in disbelief. Did you plan out all this? Smiling, Yugi explained that by defeating him, Yami Yugi had successfully defeated the darkness dwelling in his heart. Don't give up this fight, Yugi muttered weakly. I will be watching over you. Closing his eyes, Yugi's body gradually disappeared and transformed into particles of light. Biting his lips, Yami Yugi wiped the tears off his face as he noticed the sky began to darken considerably. The seal of Orichalcos that Yugi used remained vibrant, and Yami Yugi felt an ominous presence looming from above. Darts! He snarled and stared at the cloudy sky. Suddenly, the seal of Orichalcos rumbled, and a tall figure emerged from the center. It was a monster with a grotesque appearance and covered in full metal armor. Its eyes were dyed red, and the seal of Orichalcos shined brightly on its forehead. Orichalcos soldier, for 1000 LP. Get out of there, Tia screamed. Unfortunately, it was already too late, and the seal of Orichalcos successfully trapped Yami Yugi in place. The monster revealed a blade-like dual disc on its arm, summoning a brown deformed giant that burst out of the ground. Orichalcos Gigas, 400 attack. Orichalcos Gigas, 400-900 attack. Orichalcos Gigas roared and swung its fists as Yami Yugi hurriedly dodged the attack. What do I do? He shouted and glanced at Ironheart for advice. Use the power of your monsters to fight back. The souls residing in the land will assist you. Ironheart's booming voice traveled through the field, and Yami-Yugi frantically activated his own dual disc. I will use polymerization to fuse my gazelle, the king of mythical beast, and perform it to summon Chimera, the flying mythical beast. Chimera, the flying mythical beast, 2,100 attack. Now attack, Chimera. The pharaoh yelled. The beast crashed into Orichalco's Gigas, and the monster burst into pieces. Orichalco's soldier, 4,000 LP-2,800 LP. Roaring in anger, the dual disc on a monster's arm flashed, and the ground erupted once more as the Orichalco's Gigas that was destroyed returned, this time much stronger than before. Orichalco's Gigas, 1,400 attack, 1. It returned, and its attack has increased. Yami-Yugi muttered in shock. Tiska, attack again, Chimera. BOM, Orichalco's soldier, 2,800 LP-2,100 LP. Orichalco's Gigas, 1,900 attack. Every time I attack, it will only get stronger. He commented in observation. Then I will use my spell card, Fissure. The ground beneath Orichalco's Gigas ruptured into a deep ravine, and the monster helplessly fell in. But much to Yami-Yugi's dismay, Orichalco's Gigas continued to return, and its strength only increased with every death. Orichalco's Gigas, 2,400 attack. Orichalco's Gigas continued its attack. Swinging its fist, Chimera, the flying mythical beast, was destroyed. The pharaoh groaned, and he felt the damage to his body. Yami-Yugi, 4,000 LP-3,700 LP. When Chimera, the flying mythical beast, is destroyed, I can summon Gazelle, the king of mythical beasts, onto the field. Next, I will set a card face down. Gazelle, the king of mythical beasts, 1,500 attack. When Orichalco's Gigas attacked, Yami-Yugi frantically revealed the trap card he had placed in advance. I will activate my trap, Mirror Force, he declared when Orichalco's Gigas launched another assault. This will reflect Orichalco's Gigas' attack and reflect it to itself. However, to his disbelief, the trap also didn't seem to have an effect, and Orichalco's Gigas returned stronger than ever. Orichalco's Gigas, 2,900 attack. Trap cards don't work either? Yami-Yugi exclaimed in shock, and the monster attacked perform it, knocking him to the ground. Can nothing stop it? Yami-Yugi, 3,700 LP-2,300 LP. Pharaoh, Ironheart yelled and jumped off the ledge, dashing towards Yami-Yugi with all his might. Ironheart, what are you doing? Yami-Yugi shouted back while dodging Orichalco's Gigas attacks. Stay away. It's dangerous. Yet, his warning was ignored as Ironheart sprinted and revealed Timaeus' eye in his hand. You must take this. This card is the only way for you to defeat that beast. Wait, Ironheart, look out. The pharaoh warned when Orichalco's Gigas turned its head and changed its direction of attack towards the old man. But instead of the gruesome scene of the elderly man being torn apart by the dangerous monster, a deafening roar shakes the sky, and the ground between Orichalco's Gigas and Ironheart erupts into a massive explosion. In shock, Yami-Yugi lifts his head, and a silver dragon with 3 heads soars through the air. That's Blue Eye's ultimate dragon. A helicopter was flying behind Blue Eye's ultimate dragon, and Yami-Yugi couldn't hide the delight on his face. Sano, Kaiba, you're here. Glancing at Yami-Yugi, Yuna smiled and calmly observed the situation. Thankfully, they made it in time before anyone got hurt. With the space created, Ironheart took this chance and shouted to get Yami-Yugi's attention. Pharaoh, catch! He threw the eye of Timaeus through the air, and the pharaoh caught the card between his fingers. Taking a deep breath, Yami-Yugi prayed in his heart before desperately raising the card to the sky. I will activate the eye of Timaeus, he announced, and a humongous blue dragon appeared before him. Timaeus, you have answered. Yami-Yugi yelled with joy, and he smiled with confidence. I will fuse Timaeus with the Dark Magician Girl in my hand and summon Dark Magician Girl, the Dragon Knight. Dark Magician Girl, the Dragon Knight, 2,600 attack. Next, I will enhance her strength with the spell card Excalibur and double her attack points. Dark Magician Girl, the Dragon Knight. 5,200 attack. Attack! Yugioh roared. Destroy those creatures of darkness. Raising her sword, Dark Magician Girl and Timaeus unleashed a deadly beam of energy that engulfed the two Orichalco's monsters in flames. I covered my eyes as the explosion from Dark Magician Girl's attack emitted a light so blinding that I thought I was seeing heaven. When the light settled and my vision returned, I stared at the stone valley where Yugioh stood alone as the remains of the Orichalco's soldier completely disappeared. Bring us down, Kaiba ordered the pilot, and the helicopter began to descend. When we finally landed, I stepped onto the ground, and Yugioh ran towards us. Sano, Kaiba, what are you guys doing here? Your geek friends told us to help you. Kaiba snorted. You should be grateful that I agreed. For that, I'm glad. Yugioh smiled. Thank you both. I don't know what would have happened if it wasn't for the two of you. Do you know what happened to my friends? They should be safe. I answered. We should go. Yes, but wait before that. Yugioh turned around and stared at Ironheart and Chris approaching us. Have you accomplished what you came here for? Ironheart asked, and the Pharaoh grinned. I have. Thank you for allowing me to purge the darkness in my heart. He bowed. Won't you two come with us? No. The old man shook his head. It's time to pass on our fight to you. Please defeat Darts, stop the Leviathan, and end this battle that has been going on for far too long. I will. Yugioh nodded. I promise. With a refreshed resolve, he turned to us. Kaiba, Sano. I know it's unfair for me to ask, but would you please help me in the upcoming duel? Darts must be stopped. Kaiba crossed his arms and sneered. I'm planning to crush him in the first place, with or without you. Nobody can mess with me and get away with it. They had already attacked me in my home, I said with a small sigh. So it's payback. Yugioh smirked at our responses. Great, then let's go. Boarding the helicopter, the aircraft swiftly took to the sky. Traveling along the railroad, we eventually stumbled on Joey and Tristan carrying the unconscious Rex Raptor, who screamed with relief as they happily chased after the helicopter like crazed dogs. Arriving at the airport, we all boarded the private plane. As the aircraft took off, Kaiba, Joey, Yugioh, and I sat around each other, calmly listening to their discussions. From the clues you give us, I've already sent people to the museum to retrieve data relating to the artifact. Kaiba explained, we will go to Kaiba Corp to have it analyzed. Thank you, Yugioh said. That will make things much easier. Also, it's time we think about how to defeat Darts. Who cares about strategy? Joey said with a wide grin. Once we find him, I will just beat him up with my superior dueling skills. His nose twitched with pride, and Kaiba snorted. Even so, Joey, we must work together, Yugioh said. Thankfully, we have multiple allies by our side. Taking a deep breath, Yugioh began to recount his dreams and experiences about his card Timaeus and how Kaiba and Joey also have the other two dragons as well. So you're saying that these three legendary dragons were the key to defeating Darts? Kaiba said dubiously. I find it hard to believe, but it's true. Yugioh affirmed while staring at the eye of Timaeus in his hand. We were the people that the three dragons had chosen. Well, yeah, we're pretty awesome, aren't we? Joey bragged, and I suppressed the giggle that was about to form. Awesome, you? Don't make me laugh. Kaiba sneered contemptuously. Then let me ask you this. Why wasn't Sano chosen before you? And me? I flinched in surprise when all eyes turned to me. Why was I suddenly the topic of the conversation? You do have a point. Yugioh muttered and grasped his chin deep in thought. Was there some requirement? Actually, I've been chosen by all three, in fact. However, not wanting to say anything, I smiled awkwardly and shrugged. It's okay. I don't have to be chosen. I can still duel without it. No, Kaiba responded grimly. I won't allow it. What? I uttered confusion. What do you mean? If these cards are the only way to stand toe-to-toe against that man, you should stay out of this fight. He explained calmly, and I frowned. Are you saying I'm not strong enough? I questioned. No, Kaiba shook his head. You just shouldn't. Why? I stood up and stared at him. It didn't make sense. That's because I said so. Kaiba snapped and also stood up, and I was caught off guard by his raising his voice. That's not a good reason, I argued. Yes, it is, Kaiba retorted. How so? Just cause. He shouted back before clenching his fist. Averting his gaze, I could feel his tension rising as he stared out the window. Just cause. I don't want you to get hurt. Speechless, I gazed at Kaiba in shock as his words slowly set in. My body twitched, and a slight shiver went down my neck. He doesn't want me to get hurt. My face flushed, and a puff of steam rose from my head. What are you saying? Rubbing his neck, Kaiba looked into the distance awkwardly and refused to elaborate. I felt Joey and Yugioh's gaze bore a hole into the back of my head. Losing my patience, I snatched Kaiba's wrist and dragged him to the other end of the plane. When we were alone, I let go and glared at him. Why would you say something like that? Gathering his composure, Kaiba calmly swept his hand along his hair. You asked, didn't you? But my mouth was unable to utter a proper word, and I punched his chest in frustration. To say that, of all things, why would such things even come out of his mouth? Then does that mean you will stay out of the duel? Kaiba's question snapped me out of my stupor, and I glared at him. No, I fumed. Of course not. Then what should I do to make you back down? Kaiba asked, crossing his arms. I can give you money, jewelry, or dual monster cards. Kaiba, stop. I snapped, biting my lips. I averted my gaze and spoke dejectedly. What? Why are you doing this? I'm not so weak. So what? Gritting his teeth, Kaiba's face twisted with various emotions before he let out a resigned sigh. I don't know myself. Covering his face, he groaned with complexion. It just felt strange. When I know that you might lose your soul. Staring at him, I quietly opened my mouth, but no words came out. I felt myself unable to say a single thing under the sincerity in his tone, making me realize how serious he actually was. Kaiba, I muttered, and we gazed at each other. I won't lose. Please trust me. Under my pleading, Kaiba's expression was distorted by annoyance, frustration, and eventually resignation. He exhaled deeply as if struggling to find the right words to respond. Fine, Kaiba said coldly and leaned so close that our noses almost touched. But if you break your promise, I will never forgive you. I gulped and nodded hesitantly, and Kaiba strolled off. Staring at his back, I felt confused about whether to follow him, and my instincts were telling me that he needed some time alone. In the end, I returned to where Yugi and Joey were as they gazed at me awkwardly when I sank in my seat. Are you sure that you two aren't married or something? Joey joked and immediately yelped when I gave him a deathly glare. I want to talk with the Pharaoh. Alone, I uttered, and reading the room, Joey hurriedly scampered away, leaving me alone with the Pharaoh. Taking a long sip of the already cold tea, I quietly observed Yugi, who seemed uncomfortable under my scrutinizing gaze. How should I address you? Should I still call you Mutu? Anything is fine, Yugi replied. You can still just call me Mutu. Then, Mutu-san, are you all right now? I asked. I'm much better than before, he answered honestly. The time in the stone wilderness allowed me to reflect on myself and strengthen my resolve. I don't know what I would do without it. That's good. I smiled wryly and sneakily wiped the cold sweat from my face. Pasuna really made the right choice then. It must be hard when you lost Yugi. I spoke softly, but we will definitely get him back. Yes, Yugi nodded. I was so angry that time that I almost did something I would have regretted. But I won't give up now. Seeing him clenching his fist, I chuckled and opened up the system store. Navigating through the array of cards before my eyes, I ultimately decided on one that may help Yugi a lot, well at the cost of most of my credits. Biting the inside of my cheek to suppress the frown, I purchased the card and sneakily summoned it in my pocket. You know, Pharaoh, please take this, I said, showing him the card. I hope it can help you. Staring at it, Yugi's eyes widened with shock, and he couldn't believe what he was reading. Sano, where did you get something like this? Smiling, I placed a finger to my lips. Secret. I see. Yami Yugi muttered and stared at the card wordlessly. I will use it well. Good, I replied after finishing the rest of my tea. I do want it back. It's very expensive. Yami Yugi, what? I'm not giving it away for free. It costs a lot of hard-earned credits. Even then, you have to give me something back. That's how expensive it was. Good luck. Pharaoh, I said and stared at him with confidence. Don't lose. Leaving Yami Yugi to himself, I passed his friends and moved to the front of the plane, where I found Kaiba. Freezing, I nervously stared at him, who was working on his laptop. After some hesitation, I decided to sit next to him, and I anxiously fiddled with my fingers. Eventually, unable to ignore my presence, Kaiba shuts his laptop. What are you doing? I asked curiously, and he scoffed. I have just lost contact with the men I sent to the museum, and I'm still trying to figure out what happened. To my surprise, he willingly explained while gazing at my face. Oh, I sounded, I hope they're okay. As the silence was deafening, I nervously scanned his emotionless face. Kaiba, I mumbled anxiously, and he squinted his eyes at the mention of his name. Are you mad? Mad wouldn't be the correct term to describe what I'm feeling right now. Kaiba explained while crossing his arms. More like vexed? Stressed? So mad. Kaiba. Sorry. I frantically apologized when another crease appeared on his forehead. No, Kaiba cares about me, so you should realize what you've done wrong and listen to my advice, Kaiba said with an expectant smirk. No. I shook my head, and his mood immediately soured. But please listen. Kaiba, I can contribute to the fight. I explained, which meant that if I was there, the level of risk will go down. I care about Kaiba too. I continued loudly, and he flinched in surprise. So I will also be worried. So if you duel alone. When I finished, Kaiba and I stared at each other. Finally, he clicked his teeth and averted his gaze. This is so unfair. I tilted my head in confusion. All right, he smirked. I won't stop you. I'm glad. I smiled back, happy that he wasn't angry with me anymore. Third POV. When the plane landed, Sito immediately ordered a vehicle to bring them to the American Kaiba Corp headquarters. Suddenly, the sky began to warp as ribbons of light danced across the air, similar to an aurora borealis. When the world is happening, Tristan exclaimed in shock and wonder. This must be Dart's doing, Yami Yugi affirmed. He has finally made a move. As everyone gazes at the sky in awe, T pulled out her phone and captured everyone's attention. Everyone, take a look at this. Showing her screen, there were countless videos of Orichalco's soldiers prowling through the streets all over the world. The police and the militaries tried to stop them, but it was useless as they couldn't be destroyed using conventional means. We must hurry, Yami Yugi urged, before anyone else gets hurt. Damn it, Sito cursed and tapped on the headpiece by his ear. Noah, the image I sent you, have you finished analyzing them yet? About that, I got some bad news, Noah replied. The branch in America has been attacked, and I have locked out of the system, so you must do it manually. Was it the B** starred from Doma again? Sito scowled. Well, it's best if you go and check it out for yourself. Very well, Sito muttered grimly. Yugi Sano, come with me. Hey, hold on, Joey interrupted. What about us? I have already enough troubles on my plate, Sito growled. I don't need another. Leaving the whining Joey behind, they swiftly got into the car and sped off to their destination. 1 hour later, what is this? Yami Yugi mumbled in disbelief as they stopped outside the entrance of Kaiba Core. Countless duel monsters could be seen flooding the entire lobby as they smashed every obstacle in their way. On each of their foreheads was the symbol of Orichalcos, and their pupils were filled red with malice. Then we just have to push on through, Sito said, and 3 duelists simultaneously activated their dual disc. Yami Yugi, I will summon obnoxious Celtic Guardian. Sito, Kaiser Seahorse, destroy them. Yuna, I choose you, Dragon Knight of Creation. The 3 warriors rush into the horde, slashing every monster in their path. When a room is clear, Sito guides them to the basement levels of the facilities, where they encounter countless monsters trying to ambush them. There's just too many. Yumi groaned. Step aside, Sito ordered. I will activate the polymerization in my hand and bring out my Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Emerging from thin air, Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon howled before unleashing a shining beam that wiped out all the monsters in the hallway. Finally destroying the last of the monsters, Sito calmly opened the doors, where several giant high-tech computers greeted them. Approaching one of the devices, Sito connected the computer to his phone, and he uploaded the image as it appeared on the large screen. Typing in the commands, the computer began to analyze the image and cross-reference it with all archaeological records ever found. No, wait, it can't be, Sito exclaimed as the image enchanted on a particular symbol. What is it? Yugi questioned. That insignia, I've seen it somewhere before, Sito replied while frantically bringing up several images onto the screen. To think I have never realized. On the screen, a symbol resembling a tower with a long serpent wrapped around it appeared. Behind the building was a six-headed star resembling the Star of David, and encasing the entire symbol was a golden circle. That symbol represents a secret financial organization known as Paradius. Rumor has it that they control a small piece of every company in the world. Then that means the leader of Doma, Darts, was the owner of this very company. Yugi deduced in shock. Suddenly, their surroundings began to darken, and the space around them distorted. Congratulations, Pharaoh! An ominous voice greeted them, and they spotted a man standing on the top of a massive black serpent. Darts, Yuna mumbled, and the man's smile widened to an eerie degree. That's right. I'm impressed that you three have lasted this far. Where is Yugi? Yugi shouted angrily. What have you done to my friend? Your friend? Darts chuckled. Well, he will become the sustenance for the great god. Soon, the great Leviathan will awaken and bring this world into a new era. Yugi, we will stop you before that ever happens. So you say. Dart's pupils swept through the three duelists with a sharp glint. Facing against the three strongest duelists indeed proved to be formidable. So why not even out the odds? With a single hand wave, the black serpent hissed and lunged at Yuna at a blinding speed. Sano, Sito shouted and sprinted towards her with all his might. But no matter how fast he ran, the monster was too fast. Kaiba, Yuna mumbled in a daze, and she realized that Sito wouldn't make it in time. She tried to move, but her body wouldn't respond to her command, and her feet remained firmly planted in the ground. Yuna stared at the serpent's gaping mouth and glanced at Sito's desperation. Kaiba. Boom. The shockwave blasted away Sito, and he rolled across the ground. When he opened his eyes, he saw the ground where Yuna stood, which was simply an empty void devoid of life. We shall meet again, Pharaoh, Darts said with a smile, and his figure disappeared as the environment around them returned to normal, except for the disappearance of a certain girl. Damn it, Mitt. Sito howled with rage, and he punched the ground. Dartz, I will kill you. Meanwhile, Yuna's POV. NN. I groaned and slowly regained consciousness. I could feel pain all over my body as I slowly sat up, finding myself in a dark room lit by torches. In front of me was a set of stairs leading to a wide altar illuminated by a sizable fiery brazier that screamed out cultist vibes. Where am I? I mumbled in a daze. So you're awake? A familiar voice answered, and I felt the hair on my arms stand on end. At the top of the stairs stood Darts. His visage was contorted with madness as he smiled gleefully. Sensing something had gone terribly wrong, I hurriedly stood up and pressed my back against the wall. Your friends won't be here to help you, Darts calmly explained and stepped down the stairs. You have always been a thorn in my side, he said coldly. So I have come to deal with you right here. Damn, I cursed and hurriedly activated my dual disc. Sweat dripped down my face as the intense bloodlust directed at me sent a chill down my spine. Enough said, I snarled warily. Are we fighting or what? Darts laughed, and his voice echoed through the chambers. To have such confidence, I look forward to what comes next. Now, it is time to show you what true fear is. Are you ready to duel? Child from another world? What? I stepped backwards in shock, and I couldn't believe what I had just heard. Are you surprised? Darts chuckled. I was, too, to think there's a whole other world out there, one that is much different from our own, and your soul may be the key for me to access it. My body trembled in fright, and I felt my legs giving out. How? I managed to muster a single word, and Darts smiled diabolically while reaching for his dual disc. Slowly, he revealed the seal of orichalcos from his dual disc and staring at the card. I could feel the aura even more ominous and disgusting than before. Every time when the seal of orichalcos is played, the two people's souls will be connected with the power of the great Leviathan. This meant our great God is always watching, listening. Our thoughts, memories, and even our deepest, darkest desires will be revealed. Should I say that it's thanks to Raphael and Alistair that I was able to take a glimpse into this other world? Darts continued. Thanks to them, I was able to find powerful dual monster spirits that have never been seen before. And with the great Leviathan, I was able to harness their power and make the impossible possible. I see now. I glared at Darts with anger. That's how they all have these insane decks that were never seen in the story. To Darts, my mind was like a massive Yugioh encyclopedia with tons of information worth diving into. Just the thought of him going through my memories made me want to vomit. Which was why I will take your soul now. With the knowledge, even the Pharaoh won't be able to stop me. I'd like to see you try. Let's duel. I snapped. Very well, he smiled calmly. I always welcome a challenge. Darts for 1000 LP. Unisano for 1000 LP. I shall begin, Darts said. I will start my turn by activating the seal of orichalcos. Immediately, the disgusting and ominous sensation washed over me, and I scowled deeply as the green seal formed beneath my feet. Next, I will pay 500 life points and summon Orichalcos Cutora from my hand, he declared, and a small creature covered in spikes appeared on the field. The monster resembled a green sea urchin. Dozens of long, thin legs protruded out of every direction of its body, and in the center was a massive red eye. Orichalcos Cutora, 500 attack. Orichalcos Cutora, 500-1000 attack. Finally, I will set 2 cards and a monster face down, ending my turn. Darts spoke mysteriously, and my mind raced, unable to grasp his strategy. What was it going to be? Is he going to stick with the Orichalcos deck, or will he pair it with something else? I squinted, deep in thought, while hesitantly drawing a card. It's my turn, I declared. I will play my spell card Destruction. We will both discard our entire hands before drawing the same number of cards we have discarded. Dumping all our cards into the graveyard, we began to draw, and I stared at Darts warily. Now, what would it be? Will you finally show me what you're hiding? However, nothing had prepared me for what came next. First, I will activate Eclipse Wyvern in my graveyard to banish Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon from my deck. Any response? Darts rubbed his chin with a slight smirk. Indeed, I will activate the effect of Shadow Beast in my graveyard to draw 1 card. Me. *T. I quietly cursed in displeasure. Out of all the decks, it just has to be Shadow. This might be one of the worst matchups for me. While my deck strategy was to flood the field with my powerful dragons, Dart's Shadow consists of setting monsters face down while having various flip and graveyard effects that can severely hinder his opponent. Let's not even talk about the number of powerful fusion monsters. Forcing myself to stay calm, I continued to play. Next, I will activate Light Pulsar Dragon's effect in my hand to banish Eclipse Wyvern and Keeper of the Shrine in my graveyard to summon it onto my field. Light Pusler Dragon, 2500 attack. With Eclipse Wyvern's ability, when it is banished, I can add a banished dragon monster back to my hand. I will choose my Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon. Now I will battle Light Pulsar Dragon. Attack that face-down monster. Light Pulsar Dragon lunged, swinging its arms and tearing a significant mark on the card while it flipped upwards. This revealed a puppet shaped like a golden gecko, and the creature squealed as its pupils shined a purple hue. You have triggered the effect of my Shadow Squamata, Darts explained with a wry smile. When this card is flipped, I can target you, Light Pulsar Dragon, and destroy it. Shaddol Squamata screeched, and the strings protruding from its body pierced the white dragon's scales, causing the two monsters to burst into black, shadowy particles. When Light Pulsar Dragon is sent to the graveyard, I summon one level 5 or higher dark monster from the grave. I will choose my Crescent Dragon. Crescent Dragon, 2,200 attack. Crescent Dragon, continue to battle. Attack Orichalco's Cutora. With my order, Crescent Dragon charged and swung its blade, cleaving the sea urchin in half. While on the field, Orichalco's Cutora can reduce any damage I've taken to 0. Additionally, once it was destroyed, I will be able to bring out my second Orichalco's monster, Orichalco's Shinoros. Rumble. The floor bursts open, and a massive green arm emerges from underground. Pulling itself up, the monster reveals its entire appearance, a gigantic golem made of purplish and green metal. The monster stands motionless like a statue, while its narrowed eyes cast an eerie glow. Orichalco's Shinoros. Defense. While Orichalco's Shinoros is on the field, it will gain attack and defense equal to the damage reduced to 0 by Orichalco's Cutora's effect. Orichalco's Shinoros. Dash, 1200 defense. Also, when Orichalco's Shinoros is summoned, I can special summon Orichalco's Dexia and Orichalco's Aristeros. Lifting its head, Orichalco's Shinoros groaned, and its arms suddenly detached from its body, acting independently from itself. Orichalco's Dexia. Defense. Orichalco's Isteros. Defense. TSK. I click my teeth. I would activate Crescent Dragon's effect to discard Archbrave Dragon in my hand and add a second of Crescent Dragon from my deck, I said with a grimace. I set one card face down and ended my turn. Then, during your end phase, Darts continued. I will activate my trap card, Resh Shaddol Incarnation, to target my Shaddol Beast and special summon the monster in a face-down defense position. Any problems? None. I growled at his teasing. Then I will draw, Darts said, and I hurriedly interrupted him. During the standby phase, Archbrave Dragon's effect has been activated, and I will summon Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand from the graveyard. ROR. A furious roar resounded behind me, and I smiled instinctively. With a loud booming sound, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand landed and flexed its majestic wings while glaring at Darts with anger. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. 2,800 attack. When Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand is summoned from the graveyard, I can target one monster on your field or graveyard and banish it. Then it could gain attack and defense equal to the monster's level multiplied by 100. With a smirk, I pointed at Darts. I choose you. Orichalco's Shinoros. Opening its jaw, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand fired a bright beam, striking the statue. Unable to endure the attack, Orichalco's Shinoros exploded, sending stone shards flying in every direction. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. 2,800-3,800 attack. Since Orichalco's Shinoros have left the field, Orichalco's Isteros and Orichalco's Dexia will be destroyed along with it, I declared, and the two limbs were also caught in the explosion. Well played, Darts commented and glanced at the new card in his hand. Let me continue. I will first play the spell card of Sanctity, and we will both draw until we have 6 cards in our hands. Next, I will activate the field spell, Orichalco's Deuteros. Whoosh! The seal of Orichalco's expanded, and I shivered as the sensation intensified. It was like someone was tightly gripping my heart, making it difficult to breathe. This sensation, can you feel it? Darts chuckled and spread his arms. The great Leviathan is watching over us. You're insane, I swore and coughed in discomfort. Soon, you'll understand. For now, you need to be obedient. He shrugged and tapped on the button on his dual disc. I will flip summon my Shaddol Beast. Shaddol Beast, 2,200 attack. Shaddol Beast, 2,200-2,700 attack. When Shadow Beast is flip summoned to draw 2 cards and then discard 1 card from my hand. Darts explained and showed me his card. I will discard my Shadow Core and, with its effect, add back the Shadow Fusion I've sent to the graveyard earlier. Now, I will activate Shadow Fusion. I will fuse Orichalco's Kitora and Shadow Hedgehog to summon the Fusion Summon, El Shadow Construct. A dark portal manifested in the air, and a slim woman arrived through the blackish hole. Her complexion was completely pale, and her movements were stiff like a doll. Her body was not that of a human, with parts wholly made out of metal and dressed similarly to a nun. Fixing its non-existent eyes towards me, El Shadow Construct tilted her head as various pink strings emerged from her back. They tethered her against the walls, lifting her off the ground. El Shadow Construct, 2,800 attack. El Shadow Construct, 2,800-3,300 attack. I will activate the effect of El Shadow Construct and Shadow Hedgehog. Dar said, El Shadow Construct allows me to send 1 Shadow monster from my deck to the graveyard, and Shadow Hedgehog allows me to add 1 Shadow monster from my deck to my hand. I will send Shadow Dragon from the deck to the graveyard and proceed to activate its effect. He spoke while pointing at my set card. When Shadow Dragon is sent to the graveyard, I can target 1 spell or trap card on the field to destroy it. Then I will activate the trap you're targeting. Wabaku, I shouted, and my face-down card revealed itself. This turn, I will take no battle damage, and my monsters can't be destroyed by battle this turn. I won't let that happen. I will activate my trap card, Wiretap, to negate your Wabaku's effect. Dart smirked. Now, I will set 1 monster face down and banish the Resh Shadow incarnation in my graveyard to flip that monster face up to reveal Shadow Squamata. Shadow Squamata, 1,800 attack. Shadow Squamata, 1,800-2,300 attack. With Shadow Squamata, I can target your Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand and destroy it. In response, I will banish the return of the Dragon Lords in the grave, and Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand won't be destroyed. Then I will battle, Darts shouted back. El Shadow Construct, attack Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Since Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand is a special summon monster, I can destroy it instead. Raising one of her limbs, strings shoot out of El Shadow Construct's fingertips, piercing Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, and my monster fell helplessly to the ground. Shadow Beast, tear that crescent dragon to shreds. Darts commanded, and the monster fearlessly lunged. Crescent Dragon was overwhelmed by the creature's sheer strength. Unisano, for 1,000 LP-3,500 LP. Shadow Squamata, attack her life points directly. Bang! I was knocked off my feet, and I was sent flying, my body crashing against the wall. GUH. I groaned in pain and collapsed on all fours. Cover my mouth. I coughed and felt the blood staining my palm. Enduring the stinging sensation along my back, I glanced at my life points, which had dropped alarmingly low. Unisano, 3,500 LP-1,200 LP. Stand up, Dart stared at me coldly. I never told you that this duel ended. Glaring at the religious lunatic, I used the wall to support myself. Don't mind me, just tripped. I spat and wiped my mouth with my sleeve. Bzzz. Suddenly, I felt a slight vibration in my back pocket, and I instinctively reached for my phone. The screen was cracked in several places due to the fall, but the message displayed on the distorted glass instantly lifted my mood. Kaiba, I'm on my way. Be careful. It looks like Raphael has failed. Darts commented thoughtfully. That was to be expected. He was always so stubborn about keeping true to his cards. That means he must have lost his soul. Aren't you even feeling remotely upset? I growled. Raphael was very loyal to you. Loyal, yes. Darts agreed. Nonetheless, he has fulfilled his purpose, and his soul will fuel the great god. This be asterisk starred. I cussed at him unhesitantly. Enough with the babbling, and keep playing. Then I shall. After the battle phase, I will activate the effect of Orichalco's Deuteros and gain 500 life points for every monster I control. Darts, 3,500 LP-5,000 LP. Finally, I will set 3 cards and end my turn. It's your move, Unisano. I bit my lips, my gazes alternating between the cards in my hand and the phone. Sighing, I quietly apologized to Kaiba in my head. It looks like this duel might be finished before then. But my eyes turned fierce, and I tightly held my cards, feeling the texture rubbing against my fingertips. That doesn't mean I won't go down without a fight. I will draw, I declared, and Darts reacted by activating one of the set cards on the field. During your draw phase, I will activate my spell card, El Shaddol Fusion. I will use Re-Es Shaddol, Windy in my hand, and Shaddol Beast on the field to summon El Shaddol Winda. Growl. Appearing out of another portal was a giant mechanical dragon coated in purple. The monster unnaturally tilted its head and eagerly snapped its jaw as its pupilless eyes zoned in on me. Standing on top of the dragon's back was a short girl built from parts. Her neon green hair shook wildly as she waved her long staff in the air. El Shaddol Winda, 2,200 attack. El Shaddol Winda, 2,200-2,700 attack. While El Shaddol Winda is on the field, we can only special summon once per turn. Darts explained with a wry smile. Now, I will also activate the effect of Re-Es Shaddol Windy and Shaddol Beast. Shaddol Beast allows me to draw 1 additional card, and Re-Es Shaddol Windy allows me to summon Shaddol Hedgehog from the deck in a face-down position. Frowning, I stared at El Shaddol Winda with annoyance. Then I will play Return of the Dragon Lords and summon back my Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2,800 attack. I will activate Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand's effect to banish El Shaddol Winda. With El Shaddol Winda gone, the restriction has also been removed. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2,800-3,300 attack. Next, I will summon Dark End Evaporation Dragon by banishing Starving Venom Fusion Dragon from my extra deck. A tall dragon with scales as black as obsidian appeared beside Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. It had sharp claws, giant bat-like wings, and horns on both sides of its head. However, the most noticeable feature was the demon's face on its chest. 1. Dark End Evaporation Dragon, 2,600 attack. When Dark End Evaporation Dragon is summoned, I can also summon Night Armed Dragon from my hand. Night Armed Dragon, 1,600 attack. Using Night Armed Dragon, I will banish that monster to summon Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon from my hand. Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon, 2,800 attack. I will activate Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon's effect to summon Arc Brave Dragon from my graveyard. Arc Brave Dragon, 2,400 attack. With Arc Brave Dragon's effect, I can banish all face-up spells or traps on the field. I shouted. That means the Orichalco's Deuteros will be removed from play. Boom! The temple rumbled as Arc Brave Dragon generated an explosion that consumed the field. Instantly, I felt the seal's power weaken, and the Orichalco's symbol on his monster's heads disappeared. Shaddol Squamata, 2,300-1,800 attack. El Shaddol Construct, 3,300-2,800 attack. However, just before I could relax, the seal of Orichalco's burst forth, and the energy intensified. What? I mumbled in shock. I thought I had destroyed it. Fool! Darts sneered. Do you genuinely believe that the seal could be destroyed that easily? The card was merely a formality, but your fate was closed as soon as this duel began. No way. Was this a shadow game all along? I questioned, and Darts confirmed my worst suspicion with a nod. Indeed, he smiled. Aren't you excited when everything is on the line? Shut up. I snapped. I won't lose here. I will not die. Darts! My shout traveled through the chambers. This battle will end. Right here, right now. Raising my hand into the air, I gathered my breath and felt my body heat up as I began to chant. Almighty protector of the sun and sky, I beg of thee, please heed my cry. Transform thyself from orb of light, and bring me victory in this fight. I beseech thee, grace our humble game. But first I shall call out thy name, winged dragon of R.A., red ice darkness metal dragon, arc brave dragon, and dark end evaporation dragon all burst into light as they slowly merge into a larger being. When the light dispersed, a gold dragon stood in the center, its size reaching the ceiling, and the monster shrieked in sheer rage. Winged dragon of R.A., 8,000 attack. Now, winged dragon of R.A., attack El Shaddai construct, and end this duel. I demanded, and the god responded to my cry. Not so fast, Dart shouted. I will reveal my quick play spell, Book of Moon, and flip my El Shaddai construct face down. Boom! Before the attack could reach her, El Shaddai construct hurriedly hid. The attack devastated where she stood, and the trace of the face-down card was utterly destroyed. When the smoke covered my vision, I anxiously gritted my teeth, knowing the result of the confrontation. However, despite the massive advantage, my instincts were screaming at me, telling my brain that something had gone terribly wrong. Suddenly, I dodged as a long figure emerged from the smoke, its humongous body calling across the walls. Muhaha! Muhaha! Dart's laughter echoed deeply as the beast revealed its proper form. A massive serpent with hideous features and green scales. Standing on top of the monster was Darts, his eyes bloodshot as he giggled with ecstasy. I truly have to congratulate you. I had not expected someone like you to summon an Egyptian god card during the duel. But you're right, it's truly over. When my El Shaddai construct is destroyed, I will pay all of my life points and bring out my strongest monster in my deck, Divine Serpent Gay. 2. Darts, 5000 LP-0 LP. Divine Serpent Gay, Infinity Attack. As long as this card is on the field, I cannot lose the duel, regardless of condition, Darts announced. During my main phase, I could send 10 cards from my deck to the graveyard and attack. This is the end, Darts shouted. I will activate my trap card, Nature's Curse. Target your Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand and Divine Serpent Gay to battle, and you cannot activate the monster effect in response to this card. No, I yelled in horror as Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand howled in pain. No matter how much I shouted, my dragon groaned, ignoring my voice. Its pupil darkened and fearlessly charged at the deadly beast. Watching everything in slow motion, I felt my heart freeze as the two monsters collided, ending the duel once and for all. Boom, boom. The explosion rocked the room, hurling me through the air with force. I felt the brutal impact as I skidded across the floor, every nerve screaming in protest. Clutching my stomach, I fought back the lunch rising in my throat. As I groaned in pain, I glanced up to see the seal of Orichalco's ominously advancing toward me, its sinister presence creeping like a hungry predator stalking its prey. Looks like it's my victory, Dart smirked and watched as the seal surrounded me. Don't feel too displeased. Your sacrifice will fuel the awakening of the great god. You, I growled through clenched teeth, defiance burning in my eyes. You won't get away with this. Who will stop me? He asked with chilling nonchalance. The Pharaoh? It's already too late. Once I've delved into your memories, there'll be no stopping me. TSK. I clicked my teeth in frustration, attempting to rise, but my legs betrayed me, buckling beneath the weight of exhaustion as the seal of Orichalco's swiftly enveloped me. Agony surged through every fiber of my being, a searing torment that threatened to consume me whole. Clenching my fists, I dug my nails into my palms, a feeble attempt to ground myself amidst the overwhelming pain. I bit down hard on my lip, stifling the urge to scream as I endured the relentless onslaught. Interesting, Darts observed curiously. Typically, it's much less painful than this. That's because I don't even have a complete soul. UB asterisk starred. I spat out the words, my glare seething with anger. Damn it, not yet. Despite my fervent defiance, Every ounce of resistance seemed futile as I felt my strength ebbing away. Helpless and immobilized, I could only watch as darts closed in on me. Refusing to meet his gaze, I fixed my eyes on the ground beneath his feet, the sound of his sneer echoing ominously in my ears. With a chilling whisper, he leaned in close, his breath hot against my ear. "Don't worry. I'll ensure that boy joins you soon enough." I froze as Dart's words seared into my consciousness, igniting a fiery rage within me. Despite the agony coursing through my veins, I summoned every ounce of strength to rise, my eyes ablaze with fury. With trembling hands, I reached out and seized his collar, my grip fueled by sheer determination. "If you hurt him," my voice quivered with exhaustion, yet laced with an unmistakable warning. With a swift motion, I was knocked back to the ground as Darts forcefully swiped my hand away, his eyes ablaze with contempt. "Keep your hands off of me." His voice dripped with disdain. My limbs were heavy and unresponsive. I could only gaze helplessly at the ground, frustration boiling within me. "Damn it," I muttered through gritted teeth, my fists clenched in futile resistance as the darkness threatened to consume me. But then, a glimmer of hope flickered as I turned my head slightly, catching sight of the winged dragon of RA lying nearby. It was as if the card was calling for my name, and my instincts were telling me to grab it as soon as possible. With nothing left to lose, I stretched out my hand for the desperate lifeline offered to me. Noticing my subtle movements, Dart's sneer twisted into a cruel grin as he deliberately stepped on my wrist, sending a shockwave of pain through my bones. With my body screaming in protest, I pressed my hand firmly onto the card, and my vision dimmed. Damn! I could barely move my body now, and the pain seemed to lessen as every nerve felt numb. I wasn't expecting much anyway, since it's only possible to defeat Darts through the power of the Pharaoh. So, an extra like me could only stall for as long as possible. "Kaiba, Yugi," I managed a wry smile. "If you guys throw now, you won't hear the end from me." With that final, half-hearted jest, my consciousness began to slip away, and I sensed my soul gradually detaching from my battered body. Third POV. As the seal of Orichalcos completed its ritual, Darts raised his hand. From within Yuna's weakened form, a small white orb emerged, hovering delicately in the air before gently settling onto his outstretched palm. Frowning, he scrutinized the soul contained within the orb. Typically, the size of a person's soul is similar to a baseball. In contrast, an elderly person's soul will be more minor due to already spending quite some time being alive, and a child's soul would be comparatively larger. However, gazing at Yuna's soul's diminutive size, Darts couldn't conceal his confusion. Why is it so small? It barely surpassed the size of a ping-pong ball, a third of the average soul's magnitude. TSK, how disappointing. Barely enough for me to wield. Just as Darts was ready to offer her soul to the great Leviathan, an overwhelming pressure surged throughout the chamber, catching him off guard. His body tensed instinctively, but before he could comprehend the situation, a powerful force sent him hurtling through the air with startling force. As Darts regained his footing, he quickly realized that Yuna's soul was no longer in his grasp. With a scowl etched deep on his features, he cast a venomous glare towards the divine golden dragon materializing before him. The winged dragon of RA let out a deafening screech, its powerful voice causing the very foundations of the building to tremble. Glaring back at Darts with unbridled contempt, the Egyptian god made its presence known. Bowing its majestic head, the winged dragon of RA emitted a soft whimper as it tenderly nudged Yuna's soul. Bathed in a radiant golden light, the divine creature enveloped her essence with its expansive wings, shielding it from harm. Then, with a graceful flourish, the magnificent beast vanished into the ether, carrying Yuna's soul with it, leaving behind a lingering sense of awe and reverence. Staring at the space, Darts opened and closed his mouth dumbfoundedly, confused about what had just happened. Closing his eyes, he tried to locate Yuna's soul with Orichalcos' power, but he was surprised when her soul disappeared without a trace. It was as if it had been erased from this world. "Ow!" Darts muttered, his voice barely a whisper, as his bewildered gaze drifted towards the winged dragon of Ara, now nestled within Yuna's hand. Boom! As the doors to the room exploded open, Dart's gaze settled calmly on the two figures emerging from the distance. His eyes sparked with intrigue as his eyes landed on the Millennium Puzzle adorning one of their necks. Slowly, a knowing smile spread across his lips, and he made a deliberate choice to push thoughts of Yuna's soul aside for now. With fresh prey entering his domain, his focus shifted entirely to the new arrivals, his mission clear: to prepare them for sacrifices to his great god. Earlier, Sito's frustration erupted into a display of raw emotion as he lashed out at the room. With a forceful punch, he struck the wall, his stoic facade cracking momentarily. Gripped by a rare surge of anger, he hurled a chair at the monitor, shattering the screen in a burst of fury. F***CK, he cursed, his voice filled with raw emotion as he vented his rage. Kaiba, calm down. Yami Yugi's firm voice cut through the chaos. We must act reasonably. The longer we delay, the greater the danger to Sano. You think I don't know that? Sito's retort was sharp, his glare piercing through the tension in the room. Without hesitation, he snatched up his phone. Noah, track Sano's last known cell phone signal now. After a tense few seconds, a map materialized on his screen, revealing Yuna's whereabouts. What is it? Yami Yugi inquired, noticing Sito's furrowed brow as he examined the picture on his phone. It displayed a map of a remote island, uninhabited by people, nestled in the Atlantic Ocean near the Bermuda Triangle. You better not be messing with me, Sito threatened, his tone sharp with suspicion, as Noah hurriedly explained he was telling the truth. Reluctantly, Sito decided to follow the boy's instructions, realizing they had no other viable options. However, as they moved towards the entrance, their path was abruptly blocked by three individuals. I'm sorry, but your charades end here, Raphael declared, his arms folded across his chest as he fixed a stern gaze on the two duelists. Raphael, Yami Yugi growled, his eyes flicking towards the two figures standing behind him. You must be Valen and... His voice trailed off as he turned his attention to the woman standing awkwardly beside them. Mai opened her mouth to speak, but before she could utter a word, a loud voice shattered the moment. Mai! All heads turned to see Joey sprinting down the street, his friends in hot pursuit. Gathering his breath, Joey fixed Mai with a piercing glare, his eyes brimming with questions. I finally found you, he panted, frustration evident in his voice. I don't understand, Mai. Why would you even team up with people like them? Hearing Joey's question, Mai cast a fleeting glance at Valen and Raphael before letting out a soft chuckle. Because I've realized that I was merely a frog in a well, she mused, a hint of wistfulness in her voice. It was only until recently that I came face to face with the real world. Joey shook his head in confusion. I don't understand. All this time, Mai exclaimed, her voice tinged with self-realization. I always thought that I was a powerful duelist, someone with above-average skills. You are my... Joey interjected firmly. You're not just some random duelist. Oh yeah. My smile turned wry. That isn't what other people think. At first, I was known as the person who reached third place in Pegasus's duelist kingdom. But do you know what people call me afterwards? Someone who wasn't eliminated in the Battle City qualifiers, but a duelist who was kicked out just because there were too many people. Mai's tone turned cold. I, who have put in so much effort, was easily surpassed by 4 random people that were never heard of. 1. It was when I won a minor tournament that I overheard others say how embarrassing it was to lose to someone like me. I finally snapped. That's why I joined Doma. With their help, I can gain strength like never before and prove to everyone that I'm not some weakling they think I am. Yami Yugi and Joey muttered with guilt, uncertain of how to respond. However, their expressions shifted from uncertainty to shock as Sito's sneer filled the air with contempt. Pathetic, he uttered, his tone dripping with venom. I was expecting something more dramatic, but it turns out to be this bland. Kaiba, Joey hissed angrily. You're out of line. Move. Sito scoffed, his glare piercing as he directed his gaze towards Mai. If you're going to join people like them for such a reason, then it's natural for you to be this weak. What the hell do you know about it, huh? She snapped back, her voice laced with rage. What don't I know? Sito shrugged dismissively. Do you think it's just you who felt this way? I was the world champion 7 months ago. Where am I now? But, unlike you, who have to grovel beneath someone else's feet, I actually used everything in my power to get back what's rightfully mine, Sito uttered coldly. So don't give me that **T. I have wasted enough time. I'm leaving, Sito declared, his tone final as he turned to walk away. Raphael moved to follow, but Sito halted abruptly, his icy gaze sweeping over everyone present. If anyone's going to stop me, he continued, his voice cutting through the tense silence, I won't settle this with a card game anymore. Then wait for us. You can't go fight darts alone, Yugioh reasoned, understanding that trying to hold Sito back might only provoke him further, driving him to charge headlong into danger. TSK. Fine, Sito spat out begrudgingly. Make it quick. Geez, that one, Joey muttered, frustration evident in his voice as he ruffled his hair. Listen up, Yug. You deal with Raphael, and I'll take on Mai and that other guy. Good luck. Yugioh nodded, his gaze sharpening with determination. The last time we met, I was foolish and arrogant. But this time I won't mess up. Let's duel. Raphael, for 1,000 LP. Yugioh, for 1,000 LP. 30 minutes later, Sito impatiently tapped the floor with his foot, his annoyance growing with each passing second. Yugioh and his friends still hadn't shown up. The urge to leave on his own intensified, but Sito resisted, knowing deep down that the Pharaoh's words held truth. It would be pointless if he blindly rushed towards darts only to get defeated himself, and he wanted to trust in Yuna's promise that she would be safe. Kaiba. Sito lifted his head as Yugioh ran towards him from a distance. Behind him were his friends, and Sito noticed Tristan carrying the unconscious Joey on his back. Without saying anything, Sito guessed what had happened by observing the Pharaoh's grimace. Looks like you're here, he spoke calmly, then opened the door of the helicopter. Let's go. As the helicopter soared through the sky, Sito glanced out of the window to see a fierce storm raging ahead of them. Entering the storm, the vehicle shook wildly, and everyone clung tightly to the railings to avoid falling over. In the silent and tense atmosphere, Sito's eyes subconsciously wandered to Joey, who was surrounded by all of his friends. Gritting his teeth, he tightly clenched the phone in his hands and stared at the message he had sent earlier. But, to his worries, he had not received a single reply. Sir, we are almost there. The pilot's voice snapped Sito out of his stupor, prompting him to move to the cockpit. In the distance, the structure of an island could be seen being struck by a massive cyclone. Get us as close as possible, even if we crash, Sito ordered firmly. We have to get onto that island. Understood. The pilot nodded, his expression grim. Hang on tight. It's going to be a bumpy ride. Bang. Sito groaned as the turbulence caused the helicopter to veer off course, and he could hear Tia shrieking in surprise as they were thrown to the ground. Damn it, move, Sito shouted, grabbing the pilot and pulling him out of his seat. With a determined grip on the cyclic stick, he used all of his strength to wrestle the aircraft back under control. The helicopter reverberated with the blaring of alarms and people's screams. Cursing under his breath, Sito felt like his arms were about to be torn off as the storm's power intensified. Sir, we're getting too low, the pilot yelled in the commotion. I know, Sito hissed. Brace for impact. Sito emerged from the wreckage, his body aching from the rough landing. He silently thanked his lucky stars that they hadn't met a fiery end. Anyone hurt? Sito's voice sliced through the tense air as he surveyed the group. The pilot shook his head. Good. You stay put and call for help. The rest of you, stick with me. Pushing through the dense foliage, they stumbled upon a looming structure, its entrance gaping wide like the mouth of a beast. The allure of what lay inside was undeniable. Is this it? Yami Yugi's voice echoed in the cavernous space, and Sito nodded, his eyes fixed on the massive Paradius logo adorning the wall. "It's a wonder no one stumbled upon this until now," Tristan remarked, eyeing the open doors warily. "Do you think it's a trap?" "There's only one way to find out," the pharaoh declared, his tone resolute as he strode towards the building, Sito shadowing his every step. Traversing through the dark hallways, the group suddenly found themselves startled as the entire building shook violently, sending tremors rippling through the corridors. "Whoa, what was that?" Tia's voice quivered in fright. "Roarrr." A deafening roar pierced the air, causing everyone to freeze in place, their bodies tense with apprehension. Then, as if in response, a second explosion rocked the structure, knocking them off their feet. As the echoes of the chaos faded away, the building returned to an eerie silence, leaving nothing but the sound of their anxious breaths filling the air. "What was that?" Tia trembled with uncertainty, while Sito and Yami Yugi's expressions darkened with concern. "That's the sound of a duel." Yami Yugi's grimace deepened. "We have to hurry." Ignoring the looming danger, everyone sprinted with all their might. As the silence enveloped them once more, Sito's heart churned with anxiety, praying fervently that they weren't too late. 5 minutes later, bang! The door leading to the last room burst open as Sito and Yami Yugi arrived, their chests heaving as they struggled to catch their breath. The building was far larger than they had anticipated, stretching several floors underground. "Darts!" The pharaoh's voice thundered across the room as he spotted the man standing in the distance, his features illuminated by the braziers placed along the room. "Your schemes end here. Welcome, Pharaoh." Dart's smile was chilling as his gaze locked onto Yami Yugi's face with unmistakable interest. "I have been expecting you. Where's Sano?" Sito's demand was punctuated by the clenching of his fists. "Where is she?" Darts chuckled dismissively at Sito's remark, as if he were facing a whining child. "Sano? Of course, she's right there." Following his finger, everyone turned their attention to the side of the room. Their bodies froze at the frightening sight. Yuna's motionless form lay sprawled on the cold floor, her dual monster cards scattered around her. "Sano no?" Tia gasped, her hand flying to cover her mouth in shock. Staring at Yuna's disheveled appearance, Sito's mind went blank, his heart pounding in his chest. He couldn't tear his gaze away from her motionless form. Moving instinctively, he rushed to her side and grasped her shoulders, his voice trembling with anxiety. "Sano, answer me. Wake up." Drip, drip. Sito's pupils quivered as he stared at Yuna's face, his breath catching in his throat as he noticed a trail of blood leaking from her lips. Slowly lifting her head, Sito's eyes widened in shock as he took in the blood splatters around them. "Why is there blood? This has to be a joke, right?" But despite his desperate questioning, there was no response. Trembling, Sito reached for Yuna's wrist, his shoulders sagging with relief when he felt a faint pulse beneath his touch. "Kaiba," Yami Yugi called out, his gaze flickering between Sito and Yuna anxiously. "Is she all right?" "She's alive," Sito responded grimly, his voice tinged with worry. "But she won't wake up?" "Then her soul." Yami Yugi's fists clenched, unable to finish. "To think Sano will lose as well." "TSK." Sito clicked his teeth in frustration, his chest heaving with suppressed rage. Slowly turning his head, he fixed a piercing glare on the man behind all this. "Darts." Watching from a distance, Darts finally chuckled and descended from the tall stairs. "I assume you have finished the act? What did you do to her?" Sito snarled, his anger palpable as he confronted Darts. "I merely followed the will of my god and defeated her," Darts explained, his tone indifferent. "It was merely her incompetence that led to these results." "How dare you!" Sito roared furiously, but Yami Yugi quickly halted his outburst before he could act on his anger. "Kaiba, you must calm down. We can't beat him if you don't get yourself together this instant." "Shut up." Sito snapped back with venom, his eyes blazing with fury. "I will kill him." Thud. Suddenly, Yami Yugi's fist connected with Sito's face, causing him to stumble back in disbelief. Rubbing his sore hand, Yugioh spoke with a hint of regret in his voice. I'm sorry, but this is the only way to get your act together. The only way to save Sano and Joey was to defeat that man right there, but we can't do it alone. TSK. Sito clicked his teeth in frustration, his glare waning as he looked at Yugioh. He sighed and nodded in understanding. Turning back to Yuna, he quietly knelt beside her and took her deck from her dual disc. Let me borrow this. I promise I will save you. To the surprise of Yugioh and his friends, Sito's usually stoic expression softened as he gently stroked Yuna's head. His perpetual scowl transformed into a small smile as he carefully held her in his arms. If Joey were awake right now, he would be questioning whether his eyes were working correctly. Gathering the rest of the cards scattered on the floor, Sito began to merge them with his own. After a few minutes, he finally stood up, his expression determined as he approached Yugioh with a cold demeanor. Don't get in my way. I will defeat darts, with or without you. Yugioh smiled confidently. That makes two of us. Kaiba, get ready. Yes. Sito nodded firmly, and the two shouted in unison. Where am I? As I slowly regained consciousness, my initial instinct was to grasp at anything within reach. Amidst the enveloping darkness, I felt disoriented, unable to discern even a glimmer of light. With a tentative stretch of my arm, I sought desperately for any semblance of solidity in this abyss of blackness. However, no matter how much I tried, my body seemed to ignore my command, and I could only helplessly float like an idiot. I was a soul now. There were no arms to reach out, no eyes to see. Was this the reason for the all-encompassing darkness? Amidst my lament for my newfound lack of functionalities, a shiver ran down my incorporeal form as I sensed a presence looming in the shadows. Ho-oh, you woke up faster than I thought, boomed a deep voice, tinged with curiosity. Wait, how was I supposed to hear right now? No way. Did I finally go insane? I refuse to be one of those crazies. Although your mentality was already abnormal, it didn't seem to deteriorate. The voice answered my thought, and I couldn't help but feel a sting of insult. Oh, that's right. You're still just a soul. Let me fix that for you. Thud. In an instant, my world exploded with light, and sensation flooded back into my being. With a dazed blink, I ran my hands over my body. I breathed a sigh of relief as I found every limb intact and my clothes still clinging to me. As my heart rate slowed to a steady rhythm, I took a moment to survey my surroundings. Perched atop a sprawling hill, a sea of verdant grass stretched out before me. A table and parasol stood nearby, offering respite from the sun's relentless rays, casting a cool shadow over my face. Forgetting my soul stolen from an evil god, this is surprisingly peaceful. But who was the man talking to me in the first place? I muttered in bewilderment. Ahem. I heard the unmistakable sound of a throat being cleared, causing me to startle in surprise. Slowly turning my head, I realized I wasn't alone. Seated beside me was a man with light brown skin, his silver locks contrasting sharply with his eyes, a deep crimson reminiscent of freshly spilled blood. His attire consisted of simple loose pants with golden embroidery and no shirt, leaving his upper body exposed, and I thought his muscular chest was inexplicably shiny. Who are you? I inquired cautiously, unable to resist a furtive glance at his impressive muscles. Are you somehow connected to the Leviathan? Don't associate me with that pest, the man retorted with a tone of disdain. I'm disappointed. I thought you would remember. To think that you would forget as soon as you're done using me. Gradually digesting his words, I carefully observe his figure, and his subtle features strangle matches a monster I know. 10,000 Dragon. I uttered, the name rolling off my tongue with a mixture of disbelief and realization. The man's smile widened at my response, and I couldn't help but gasp in astonishment. But how are you here? Do you not remember? 10,000 Dragon exclaimed, face palming with exasperation. Seems like your memory truly has failed you. That, I slapped the table with a flustered expression. I've been through a lot, okay? It's not every day you will get your soul taken by an evil god hell-bent on destroying the world. As I finished my outburst, a cold shiver ran down my spine when I remembered who it was that I was talking to, and I nervously glanced at 10,000 Dragon. His quiet gaze bore into my shrunken figure, each passing second feeling like an eternity. Then, just as the tension reached its peak, he finally smirked. You're bold. I like it, he chuckled, leaning on his fist. But I won't overlook your disrespectfulness next time. Huh. I laughed nervously, rubbing my palms together like a suspicious advisor. Thank you for your generosity, 10,000 Dragon Sama. This girl gets to live another day. Enough of that, the man sighed tiredly. Just answer me. Do you remember what happened? I massaged my head, finally opening my eyes. Before I lost consciousness, I grabbed the winged dragon of RA. Correct. And it was that child who brought you here, 10,000 Dragon spoke calmly. You were lucky. This was only possible since remnants of my energy still lingered in your body. This is also why dragons were so attached to you, he explained. That explains a lot, I thought, feeling a tinge of disappointment. And here I am thinking I was special. Sighing dejectedly, I sank back into my chair as 10,000 Dragon suddenly summoned 2 cups of hot tea onto the table. Taking small sips from my cup, I stared at the ground, lost in thought. What will happen to me now? Nothing much. If I send you away, that insect will try to consume you again, so you just have to stay here for the time being, the god shrugged indifferently. Then, by now, Yami Yugi and Kaiba should be dueling darts. I muttered. Is it possible for me to watch? Oh ho, worried are you? 10,000 Dragon teased, waving his hand dismissively. A vast mirror materialized above the table, and footage began to play through the glass. I immediately recognized the environment of Dart's chambers, witnessing Kaiba and Yami Yugi facing off against Darts. With just a glance, I could tell the situation was dire. Come on, you guys. Don't fail me now. Meanwhile, third POV. The duel unfolded in a manner neither Sito nor Yami Yugi had anticipated. The introduction of the Shadow monsters left them in a precarious position, besieged by the relentless onslaught of Dart's creatures. Additionally, they were currently facing another problem that added to Sito's frustration. He glanced at the anxious Pharaoh before turning his attention to the 4 Mirror Knight tokens standing uniformly on the field. Typically, these weak tokens wouldn't have been a bother except for the familiar faces etched onto them. Joey Wheeler, Yugi Muto, Alistair, and Pegasus, souls of the defeated, were being used to fight against them, and Sito felt nothing but contempt at this cowardly behavior. Enough messing around, he snarled. Let's just destroy them and get this over with. No, Yami Yugi shouted. They're our friends. What will happen to their souls if we attack carelessly? Sito clicked his teeth in annoyance. Though annoyed by Yami Yugi's fervent denials, he couldn't help but feel relieved that Yuno wasn't among those tokens. This small insight gave him hope. Hope that her soul wasn't in Dart's grasp. Now, I will battle. El Shaddal Construct. Attack the Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Darts laughed. With its effect, when El Shaddal Construct battles, it will be able to destroy the special summoned monster you control. Thin, fine threads shot out of El Shaddal Construct's body and impaled Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon's body, causing the dragon to fall to the ground in pain. Now, Mirror Knights attack his life points directly. The 4 knights darted towards Sito's side, aiming their rapiers at his chest. Damn, Kaiba! Yami Yugi shouted frantically, worried about the upcoming attack. TSK. I know, Sito snarled in anger, and his gaze fixated on the face-down card inserted in his dual disc. As the attack bore down on him, memories flooded his mind, recalling the time when Yuna had gifted him a card he would now use to save himself. I will activate my trap card, True Light, Sito announced, and from the ground, a massive stone tablet rose into position. The tablet emanated a beautiful blue light, gradually forming the familiar pattern of a monster Sito knew all too well, Blue Eyes White Dragon. While True Light is on the field, I will activate its first ability and summon a Blue Eyes White Dragon from my graveyard. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 2,500 defense. When a Mirror Knight token battles, it can gain attacks equal to the attack of the monster it was battling, so your Blue Eyes White Dragon will still be destroyed. Mirror Knight token, 500-3,500 attack. Bam! As one of the Mirror Knights slashed down the defending dragon, the remaining 3 knights lunged at Yugioh with deadly precision. He groaned as the 3 virtual blades pierced his body, gritting his teeth against the realistic sensation of being stabbed, despite it all being a game. Clutching at his non-existent wounds, Yugioh glanced at his life points, which had just been nearly halved from that devastating attack. Yugioh Kaiba, 4,000 LP-2,500 LP. GUH. Yugioh groaned and stared at his life points with a frown. This be asterisk starred. I will end my turn here. Dart smirked and glanced at Yami Yugi. It's your move, child. I was expecting more, but I'm thoroughly disappointed. TSK. Yami Yugi clicked his teeth and glanced at Yugioh with concern. Gradually, the thought of Yuna losing became more believable as he never imagined darts to be this strong. Unsure of what to do, he couldn't bear to attack the Mirror Knight tokens holding the souls of his friends, and he felt his determination wavering. Friend. Suddenly, one of the Mirror Knight tokens containing Yugi's soul spoke up. We will be all right. Just attack. Yami Yugi's expression stiffened, but he finally relented under Yugi's intense urging. Then I will draw, he stated and quietly stared at his hand. Kaiba, I have a plan, but I need your help. Don't waste my time, and just tell me what you want, Yugioh growled with frustration. Then get a dragon onto the field. Are you able to do that? The pharaoh questioned, causing Yugioh to snort sarcastically. Who are you taking me as? He sneered. I will activate the effect of True Light and bring back my Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon from the dead. Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon, 3,000 attack. Yami Yugi. In response, I will use polymerization. I will use the Dark Magician and Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon as materials to fusion summon Red Eyes Dark Dragoon. Whoosh. As the Dark Magician and Blue Eyes Alternative White Dragon combined, the 2 monsters underwent a remarkable transformation, merging into a being unlike any seen before. Standing tall, it was a mage adorned in intricately designed gold and black armor. The armor itself bore the likeness of a fierce dragon, its jaw forming a menacing hood while sharp spikes protruded from various parts of the suit. Behind the spellcaster stretched a pair of majestic wings, and a long, sinuous tail trailed behind, seeming to move of its own accord. Clutched in a monster's hand was a slender spear emanating an aura of indomitable power. Red Eyes Dark Dragoon, 3,000 attack. Now, during my main phase, I can use Red Eyes Dark Dragoon's ability to target your Shadow construct and destroy it. Then, you will take damage equal to that monster's attack. The mage opened his eyes and glared at the doll with contempt. Pointing his spear, robust red magic bursts forth and shreds Shadow construct into pieces. Darts, for 1,000 LP-1200 LP1. I will activate my trap card, Mate or Curse, when one of my monsters is destroyed. I can force 2 of our monsters to battle. I will choose your Red Eyes Dark Dragoon and Mirror Knight of Yugi Muto. Then, I will activate Red Eyes Dark Dragoon's second effect to discard 1 card and negate Mate or Curse's effect. Yami Yugi smirked. Then when Red Eyes Dark Dragoon negates a card effect, it will gain an additional 1,000 attacks. Red Eyes Dark Dragoon, 3,000-4,000 attack. Finally, I will set 2 cards and end my turn. He spoke as Darts clicked his teeth. You have underestimated us. Now, get ready. You will pay for your sins. Meanwhile, Yuna's POV. Yes, Pharaoh, that was a good move. I cheered with a fist pump as Yami Yugi Fusion summoned Red Eyes Dark Dragoon onto the field, instantly changing the tide of the duel to their favor. As the battle continued, I couldn't help but fidget nervously in my seat. Ah, Kaiba, you should have summoned the Crescent Dragon. You already have two in your hands. Why are you keeping the Chaos Dragon Levianeer? Just banish something in your graveyard and summon it. Return of the Dragon Lord in your graveyard. Use it, or else the Red Ice Darkness Metal Dragon will be destroyed again. Slapping the table in frustration, I uncontrollably nitpicked his every move, even though I felt that I may have been a little bit too excessive. 10,000 Dragon hummed. Despite lasting much longer against that man, you're still questioning his choices? I couldn't help but be worried, okay? I mumbled with embarrassment. Well, Kaiba lost in the original too, yet you're not concerned for the health of the pharaoh. He retorted, and I averted my gaze in guilt. Well, it is the pharaoh we're talking about. He will probably do fine on his own. That's so, the god asked, tapping the table with interest. I guess it is true that humans tend to demonstrate more care and attention towards their mates. Mate? I exclaimed. What in the world do you mean by that? Mates, girlfriend or boyfriend, husband or wife, lovers. 10,000 Dragon continued without batting an eye. You humans like to give it so many terms, but it all means the same thing. They're not, I argued with a blush. Also, Kaiba and I aren't like that. We're just friends. That's what they all say, the dragon smirked. Fine, let's look at it this way. Suddenly, standing up, 10,000 Dragon wrapped his arm around my waist, and our distance shortened. As I rested against his chest, I frowned and stared at him strangely, confused by his action. What's with that look? You're not even the slightest embarrassed. He teased. I'm annoyed, I answered honestly. To think the great dragon god is a sexual harasser. The tongue on this one, he said with a chuckle. Then how about this? Feeling a strange sensation, I cautiously looked up, immediately holding my breath in shock. The face of 10,000 Dragon's human form had completely vanished, replaced by one I knew all too well. Smiling, he leaned closer, and I felt my face flush so intensely it could have boiled water. WH, why do you look like that? I yelled, and 10,000 Dragon smiled mischievously while rubbing his chin. Also, put on a shirt. Is there a problem? I wasn't wearing one before. I thought I looked pretty handsome, if I say so myself. The god chuckled and pulled me closer. Don't you feel the same? Stop, I screamed and covered my eyes. Stop using Kaiba's face. What if I say no? He smirked and flashed Kaiba's signature crooked smile. Moving closer to my ear, Kaiba's quiet voice instantly made my body tingle. Is my appearance bothering you, Yuna? Finally, unable to bear it any longer, I pushed 10,000 Dragon away, and he changed back to his original appearance. You should have seen the reaction on your face. He laughed, and I stared at the ground in shame. Truly, the human my sister brought is quite interesting. I grasped my chest and tried to stay calm, but my flushed expression betrayed me. This guy, I glared at the laughing dragon with displeasure. Getting my soul taken by the Leviathan might not be so bad after all. I groaned and rested my face on the cold table. Glaring at the laughing dragon, I sighed helplessly as all the insults I had prepared stuck in my throat. No matter how annoyed I was, I didn't want to die. You spoke of a sister earlier. Who is it? I asked carefully, gauging his reaction. Settling back in his seat, 10,000 Dragon smirked. Who else do you think? The creator of light, the god among gods, the one who looked after humans. I closed my mouth at his preposterous answer and stared at him with doubt. Then, may I ask what 10,000 Dragon Sama is the god of? Well, if you have to know, I'm the god of spirits, he spoke with evident pride. Every dual monster spirit you have seen was all created by me. Do you know how hard it was to create each of those troublesome creatures meticulously? Wow, so cool. I clapped half-heartedly, and his nose twitched at the praise. As the conversation finally drew to a close, my eyes subconsciously wandered to the floating mirror. Kaiba, Pharaoh, have they won yet? I mumbled, and unable to resist my growing curiosity, I peered in and resumed watching the duel. Third POV. Now I will battle. Red Ice Dark Dragoon. Defeat that last Mirror Knight token. Yami-Yugi shouted. The mage pointed his staff, firing a bolt of red lightning across the field. Staring at the last Mirror Knight token containing Yugi's soul, the pharaoh's face contorted into a complex expression. His eyes couldn't pry away from his friend's reassuring smile as Yugi muttered slowly. Be careful. The hard part is not over yet. BLM. The explosion roared as the Mirror Knight finally vanished. Yami-Yugi clenched his teeth in barely restrained fury. The adversary they faced now was even more menacing than Merrick, and his unforgivable deeds only fueled Yami-Yugi's resolve. I will set 2 cards and end my turn. Yami-Yugi declared confidently, and Dart scowled. You truly have made this difficult, Pharaoh, Dart said, glaring at Red Ice Dark Dragoon with contempt. The card you got from that girl is quite troublesome, but I've spent enough time messing around. I will start with Pot of Greed, he shouted. This will allow me to draw 2 cards from my deck. Then I will respond with Red Ice Dark Dragoon's effect and negate your spell card. Yami-Yugi retorted. Additionally, Red Ice Dark Dragoon will gain an additional 1,000 attack points. Red Eyes Dark Dragoon, 5,000-6,000 attack. Foolish Pharaoh, Darts mocked with an ominous smile. You should have saved Dragoon's power for something far more important. For something like this. I will play Shadow Fusion. Shadow Fusion allows me to fuse 2 monsters from my hand or field. However, when my opponent controls a monster summoned from the extra deck, I will be able to use monsters from the deck as materials as well. Cedo/Yami-Yugi. I will send Shadow Wendy and Q80 Shadow KOs from my deck to the grave. With these 2 cards, I will fusion summon my El Shadow Construct. Shadow Construct, 2,800 attack. El Shadow Construct, 2,800-3,300 attack. Next, I will activate the effects of Shadow Wendy and Q80 Shadow KOs. Darts declared, causing Cedo and Yami-Yugi to frown nervously as they tried to keep up with the multitude of effects unfolding simultaneously. Q80 Shadow KOs allows me to send the Shadow Beast from my hand to the graveyard. Darts explained, his voice ringing with confidence. And for the rest of this turn, all monsters I control will gain attack and defense equal to Shadow Beast level. 1. El Shadow Construct, 3,300-3,600 attack. Then, with Shadow Wendy, I will be able to special summon Shadow Dragon from my deck in a face-down defense position. Finally, with the Shadow Beast, I am able to draw 1 card. Now that's settled, I will normal summon Orichalcos Cutora. Orichalcos Cutora, 500 attack. Orichalcos Cutora, 500-1,300 attack. I will battle. Orichalcos Cutora will attack Red Eyes Dark Dragoon. Darts demanded, and the small sea urchin charged fearlessly into battle. TSK, don't you know Orichalcos Cutora is much weaker? Cedo remarked with a sneer. Has your eyes begun to deceive you, old man? Yet your wisdom still couldn't match mine. Darts smirked as Orichalcos crashed into Red Ice Dark Dragoon and exploded into a green mist. While Orichalcos Cutora is on the field, any damage taken will be rendered 0. Darts explained with a confident smile. Then, when Orichalcos Cutora is destroyed, I can reveal its true form. I will summon Orichalcos Shinoros. Rumble, rumble. Cedo and Yami-Yugi gritted their teeth as they stared at the massive jade statue standing before them. The statue's eyes shimmered, and its 2 arms detached, creating 3 separate monsters on the field. Orichalcos Shinoros, 4,300 attack. Orichalcos Aristeros, 0 attack. Orichalcos Dexia, 0 attack. Orichalcos Shinoros, 4,300 attack - 5,100. Orichalcos Aristeros, 0 attack - 800 attack. Orichalcos Dexia, 0 attack - 800 attack. Orichalcos Aristeros, attack Red Ice Dark Dragoon. Darts yelled when Orichalcos Aristeros and Orichalcos Dexia battle. It will gain an attack equal to the targeted monster plus 300. Orichalcos Aristeros. 800-7100 attack. Bang! Orichalcos Aristeros shot through the monster's chest like a missile, and Red Ice Dark Dragoon clutched its wounds in pain. Unable to endure the injury, it vanished into the darkness. Yami Yugi, 4000 LP-2900 LP. El Shaddal Construct. Destroy his Dark Magician. Darts shouted, and Yami Yugi's trusted mage also fell helplessly to his attack. Now, Orichalcos Shinoros, finish him off. Attack his life points directly. Darts laughed, and the statue rushed towards Yami Yugi at unprecedented speed. It's over now, Pharaoh. Nobody can stop me. TSK. Yami Yugi gritted his teeth. Not so fast. I will. I activate my trap card, attack guidance armor, and I'll equip it to my Blue Eyes White Dragon. Sito's voice cut through the tense atmosphere. Orichalcos Shinoros, interrupted in its deadly trajectory towards Yami Yugi, swiftly altered its course. With a sinister gleam in its eyes, it reattached one of its limbs and seized Blue Eyes White Dragon by the neck, hurtling it to the ground. Before the dragon could regain its footing, Orichalcos Shinoros struck with merciless force, snuffing out Blue Eyes White Dragon's life with a thunderous blow. Sito Kaiba, 2500 LP-400 LP. Ku! Sito groaned, his body falling to one knee, his breath rattled by the immense damage he'd endured. Kaiba, Yami Yugi muttered, concern lacing his voice. You shouldn't have interfered. I would have been fine on my own. Shut up. Sito glared at him with contempt. Do you think I wanted to do this? Yami Yugi. Then why? Because Sano said so. Sito growled, his anger and envy palpable. She said you have the power to end this mess. And didn't that be Astra's starred Pegasus give you a card as well? Or have you forgotten? Kaiba. Yami Yugi muttered, clearly touched by his words, which only deepened Sito's scowl, filled with annoyance. What's with that look on your face? Just because we're teaming up doesn't mean we're friends. Let me tell you right here, I still hate you, and I don't trust you. I trust Sano, so save up your strength. I'll give you time. Sito cursed under his breath, the bright light of the dual disc blinking flashily, irritating his eye. Even now, he was starting to feel regret over taking the hit for the Pharaoh. He wondered if he could duel darts alone. However, as Sito glanced at Yami Yugi, he wavered. Despite his intense distaste for the Pharaoh's righteous and naive personality, he still begrudgingly listened. For her. Come on, geezer, he mocked at Darts, who watched the interaction with interest. Play your cards. We don't have all day. Then, in that case, after Orichalcos Shinoros has attacked, it will lose attacks equal to Blue Eyes White Dragon's defense. Orichalcos Shinoros, 5100-2100 attack. When Blue Eyes White Dragon is destroyed, I'm able to summon Keeper of a Shrine from the graveyard, Sito explained, attempting to fortify his defense. Keeper of a Shrine, 2100 defense. Fine. Then I will use Orichalcos Deuteros and attack the Pharaoh's life points directly. Yami Yugi, 2900 LP-2100 LP. Finally, I will activate the effect of Orichalcos Deuteros and gain 500 life points for each monster I control, and I will set 2 cards. That concludes my turn. Darts, 1200 LP-3700 LP. Staring at Sito, Dart's smile widened into a taunting grin. What now, boy? Ready to show me how it's done? Kaiba, your life points are low. Just step back and focus on protecting yourself. Yami Yugi urged, his voice tinged with concern. You've done enough. Step back. Sito clenched his fists in anger. What gives you the right to tell me to step back? I'm not someone who needs your protection. Silently, he gauged his hand and the cards placed across the field. Gears turned frantically in his head as he considered all the different approaches. In the end, it's all about life points. Sito frowned. First, I will set 3 cards face down and then activate Card of Demise. This spell allows me to draw until I have 5 cards, but during my 5th standby phase, I must discard my entire hand. Next, I will activate Emergency Provision. By sending 2 face-down cards I control, I can gain 2,000 life points. Seto Kaiba, 400 LP-2400 LP. Then, I will activate Monster Reborn to revive a monster from any of our graveyards. I will choose the Black Luster Soldier. Black Luster Soldier, 3,000 attack. Finally, I will activate my set card, Ultimate Fusion. Seto's voice echoed with determination, and energy burst forth all around him, causing Yugioh's eyes to widen in surprise. This card allows me to fusion summon a monster that explicitly requests a Blue Eyes White Dragon or Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon as material by shuffling monsters from my hand, field, or graveyard back into the deck. 2 portals suddenly emerged in the air, one beneath Black Luster Soldier and the other beside Seto. A deafening roar resounded from one of the portals as Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon emerged onto the field. Using Black Luster Soldier and Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon as materials, I will summon Dragon Master Nai. Suddenly, Seto's grip tightened on his chest, a surge of intense sensation coursing through his body. Agonized groans escaped his lips as he fought against an unseen force, his words trapped in his throat as if shackled by invisible chains. Got to hold it together, he hissed at himself, struggling to suppress the unbearable pain pounding against his head. Turning his head, Seto noticed the 2 blue portals starting to flicker and crack. "No," he shouted, but his voice was drowned out by the powerful energy that was wreaking havoc on his body. "What's happening?" Seto muttered, his voice barely audible amidst the chaos. He could sense the subtle changes in his body, and he realized that the card was fighting against him. As his vision dimmed, he felt himself being pulled into an abyss. When he finally opened his eyes, Seto found himself engulfed in darkness, surrounded by an eerie void that seemed to swallow everything in its path. Giggle. Seto lifted his head at the sound, his senses heightened with caution. Slowly rising to his feet, he fixed his gaze on the back of a woman with long white hair. "Who are you?" Seto demanded, his voice tinged with suspicion. The woman slightly tilted her head, revealing a faint smile. "Why don't you tell me?" the woman replied, her tone enigmatic. Seto clicked his teeth in irritation at her nonchalant attitude. "Stop messing around. Where's this place? What am I doing here?" Seto demanded, his agitation evident in his tone. "Answer me this instance." "You're trying to wield a power that you don't deserve," the woman replied cryptically, her voice carrying a hint of warning. "Which is why you're here now. Who do you think you are, telling me that I don't deserve it?" Seto clenched his fists, his anger boiling. "I don't have to prove anything to you." "Indeed." The woman nodded, her demeanor unfazed. "But it's not me that you're going to convince." Whoosh! A strange force knocked him backward, and Seto rolled across the floor. Catching himself, he skillfully stood back up, glaring warily at where the woman had been. However, her figure had vanished, and in her place stood a massive dragon with beautiful white scales. The dragon's gentle blue eyes scanned Seto meticulously, and its head lowered in a posture of calmness. It neither moved nor uttered a sound, presenting unexpected tranquility. As Seto's breathing returned to normal, he cautiously advanced towards the docile creature, his steps marked by a mixture of confusion and disbelief. The memory of the enigmatic woman faded rapidly from his mind, replaced by the overwhelming presence of the majestic dragon before him. "Why did you finally show up now?" Seto asked calmly, approaching the Blue Eyes White Dragon with conviction. "The number of victories we've shared is too great to count." His scowl deepened as he continued. "Yet right now, you didn't answer my call when I needed you the most." Hearing his statement, Blue Eyes White Dragon snarled and snapped its teeth at him. Though it spoke no words, its thoughts echoed clearly in Seto's mind. "Did you really believe that winning was the only thing I cared about?" Seto growled, his voice thick with disappointment. To his disbelief, the dragon slowly nodded, its eyes reflecting a deep understanding of Seto's obsession with victory. Suddenly, Sito found himself drawn into a whirlwind of scenes, each revealing a different facet of his past. He witnessed his relentless pursuit of power, the battles fought, and the sacrifices made along the way. With each memory, the dragon's silent narrative painted a vivid portrait of his journey to become the greatest duelist. As the final memory came to an end, Sito took a deep breath, the weight of his past experiences pressing upon him. In the silence that followed, he found himself lost in contemplation, grappling with the revelations unearthed by the dragon's memories. I do not regret what I have done, and I won't regret anything I will do in the future. Sito spoke honestly, his words tinged with conviction. But, he uttered coldly, his gaze unwavering, "You seem to have mistaken my reliance on your power. If you're not going to help me, then make sure to stay out of my way. My friend's life depends on this duel, so I don't need another obstacle." Without remorse, Sito turned his back to Blue Eye's white dragon for the first time in his life, his resolve unwavering as he walked deeper into the darkness, intent on finding a way out on his own. With each step, he distanced himself from the memories and revelations that had unfolded. After walking for what felt like an eternity, Sito finally came to a stop as light slowly filled his surroundings. Feeling the presence following him, Sito paused, his senses alert as Blue Eye's white dragon gently nudged its head against his shoulder. Despite his resolve to walk alone, he couldn't ignore the bond that had formed between them. As their eyes met, Sito sensed a shift in the dragon's demeanor. It seemed to understand his newfound determination, his desire to gain strength not for himself, but for someone else. For the first time, Sito felt a glimmer of understanding, a connection forged not just through battles won, but through shared trials and unspoken bonds. With a silent nod, he acknowledged the dragon's presence, a silent promise of mutual support in the trials ahead. "Good. I'm glad we reached a consensus. Now, show me the exit, and let's finish the battle once and for all." Whoosh. Back in Dart's chamber, Sito's eyes snapped open, a surge of renewed energy coursing through him. With determination etched in his features, he rose to his feet, feeling the indescribable power flowing smoothly through his body. The once crackling portals had now become serene, a testament to his newfound strength. He realized he had been foolish as the knowledge of Blue Eye's white dragon flooded his mind. Why had he summoned something so seemingly weak when another creature lay dormant, waiting for him? "I will summon," he yelled, and the entire room trembled under the immense pressure. Despite being underground, the wind blew fiercely around him. Using Black Luster Soldier and 3 of my Blue Eye's white dragons as material, I call upon 2 beings that rule over light and darkness. The mythical warrior of chaos that wields magic like no other. The celestial dragon, the strongest of them all. Follow my command and bring victory to this duel. I summon Dragon Magia. Master. 2. The 2 portals combined into one as the cries of both monsters echoed through the chamber. After a tense few seconds, a massive 3-headed dragon emerged from within. Compared to the Blue Eye's ultimate dragon from before, this new creature's scales had merged into plates of armor, and its claws and spikes had become sharper. On each of its heads, there lay a red marking, symbolizing the pattern of chaos. Standing atop the dragon was a man wearing a black suit, his long black hair flowing behind him. He wore a helmet with 2 horns protruding from both sides, and in his hand, he held a massive, sleek red staff that seemed to contain immense power. Dragon Magia Master, 5,000 attack. While using Ultimate Fusion, I can destroy cards equal to the number of Blue Eye's White Dragon or Blue Eye's Ultimate Dragon I used as material. That means I can destroy up to 3 cards. With confidence, Sito eagerly pointed at darts. I will choose Orichalco's Shinoros, El Shaddai Construct, and the face-down monster on the field. I won't allow this. I will activate my trap, Safe Zone, and target Orichalco's Shinoros. That means that while the card is on the field, Orichalco's Shinoros cannot be destroyed by card effects. However, to Dart's shock, Before the effect could resolve, the trap card explodes into thousands of tiny pieces, leaving him dumbstruck. I will use the effect of Dragon Magia Master. Sito's deep voice traveled loudly in the room. Once per turn, when my opponent activates a card effect, I can negate the activation and destroy it. Additionally, Dragon Magia Master can activate the effect for each card type used, that be monsters, spells, or traps. Now, Ultimate Fusion, bring his field to oblivion. Sito shouts as the monsters on the field are suddenly consumed by the massive blue portal, never to return. With Orichalco's Shinoros gone, that means Orichalco's Dexia and Orichalco's Asterios will leave the field too. Then I will activate the effect of Shadow Dragon that was destroyed and sent to the graveyard, targeting True Light and destroying it. Darts yelled frantically, causing Sito to smirk. That won't be possible. Dragon Magia Master's effect will activate to negate your Shadow Dragon. Now, your field is truly empty. Dragon Magia Master, attack him directly. Bio-Aluminum. Smoke filled the field as the dragon unleashed a white beam from each of its 3 heads. When their vision cleared, Darts was seen standing, sweat forming all over his face as if he had just stared death in the eye. With Wabaku, I won't take any battle damage until the end of this turn. Slowly, Dart's shoulders trembled, and he burst into a fit of laughter. Just like that, girl, you have pushed me over the edge. His smile widened, but his eyes turned bloodshot as an ominous aura emanated from his body, sending shivers down the spines of Sito and Yami-Yugi. Congratulations, you now have my attention. It would be wise for you not to lose it. 10 minutes later, the ferocity of the duel intensified tenfold as Darts unleashed everything without hesitation. Under extreme pressure, Sito and Yami-Yugi fought passionately, their life points hanging by a thread. With each move, they drove Darts into a corner, their relentless onslaught slowly wearing down his defenses. Finally, with his last reserves of strength, Darts found himself on his last leg, his once imposing facade crumbling under the relentless assault of Sito and Yami-Yugi. When he finally ran out of options, Darts roared in anger and unleashed his last trump card, revealing Divine Serpent Gay, the card that defeats Yuna. There's nothing you can do. Darts cackled. My Divine Serpent Gay is unstoppable. Kaiba, Yami-Yugi shouted. Follow my lead. I will activate exchange. Yami-Yugi, I will give you my mirror force. Sito, here, take this Fong of Critias. The two duelists threw their cards at each other, a symphony of determination and strategy echoing through the air. Yami-Yugi skillfully caught the card before immediately activating another. With this, all conditions have been met, he declared, his voice ringing with confidence. I will use my Legend of Heart to pay 1,000 life points and tribute my obnoxious Celtic Guardian to remove Fong of Critias, Claw of Hermos, and Eye of Timaeus from the game to summon the 3 legendary warriors that guard Atlantis. Legendary Knight Timaeus. Legendary Knight Critias. Legendary Knight Hermos. I call upon you. Legendary Knight Timaeus. 2,800 attack. Legendary Knight Critias. 2,800 attack. Legendary Knight Hermos. 2,800 attack. With the 3 legendary knights, their powers will be combined into one and summon Timaeus, the Knight of Destiny. 3. Raising their swords simultaneously, light burst out of the tip of the blade as they gradually merged, transforming into a tall knight covered in golden armor with a cape spanning into 3 separate colors. Timaeus, the Knight of Destiny. Attack. Timaeus, the Knight of Destiny. Attack Divine Serpent Gay. The Pharaoh ordered, and the knight fearlessly charged towards the humongous snake. My Divine Serpent Gay has an infinite attack. Timaeus, the Knight of Destiny, will be destroyed. Darts shouted in confusion, but Yami-Yugi merely smiled. Unbeknownst to you, Timaeus, the Knight of Destiny have a remarkable effect. When it attacks a monster, this card will gain an attack equal to the strongest monster on the field, which is your Divine Serpent Gay. Timaeus, the Knight of Destiny. Attack dash infinity attack. Darts. This is the end. All the people you have harmed and the souls you have captured will be liberated today. Yami Yugi spoke with conviction. Timaeus, destroy that monster once and for all. No. Darts screamed as Timaeus swung its blade, and the duel reached its conclusion. They won. I whispered, feeling the relief washing over me. The final turns of the duel had been far more intense than they should have been, leaving me trembling helplessly in my seat. Watching Kaiba through the magical mirror, I cover my mouth in awe as he summoned Dragon Magia Master onto the field. That single move was the turning point, completely changing the course of the duel. Dragon Magia Master. I never even gave him that card. I mumbled in shock. To think Kaiba could summon something like that. I smiled with pride, realizing how much he had grown. Knowing that a character I liked had reached this level with some help felt rewarding. Without my powerful cards, he would have folded long ago. So they defeated that man? 10,000 Dragon exclaimed, eyes wide with surprise. I really thought I would have to step in for a moment. What will happen now? I asked curiously. Since my soul hasn't been taken and Darts has been defeated, is it okay to send me back? I could, 10,000 Dragons shrugged. But let me warn you, the sensation isn't going to be pleasant. Transferring a soul this frequently is not good for you. I understand, but do it anyway, I said with confidence. Besides, if I don't wake up now, I feel like I'm going to get into a lot of trouble. Very well, 10,000 Dragons said, snapping his fingers. A golden light enveloped my body, shimmering with a warm, radiant glow. When you wake up, do me a favor and make your life interesting, he smirked, turning his back to me. Being alive for this long tends to get a little boring. With a final farewell, my vision turned completely white as I braced myself for the moment I'd wake up in the real world. Sometime later, Yugioh, my head, as consciousness reluctantly returned, I was met with a pounding headache, as though tiny construction workers were remodeling my skull with jackhammers. Slowly, I coaxed my mind out of the fog, blinking against the harsh brightness of the room as I cautiously pried my eyes open. Thankfully, a welcome shadow loomed over me, mercifully blocking out the intense light. As my vision gradually cleared, I could make out the figure kneeling beside me. Kaiba, I called out, attempting to sit up, but my body refused to obey, and I realized Kaiba's hand was firmly pressing my shoulder down. His expression was stern, and I couldn't help but shudder at his cold demeanor. You lied to me, he whispered, his voice barely audible yet laden with a weight that sent shivers down my spine. His grip around my shoulder tightened, the pressure intensifying with each word. Hold on. I spoke frantically, desperation evident in my voice. Let me explain. What is there to explain? Kaiba scowled with anger, his voice cutting through the air like a whip. You made a promise not to get hurt, and you broke it. Kaiba, I uttered, searching for the right words to appease him, but his irritation seemed to escalate with each passing moment. Stop, he snapped, his pupils narrowing with intensity. Don't you get it? Promises aren't just words, Sano. I paused, feeling the weight of guilt settling heavily in my chest, rendering me speechless. I pursed my lips, unable to meet Kaiba's gaze, my eyes fixed on the floor. How had it taken me so long to realize that Kaiba cared about me? Kaiba, I mumbled softly, reaching out to gently grasp his wrist. Carefully, I attempted to sit up, and this time he didn't resist. We locked eyes in an uncomfortable silence, my heart pounding nervously in my chest. Summoning every ounce of courage, I met his questioning gaze and reached out my arms towards him. Pat! Kaiba's eyes widened in shock as I hugged him, our bodies coming together in an unexpected embrace. I'm sorry, I whispered, my voice barely audible as I buried my face in his shoulder. I'm really sorry. I'm sorry for lying. I'm sorry for making promises so haphazardly. I'm sorry for hurting you. Each word carried the weight of genuine remorse as I spoke, my voice muffled with guilt. I'm sorry. I apologized over and over again until my throat felt dry. Kaiba remained silent, and I bit my lip nervously, uncertain whether to continue the hug or release him. Then, I flinched as I felt a sensation around my waist, my eyes flickering in surprise as Kaiba awkwardly returned the embrace. I was worried, he muttered softly. I was really worried. When Kaiba finished speaking, I couldn't help but giggle, and he frowned in confusion. What's so funny? He asked, his tone slightly offended. I'm just happy. I smiled wryly, trying to mask the sheepishness in my expression. Thankfully, Kaiba couldn't see the slight falter in my smile. Yet, a shadow lingered in the back of my mind as I recalled the conversation between me and 10,000 Dragon. Does Kaiba like me? I pondered, swallowing nervously. Even so, do I like him? My thoughts were a whirlwind of confusion, my emotions tangled in a web of uncertainty. Never in my life, not in my past life or this one, had I ever considered getting into a relationship with anyone. Does my suffering bring happiness to you? Sito frowned, tapping my forehead repeatedly. What a good friend you are. Of course, I replied mischievously. You should be grateful. Sito sighed, chuckling exasperatedly, while I laughed in triumph. With a glint in my eyes, my lips curved into a bright smile. That's right. Who cares about those complex relationships? I'm perfectly happy with the way we are. As we relished this fleeting moment together, a thunderous roar echoed from outside, shaking the very foundations of the room. Startled, I moved to stand, but before I could take a single step, Kaiba swiftly scooped me up into his arms. You're hurt. You shouldn't walk yet, he declared, his voice resolute yet filled with concern as he held me close. I'm fine, I exclaimed, my protests falling on deaf ears. Put me down. Unfortunately, no matter how much I argued, Kaiba ignored my pleas and continued to stride out of the room, his determination unwavering. I struggled in vain against his firm grip, feeling utterly powerless as I was helplessly carried like a piece of luggage. When the hell did he get so touchy all of a sudden? I thought, glaring at his face with a mixture of frustration and distress. Are you embarrassed? He asked, catching my frantic nod. Good, this is payback. His smirk widened, clearly enjoying my discomfort as he continued to carry me like a princess. Trying to escape, I punched his shoulder and chest, but no matter how hard I tried, it felt like his body was made of stone, impervious to my blows. Though I could have aim for his face, it was simply too handsome to attack. Fine, just do whatever you want. I huffed in annoyance, feeling defeated, and from the corner of my eye, I could see his smirk widening. What happened when I was away? As we walked, Kaiba began to explain the events that transpired before I woke up, detailing how they had used my phone to track my location. That's definitely not concerning. Whatsoever, I muttered sarcastically, feeling a mix of amusement and apprehension at the thought of my phone being used in such a manner. Then, Kaiba recounted the details of the duel, explaining how he summoned Dragon Magia Master and strategically used the monster's abilities to gain the upper hand. As he spoke, pride emanated from him, his eyes gleaming with the satisfaction of showcasing his newfound power. What happened next? I asked, my curiosity piqued. Where is Darts? When he lost, he was absorbed by a portal, Kaiba explained matter-of-factly. Yugi and his group of misfits went to look for him while I stayed behind. I mumbled, feeling a slight blush creeping onto my cheeks. So he waited for me. Rumble, rumble. A deep, ominous rumbling echoed from behind, sending shivers down our spines as the very ground beneath us seemed to quake. With hearts racing, we turned to face the source, only to find the tunnels we had traversed growing darker with each passing moment. The air thickened with tension, and the deafening sound of something massive crashing down echoed through the corridors, intensifying our sense of impending danger. Rumble, rumble. Kaiba, I yelped, my voice tinged with panic as I tugged urgently on his collar. Run. The wind whipped against my face as Kaiba's legs propelled us forward with unprecedented speed. Glancing back at the tunnels collapsing behind us, I continued to cheer him on, my heart pounding in my chest as the debris seemed to draw closer with each passing second. Finally, we spotted the stairs leading to the exit, and Kaiba made a last desperate dash. With a heart-stopping leap, we burst through the exit and tumbled across the floor, the force of our landing sending us rolling. As we scrambled to our feet, we looked back to see the stairs we had just traversed now fully crumbled, consumed by the darkness below. The once familiar hallway had transformed into a massive sinkhole, gaping like the mouth of hell itself. "Are you hurt?" Kaiba asked, concern etched into his features as he checked my body for any signs of injury. "I'm fine," I muttered, still slightly shaken by the close call. "That was too close." "Not yet," he warned, his voice tense with urgency, as a bubbling noise emanated from the large hole. Before I could even register what was happening, gallons of seawater shot out of the cavity, cascading into the building and rapidly flooding the space. Without a moment's hesitation, Kaiba grabbed hold of me and pulled me forcefully out of the crumbling structure just before it was completely engulfed by the onrushing deluge. As we emerged outside, the full extent of the situation became clear. Fierce cyclones tore through the island, leaving destruction in their wake, while ominous dark clouds loomed menacingly overhead. A thunderous roar reverberated through the sky, causing my heart to race with fear. Then, as I looked up, I saw it. A massive purple serpent, its imposing form soaring ominously above our heads, a harbinger of the chaos that threatened to consume us all. "Great Leviathan!" I called out, my face draining of color as the monster's eyes turned towards me with unmistakable greed. Suddenly, a small protrusion formed on top of the god's forehead, and to my horror, a man's figure emerged from its skull. His skin had turned completely black and slimy, mirroring the serpent's hide, and his eyes gleamed with an eerie golden hue devoid of any pupil. "The darts!" I stammered in shock, my voice barely above a whisper, as the man grinned malevolently. "Unisano." He licked his lips. "Did you think you can escape from me? Now get ready to pay." The great Leviathan lunged forward with terrifying speed, but before it could reach us, a searing beam of fiery energy struck the serpent's side. With a deafening roar, the evil god crashed into the forest below, obliterating everything in its path. As we looked up in awe and relief, Kaiba and I spotted Slifer the Sky Dragon circling the fallen Leviathan, its majestic form radiating power and protection. And trailing close behind was Obelisk the Tormentor, who clenched its fists with rage. "Sano, Kaiba," we heard a voice as Yugi eagerly sprinted towards us. "You guys are all right." "Why is darts?" I began, my gaze fixed on the fallen Leviathan, a whirlwind of complicated emotions stirring within me. Why is he like that? His mind has already become corrupted beyond repair. Yugi grimaced, his expression darkening with concern. "I'm holding him off, but it's going nowhere." In a fit of rage, the Leviathan howled and ascended into the sky, launching itself at the Egyptian gods with ferocious fury. As they clashed in a fierce battle, it became evident that despite their numerical advantage, Slifer and Obelisk were struggling against the Leviathan's overwhelming size and power. Its sheer magnitude allowed it to shrug off most attacks, posing a formidable challenge to our allies. "Sano," the pharaoh called urgently. "We need the winged dragon of Ra. You have to summon it." Instantly, my eyes widened in realization, and I frantically pulled Kaiba's arm. "My deck." "Where?" Stunned, Kaiba handed me his deck, which contained my cards alongside the extras he hadn't incorporated into his deck. Hurriedly flipping through the cards, my heart raced with anticipation until, at last, I spotted it, the winged dragon of Ra. Turning to face the unfolding battle, I felt a surge of determination coursing through my veins. Now I need to summon it. With a steady hand, I activated my dual disc, swiftly sliding the cards containing the winged dragon of Ra into one of the slots, preparing myself for the summoning ritual. Boom! The ground beneath us convulsed violently, knocking me off balance. With a groan, I struggled to regain my footing, my eyes widening in horror as cracks spiderwebbed across the forest floor. Seawater surged in through the gaping crevices, carving out a new island within the heart of the first one. Roar! Turning our heads, we watched in astonishment as the great Leviathan soared around us, its long serpentine body wrapping around the newly formed island. To our shock, the ground beneath our feet began to tremble as the small island began to ascend, lifted into the sky by the immense power of the Leviathan. "Watch out!" Kaiba's urgent shout pierced through the chaos, and before I could react, he tackled me to the ground just as a massive tree crashed down right where I had been standing. "Yugi!" I yelled in panic as I saw him tumble over the edge, disappearing as we were forcibly separated by the calamity unfolding around us. Rushing to the cliff's edge, I breathed a sigh of relief as I spotted him below, seemingly unharmed. But the distance between us had become too great to bridge with a simple jump, our separation as vast as the height of skyscraper. Gritting my teeth, I glanced down at my dual disc and felt a sinking sensation in the pit of my stomach as I realized that the winged dragon of RA card was nowhere to be found. "There!" I exclaimed, pointing towards the card as it fluttered in the air, buffeted by the relentless wind. Pushing Kaiba aside, I sprinted towards the fluttering card, my eyes fixed on its precarious path as it crept ever closer to the edge. Trees and boulders crashed around me, the chaos of the collapsing island threatening to engulf me at every turn. With each narrow escape, my heart pounded with tension, the weight of our fate resting on this critical moment. Boom! My path was abruptly blocked as Slifer the Sky Dragon plummeted into the ground directly in front of me, the force of its impact creating a massive crater that swallowed me whole. Tumbling through the dirt, I collided with Slifer's towering form, the impact sending waves of intense pain shooting up my right arm as I struggled to regain my bearings amidst the chaos. "Sano," Kaiba's voice cut through the chaos, filled with concern as he slid down into the crater. Noticing my injured arm, he gently touched my wrist, and I couldn't suppress a sharp gasp as a wave of pain shot through me, causing me to jolt involuntarily. "Your arm," Kaiba uttered in a daze, his gaze fixed on the injured limb. "I'm fine," I lied through gritted teeth, despite the arm gradually turning a purplish hue. "We can deal with it later." "No," Kaiba denied firmly, his expression resolute. "If we don't do something now, it will only get worse in the future." Scanning the ground, Kaiba quickly located a sturdy stick. Tearing a piece of his coat, he swiftly fashioned a makeshift splint, wrapping the fabric and branch securely around my injured wrist. "Your coat," I muttered with regret, feeling a pang of guilt for the damage to his clothing. "You shouldn't have ruined it." "Idiot," Kaiba scowled, dismissing my concern with a wave of his hand. "I can always get another coat." My cheeks tinged with a small blush, and I felt a flicker of happiness at his unexpected remark. However, quickly regaining my focus, I grabbed his sleeve with urgency, my expression solemn. "Winged Dragon of RA. I have to get it." Nodding in understanding, Kaiba sprang into action. However, it quickly became evident to both of us that escaping from the deep crater would be no easy feat. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm us, the ground beneath us shifted, and we watched in astonishment as Slifer, the Sky Dragon, slowly lifted its majestic head. The ancient Egyptian god's gaze fell upon us, its expression one of curiosity. Seizing the opportune moment, my heart pounded with determination as I reached out, gently placing my hand upon Slifer's towering form. "Winged Dragon of RA, please take us there," I whispered, my voice filled with earnest conviction. Craning its head, Slifer's gaze fell upon the distant Duel monster card, and with a knowing nod, the ancient dragon understood our intentions. Gesturing with its head, it silently urged us to climb aboard. With Kaiba's assistance, we scrambled on his Slifer's colossal head, our hands gripping tightly to its scaled surface as the dragon prepared to take flight. With a mighty beat of its wings, Slifer soared into the sky. The rushing wind whipped through my hair, sending strands flying wildly around me. With my uninjured hand, I clung tightly to one of Slifer's spikes, feeling the reassuring solidity of its scaled form beneath my fingers. "There!" I yelled excitedly, my voice carrying over the wind as I spotted the winged dragon of our card drifting perilously close to the edge. "Please go that way," I urged Slifer, pointing in the direction of the card's flight path. My heart raced with anticipation as we neared our goal. Following the direction indicated by my outstretched finger, Slifer the Sky Dragon swiftly changed course, diving into a sharp descent towards the drifting card. Behind us, the thunderous roar of the great Leviathan echoed through the air, signaling its relentless pursuit. With a sense of urgency, I braced myself as the Leviathan unleashed a barrage of attacks, its monstrous form looming ever closer. A purplish laser shot forth from its gaping jaws, streaking through the air above us with deadly precision. Before the great Leviathan could unleash another devastating attack, Obelisk the Tormentor arrived, slamming its massive fists down onto the serpent's snout. The impact sent shockwaves rippling through the air, momentarily stunning the Leviathan. "Now!" I urged, my voice cutting through the chaos. Slifer the Sky Dragon responded instantly, surging forward with a burst of speed. As we closed in on the elusive winged dragon of our A card, I stretched out my arm, fingers straining to grasp it, my heart pounding with anticipation and desperation. Boom! Suddenly, Slifer howled in agony as the purplish beam struck the god on its side, causing it to reel in pain. I was thrown into the air, a scream of surprise tearing from my lips as my body began to free fall. Time seemed to slow, the chaotic scene unfolding around me in agonizing detail as I plummeted, the wind roaring in my ears and the ground rushing up to meet me. I'm going to die. That was my first thought as I continued to fall, the ground racing toward me. A whirlwind of emotions surged through my mind: anger, regret, and a profound sense of wistfulness. Of all the ways to go, I never expected to fall to my death while battling an evil god threatening to destroy the world. As I reflected on the events that led me to this moment, a sudden, strong force yanked me through the air. Blinking in a daze, I caught sight of the person holding me and froze, my mind struggling to process what was happening. Kaiba, I stammered in disbelief. "Shut up and focus," he bellowed, snapping me back to clarity. "What are you doing here?" I shouted, momentarily forgetting my anxiety. "Are you trying to die too?" "I'm here to save you, idiot," Kaiba shouted in annoyance. "So stop staring at me and take the damn card." My eyes darted to his hand, where the winged dragon of RA was clutched tightly between his fingers. With a frustrated click of his teeth, Kaiba swiftly inserted it into the slots of my dual disc. My heart pounded with anticipation as I watched him work, feeling the rush of excitement building within me as the Egyptian god's power stirred. Staring ahead, I locked eyes with Darts, a chilling determination burning in his gaze as he commanded the great Leviathan to surge towards us, its monstrous mouth gaping wide open. "Die!" Dart's roar echoed through the chaos, the very air trembling with his fury as the great Leviathan lunged forward, its jaws poised to tear us apart with their razor-sharp teeth. "Sano!" Kaiba's urgent cry caused me to focus. "Yeah." With a surge of determination, I raised my arm defiantly, facing the oncoming threat head-on. "Please heed our call and aid us in this dire hour. I summon you, winged dragon of RA." Boom! A blinding burst of light erupted from the card's image, illuminating the darkened sky with an otherworldly brilliance. A deafening screech echoed through the air, reverberating with the summoned creature's raw power. As the light gradually dimmed, I gazed in awe at the majestic form of the winged dragon of RA, its golden wings unfurling with a resplendent glow. As the winged dragon of RA descended, a comforting warmth enveloped us, and I felt the reassuring grip of its claws as it caught us in its grasp. With gentle care, The divine creature lifted us to safety, carrying us back to the floating island with ease. Once we were safely returned to solid ground, the dragon's golden eyes bore into me with a mix of concern and determination. It growled softly, a rumble of worry emanating from deep within its chest as its gaze fixed upon my injured arm. "I'm fine," I reassured the winged dragon of RA with a smile, reaching out to stroke its beak in gratitude. "Go and show that snake who's boss." With a resolute nod, the winged dragon of RA acknowledged my words, its eyes gleaming with determination. With a powerful beat of its wings, it launched itself towards the great Leviathan like a rocket, joining forces with Slifer the Sky Dragon and Obelisk the Tormentor. Together, the trio of Egyptian gods waged a relentless assault against the great Leviathan. Their conjoined strength pushed the malevolent serpent back with each ferocious blow. As the battle raged on, the three Egyptian gods gathered their power, their auras intertwining as they prepared to unleash their combined might. A brilliant beam of orange light, tinged with hues of yellow, red, and blue, surged forth from the united Egyptian gods, illuminating the sky with its blinding brilliance. But even as their formidable attacks streaked towards the great Leviathan, the malevolent serpent refused to yield. With a defiant hiss, the great Leviathan unleashed its purplish breath, a swirling vortex of dark energy that clashed violently against the radiant beam. Kaboom! I grimaced as the two opposing attacks collided, their cataclysmic clash engulfing the sky in blinding white light. The sheer force of the explosion was staggering, transforming the once dark sky into an expanse of brilliant whiteness. It was as if a nuclear bomb had detonated right before my eyes, and I found myself in the front row of the devastating spectacle. Although it seemed like they were evenly matched, the three Egyptian gods' attacks burst through the explosion, their radiant attacks piercing the veil of destruction and homing in on the humongous serpent. With a deafening roar of agony, the great Leviathan writhed in torment as dozens of brilliant white lights penetrated its colossal form. "No!" Dart's anguished scream echoed through the tumultuous air as the light pierced his very being. As the great Leviathan succumbed to the overwhelming might of the three Egyptian gods, it emitted one final, resounding roar of defiance before plummeting from the sky. With a deafening crash, the serpent's colossal form crashed into the churning waters below, its body crumbling upon impact. In the aftermath of the fall, thousands of tiny pink particles began to flow out from within the shattered remains of the Leviathan, casting a radiant glow against the darkened waters like stars in the night sky. "What are they?" Kaiba asked. "They're souls," I answered while gazing at the sight with awe. "It's beautiful." Laughing, I lay on the ground and took a deep breath. "It's over. We won." Giggling to myself, I raised my hand and grasped in the air in a daze. "Sano," Kaiba muttered with concern and sat next to me. "Go and rest. I will have someone pick us up." "In." I nodded as adrenaline slowly seeped out of my body and dizziness set in. My body was already tired after just abruptly waking up from 10,000 Dragons' realm, and a last-ditch battle with the great Leviathan had used my body in overdrive. Now, as I slowly closed my eyes, I wanted to do nothing but sleep. It's all right. I could take a quick nap. What did go wrong? After all, I will be safe. Because he's here. It has been 3 weeks since our victory against Darts, and many events have transpired since then. The souls Dart stole have all returned to their rightful place. The ones he took in the past were able to go to the afterlife, while the more recent ones were finally able to wake up from their long sleep. However, not everything went smoothly. The injury to my right arm was worse than I initially thought. During the fall, I broke my wrist, which was the source of the intense pain and bruising. As a result, I have to wear a cast over my wrist. Fortunately, with Kaiba Corp's technology, it healed much faster, allowing the injury to recover in these 3 weeks. However, that didn't make the time with the cast any less uncomfortable. Yet, for some stupid reason, that probably wasn't the worst thing that happened. Sighing, I flung open the curtains as the morning sun struck my face. Moving my body onto the wide bed, I cover my eyes and stare at the phone beside me. Kaiba, it's already been 3 weeks since we last talked. Usually, I wouldn't have given it a second thought. But after everything we've experienced together, I felt like maybe we had grown a bit closer. It took me 2 weeks to realize that I missed him. Slap. I quickly slapped myself and rubbed my stinging cheek. What on earth am I thinking? 10,000 dragons nonsense must be getting to me. Frustrated, I ruffled my hair and angrily grabbed the phone. Why am I still here? I should have booked a flight back to Japan as soon as I woke up. What's the point of waiting for him? Suddenly, the phone buzzed uncontrollably and slipped from my grasp. I caught it mid-air, glancing at the caller ID. My heart skipped a beat. Pressing the answer button, I brought the phone to my ear and waited in suspense. Hello. I spoke hesitantly, holding my breath. Do you have plans this afternoon? Kaiba's unexpected question caught me off guard. Pardon, I stammered, unsure if I had heard him correctly. There was a brief pause, followed by an awkward cough from Kaiba. There's a popular cafe near where you're staying. Would you like to go? Is he asking me out? A whirlwind of thoughts flooded my mind, and I fidgeted anxiously. This has to be like a date, right? Why else would he be asking this? Are you still there? His voice broke through the silence. Sano? Why? Yes. I jumped and yelped. Do you not want to go? Kaiba's voice held an uneasy edge. No. I'd be glad to. I stammered, trying to sound enthusiastic. Understood. I'll send you a time to meet. We'll continue our conversation then, Kaiba replied. Just as he was about to hang up, I frantically stood up and shouted. "Hey, Kaiba, wait." I shouted and bit my lip nervously. I have to ask him now. If I don't, it's just going to keep haunting me. Taking a deep breath, I tried to compose myself. "Hey, Kaiba." I gulped, my grip tightening on the phone. Do you like? My voice faltered, nerves making my hands tremble. Kaiba, I think there's an issue with the connection. Can you repeat your question, Sano? Coffee. I blurted out, hugging my knees in frustration. Do you like coffee? I do enjoy its taste, and I usually drink it when I have to work for an extended period, Kaiba calmly explained. How about you? I sighed softly, feeling the weight of my emotions pressing against my chest. My heart raced, threatening to break free from the confines of my body. As I gazed at my trembling hand, a sudden realization washed over me. It's because I'm scared. Scared, he might say. The revelation hit me like a gentle wave, stirring a blend of embarrassment and apprehension within me. Memories of our shared moments flooded my mind, and I couldn't help but giggle in resignation. Kaiba. I closed my eyes and weakly opened my mouth. I like coffee too. I see, Kaiba muttered in confusion, and I chuckled wistfully. I gotta go now. I will see you then. With a brief farewell, I hung up the phone. Tossing it across the room in annoyance, I fell face first onto the bed. My heart continued to race, and I gripped the sheets in frustration, the weight of unspoken words heavy on my mind. What am I overthinking for? He wants to talk. That's all. I reassured myself, calming down. That's right. Setting expectations will never end well. With a resigned sigh, I went to the wardrobe to change, my emotions tangled in a complicated web of anticipation and uncertainty. Patience became my companion as I waited for our meeting, ready to face whatever it might bring. Third POV. A few hours later, in a bustling street, a sleek black limousine glided down the road before gracefully parking beside a quaint cafe. As the door swung open, a tall, striking man with pink hair emerged. Dressed in a fashionable purple suit adorned with a purple rose pinned to his left lapel, he exuded an air of sophistication. A cerise-colored frilled jabot adorned his neck, adding a touch of flamboyance to his ensemble. A gleaming golden watch adorned his wrist, a subtle yet unmistakable symbol of his affluent status. The man moved with confidence as he entered the store, greeted by the comforting aroma of freshly ground coffee beans that enveloped his senses. Despite his penchant for luxury, he found it amusing to visit these small establishments personally from time to time. Moreover, the beverages served here ideally suited his discerning palate, adding an extra layer of satisfaction to the experience. "Good afternoon, sir. Would you like to have the usual?" the waitress asked with a professional smile. "Of course," he nodded with a smirk. "Just put it on my tab." As the receptionist left to prepare his order, the man leaned casually against the counter, crossing his arms. He couldn't help but notice the curious glances from other customers, their eyes lingering on his luxurious outfit. The attention only fueled his confidence. Sometimes, flaunting one's wealth could be pretty exhilarating. Ring. As he basked in the attention, the bell attached to the door rang crisply, and the man heard footsteps approaching the counter. Instantly, the atmosphere in the cafe shifted strangely, and all the attention that had been focused on him vanished. Frowning at the sudden lack of recognition, he subtly turned his head to glance at the person who had stolen the spotlight. Instantly, he gasped and froze on the spot. A beautiful young woman with luscious, long blue hair had entered. She wore a white sweater to ward off the cold and a long black skirt that modestly hid her legs, giving a refined and mature charm to her appearance. Before he realized it, the woman had already received her drink and moved to a table in the corner of the cafe. As she carefully took a sip, her lips curved into a small smile, leaving the spectators in admiration. The man touched his chest in a daze, finding himself entirely absorbed by her presence. "Sir, your drink is ready." The waitress's voice snapped him out of his stupor. Gulping, he grabbed his coffee and walked toward the woman's table with confident steps. As the man approached, he noticed her absent-minded gaze, lost in thought. "Ahem," he cleared his throat. "Mind if I join you here?" The young woman blinked and turned her blue eyes toward him with curiosity. As she scanned his appearance from head to toe, her eyes widened, and the man couldn't help but think she must be impressed by his wealthy look. "My name is Siegfried von Schroeder. May I know the name of the gorgeous lady before me?" He bowed courteously. "Siegfried," she muttered under her breath, then looked up at him. "I'm sorry. I'm waiting for someone else." "But they're not here yet," Siegfried pointed out, his eyes sweeping the room. "Leaving someone as stunning as you waiting? They must not realize what a treasure they have in front of them." He offered a charming smile, hoping to capture her interest. "Please, take that back," the woman warned, turning her head away. "I spoke out of turn," Siegfried hurriedly said, regret coloring his words. "They must have their circumstances, too." Met with silence, he scrambled to find another topic to engage her. His gaze wandered to her bag, and he noticed something familiar sticking out. "If you don't mind me asking, is that device a dual disc?" Siegfried's eyes lit up with curiosity, a hint of excitement in his voice. "I happen to be quite the Duel Monsters enthusiast myself, if I do say so." "Is that so?" she replied, her tone curious as she regarded him. Siegfried nodded enthusiastically, a spark of excitement dancing in his eyes. "Then how about this? Let's have a duel. If I win, can you give me a chance?" Siegfried proposed, gauging her reaction. "But if you win, I'll back off and leave you alone." "Fine." The woman sighed, reaching for the dual disc in her bag. Siegfried smirked confidently, convinced victory was within his grasp. Little did he know, he was about to face a challenge unlike any other, one that he would soon regret. Yuna's POV, earlier. I seem to have arrived early. I glanced at the time on my phone, observing the bustling cafe ahead. Even after prime time, it remained popular, with many customers still enjoying their food. "I hope I'm not overdressed," I mumbled, feeling a tinge of embarrassment as I tugged on my collar. This attire wasn't my usual choice, and it felt strangely unfamiliar. Stepping into the cafe, I was enveloped by a cozy, inviting atmosphere that immediately put me at ease. After retrieving my drink, I found a table in the quiet corner and took a moment to gather my thoughts. Anticipating Kaibus' arrival at any moment, I couldn't help but wonder what he wanted to talk about. Why did it take so long for him to contact me finally? Was it because he was upset? I sighed, deciding to distract myself by opening the system that I hadn't opened in a while. As I did, a notification suddenly appeared before my eyes, catching me completely off guard. Notification: you have a message. Message? My heart skipped a beat as I stared at the screen with wariness. Never once have the system personally replied before. Bracing myself, I focused on the message, praying that it wasn't something terrible. Message. So, this is what my sister has been doing all this time. I have to say, she put a lot of effort into it. Consider this a token of investment. Hopefully, things will get more interesting. Don't disappoint me. Your favorite god, 10,000 Dragon. Notification. You received 10,000 credits. Accept. Yes/no. So, was this his way of advising me to let loose? I don't mind taking the suggestion, though. Gratefully accepting the gift, I watched as my credits gradually replenished to their total amount. Though it's not enough to purchase many powerful cards, it's certainly a starting point I can work with. It's high time I enhanced my deck. The defeat of darts made me realize that my strategy was still lacking something. While the dragons proved formidable, I believe I now require another archetype to complement them. But what's both affordable and reliable, and what would complement my dragons effectively? As I took a sip of my drink, inspiration struck, and a smile spread across my face. In a matter of minutes, I was able to restructure my entire deck and incorporate the new cards seamlessly. Taking a deep breath, I glanced at my brand new deck and smirked. Now I just needed some chumma test. Mind if I join you? Suddenly, my thought was interrupted. I turned my head and stared at the smiling man before me with surprise. As I scanned his appearance, a feeling of familiarity washed over me, and my eyes widened in disbelief. Could it be that my prayers were actually answered? My name is Siegfried von Schroeder. May I know the name of the gorgeous lady before me? He bowed dramatically, and my expression stiffened at his obvious wooing. Siegfried, I muttered, my gaze flicking between him and my dual disc before I finally gave up. Kaiba would be here any minute now, and while this encounter was unexpected, I had more pressing matters at hand. I'm sorry. I'm waiting for someone else. At my rejection, Siegfried's eyebrows twitched, a hint of frustration flashing across his features. He glanced around the room, his eyes searching for an answer. But they're not here yet, he insisted, his tone almost pleading. If someone left such a beautiful lady like you waiting, then they must not be a good person. I bit the inside of my mouth, feeling a surge of offense at Siegfried's words. Frowning, I looked away with annoyance, unable to hide my displeasure. Take your words back, I ordered, my voice firm. Hearing him insult Kaiba behind his back left a bitter taste. Sensing my sour mood, Siegfried quickly apologized. However, it was already too late, and I refused to engage further. Just as I thought the day was improving, I found myself facing this unexpected setback. Nonetheless, Siegfried was as stubborn as a mule, seemingly unable to take the hint that I was not interested. If you don't mind me asking, but is that device a dual disc? Siegfried suddenly inquired, his tone shifting to genuine curiosity. Actually, I'm also quite knowledgeable about the game of Duel Monsters, if I have to say so myself. To my surprise, Siegfried suddenly challenged me to a duel, and I blinked at him in disbelief. He proposed that if I defeated him, he would finally get out of my hair. But if I lost, I would have to go on a date. The idea was utterly absurd, and I couldn't help but feel a surge of dread. I'd rather have my soul stolen again than agree to this ridiculous bet. Fine, I spat with frustration, realizing that refusing the challenge would only make matters more troublesome. Standing up, we moved outside of the cafe, but suddenly, a tall figure abruptly blocked my path. Where are you going? A familiar voice stopped me in my tracks, and I slowly lifted my head. Kaiba, I muttered under my breath, feeling a mix of relief and apprehension flood through me as I met his gaze. We agreed to meet here, Kaiba stated, his expression filled with perplexity. So why are you leaving? No, it's not like that. I averted my gaze, feeling the weight of both Kaiba's scrutiny. Let me explain. What's going on? I thought we had prior arrangements. Did you change your mind? Before I could respond, Siegfried appeared behind Kaiba, peering at me over his shoulder. Is this man bothering you? He asked, his tone protective. It was as if a dark shadow had descended upon us, casting a suffocating atmosphere over the store. I felt a shiver run down my spine as tension crackled in the air. Kaiba's pupils were trembling uncontrollably, and his knuckles cracked audibly as he clenched his fists, a storm brewing within him. "Is that true?" Kaiba growled, his voice low and dangerous, and I frantically shook my head. "Are you going to abandon me?" "A duel," I blurted out, my face flushed with embarrassment. "It's not like that." He asked me for a duel. Kaiba took a deep breath, his demeanor gradually shifting as he seemed to regain control of his emotions. "I see. Then let's go." "You don't have to fight someone that weak," he stated calmly, his voice carrying an air of authority. As Kaiba reached for my hand to lead me away, he was abruptly halted by Siegfried's hurried intervention. "Do you know who you're talking to?" Siegfried's voice boomed with anger. "My name is Siegfried von Schroeder, and I am the CEO of the Schroeder Corps." "Puffed. So what?" Kaiba snorted dismissively, finally turning around to face Siegfried directly. "Do you know who you're talking to?" S. Seto Kaiba?" Siegfried stepped back in shock, his eyes widening with disbelief. "What are you doing here?" As Siegfried's exclamation echoed through the cafe, a crowd began to gather around us, and Kaiba clicked his teeth in annoyance. "Kaiba!" I squeezed his hand, urgency lacing my whispered words. "We can go somewhere else." But our exit was halted as Siegfried persisted, determined not to let us slip away. "I can't accept this." His voice thundered, drawing the attention of everyone around us. His gaze bore into mine with intensity. "My lady, why would you align yourself with a man like him? This man has never shown kindness towards anyone. He would hurt countless people to get what he wanted. What makes you think that you would be any different?" "Sano." Kaiba's expression stiffened as I reluctantly let go of his hand. "Enough." I snarled at Siegfried, my patience wearing thin as I equipped the dual disc on my wrist. "If I win, you will leave us alone, right?" "Of course, don't worry, my lady. I will save you from that man." Siegfried smiled, his words making my skin crawl. "Sano." Kaiba's grip tightened on my shoulder. "You should just let me duel instead." "Kaiba." I gritted my teeth, frustration boiling over. My day was fine until now. "Let me handle this, or else you're next." "Kaiba." "Yes, ma'am." Excitement surged through the crowd as they made way for us on the streets. As I finally strapped on my dual disc, a ripple of recognition spread through the onlookers, their murmurs turning into excited chatter as they recognized me. "That's Unisano, the best dual monster player in the world. How did I not notice it until now?" Her aura completely changes without the dual disc. She looked more beautiful in real life. The last comment was a little creepy, and the guy immediately fell silent under Kaiba's stern glare. Glancing at Siegfried, I noticed the disbelief written on his face, and I couldn't help but smirk. "Are you ready now?" Siegfried nodded quietly, his confidence evident as he spoke. "Thanks to the ingenious minds of mine, I've crafted my own dual disc that seamlessly interfaces with Kaiba Corp's technology." With a flourish, he revealed a purple dual disc, its slim and elegant design catching the light. "Amazing, isn't it? Remind me to file a lawsuit once this is over," Kaiba said while crossing his arms. "SH. Shut up," Siegfried shouted with a red face. "It's clearly a much better design than whatever your company made." "Enough is enough," I snapped, my anger soaring over. "Let's begin." Subtly glancing at the system screen, I turned to the man standing confidently before me. Siegfried von Schroeder, the antagonist of the KC Grand Championship arc, carved a unique niche for himself among the villains. Unlike Merrick and Darts, whose ambitions soared toward world domination, Siegfried's motives were refreshingly personal and distinctly petty. His grudge against Kaiba stemmed from a childhood rivalry where Kaiba consistently outshone him, fueling a fit of trivial jealousy that drove his actions throughout the arc. This is why I could afford to be a bit nonchalant. Siegfried's antics, while disruptive, never escalated to genuine evil. Sure, Siegfried attempted to upload a virus into the Kaiba Corp database, but Kaiba handled it with ease in the original show. Plus, with Noah now on our side, I doubt the virus would have lasted even a second. "Looks like I'm going first," Siegfried declared with a confident smile. I summoned Valkyrie Drit. In a dazzling burst of light, a striking woman on a white horse appeared on his field. Clad in flashy armor, she brandished a gleaming sword and a golden shield. The Valkyrie smiled triumphantly, raising her sword high into the air as if to announce her impending victory. Valkyrie Drit, 1600 defense. When Valkyrie Drit is summoned, I can search for Valkyrie Brunhild and add her to my hand. Next, I will play my continuous spell card, Goddess Skuld's Oracle. Behind Siegfried, a tall woman appeared, her hands clasped together in prayer, as if invoking a divine blessing upon him. When I activate Goddess Skuld's Oracle, I'm able to add Goddess Verdan's guidance to my hand, Siegfried explained, his eyes gleaming with excitement. Then I will play the spell Goddess Verdan's guidance to add Goddess Sword's verdict and subsequently activate it. Two more women materialized from thin air, and together, a holy light shone brightly behind Siegfried, creating a divine scene that left the audience gasping in awe. Goddess Skuld's Oracle allows me to look at the top 3 cards in your deck and arrange them in any order. Siegfried smiled confidently. Grinning, he held my wrist and stared at me intently. Now, the closer I am to you, my lady seems even more beautiful, he whispered. A chill ran down my spine, and I shivered. Just get on with it. I frowned, watching as he eagerly drew 3 cards from my duel disc. Staring at them in contemplation, his eyes shifted from surprise to confusion. Judging by his expression, Siegfried must have encountered cards he had never seen before. Awkwardly, he placed them back into my deck. When I returned to my side of the field, Siegfried cleared his throat. Now, I will use the effect of Goddess Verdan's guidance. This spell allows me to declare a card type on the top of your deck, and if I guess correctly, you must set that card on the field. Then, with Goddess Sword's verdict, I can target a face-down card and declare its name. If I guess correctly, it will be removed from play. I will guess the top card in your deck is a monster card, he declared with a smirk. Frowning, I slowly drew the card from the top of my deck and revealed it to everyone. My blue eyes white dragon, and placed the powerful monster onto my field. Era, looks like I guessed correctly, Siegfried grinned smugly. Then, with Goddess Sword's verdict's effect, I declare that set card to be Blue Eyes White Dragon. Sighing in resignation, I watched as my Blue Eyes White Dragon was banished, and he chuckled triumphantly. I'll set 1 card and end my turn. Quite impressive, isn't it? It sure is an interesting strategy, I commented with a sly smile. But it's time to show you mine. I will draw and summon Chamber Dragon Maid. With a bright light, a woman suddenly appeared on the field. She is striking white hair, cascading over a long, flowing European-style black dress. Yet, unlike any ordinary human, she sported curved horns protruding from either side of her head and a thick, ebony tail extending gracefully from her back. Chamber Dragon Maid, 500 attack. A dragon maid? Siegfried frowned, his eyes narrowing in confusion as he stared at the feather duster in her hand. I was expecting something more intimidating. As if offended by his remark, Chamber Dragon Maid's brow furrowed, and she waved the feather duster in a somewhat menacing manner. Even Kaiba appeared slightly bemused, finding the appearance of a maid with dragon-like features both amusing and unexpected. It gets better than this, I assured Siegfried confidently. When Chamber Dragon Maid is summoned, I can add Dragon Maid Changeover to my hand. Without missing a beat, I continued, I activate Dragon Maid Changeover. This lets me fusion summon a dragon monster using monsters from my hand and field as materials. Using Chamber Dragon Maid and Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand from my hand, I will fusion summon the leader of the Dragon Maids, Dragon Maid Shu. A purplish magical ring enveloped Chamber Dragon Maid as she gracefully descended into it, bidding farewell with a serene smile. Moments later, a majestic, sleek dragon ascended into the air. Its glossy black scales contrasted sharply with its pristine white underbelly, and its powerful wings, a blend of black and red, beat rhythmically, creating a gust of formidable wind. The dragon emitted a piercing cry, its keen eyes fixating intensely on Siegfried with an unwavering gaze. Dragon Maid Shu, 3,500 attack. Now I will battle, I shouted. Dragon Maid Shu, attack Valkyrie Drit. Not so fast. Siegfried countered sharply. I activate my trap card Wabaku. This prevents me from taking any battle damage this turn, and my monsters cannot be destroyed by battle. That won't happen, I retorted confidently. I activate Dragon Maid Shu's effect. By returning this monster to my extra deck, I can negate the activation of one of your cards, and then I can summon one House Dragon Maid from my extra deck. Boom! Dragon Maid Shu wrapped her wings around her body and descended to the ground. As the dragon unfurled her wings, a transformation occurred. Standing before everyone was a tall woman dressed in a black maid uniform with a crisp white apron. Her once large wings now adorned her waist, and her tail extended gracefully down her back. Adjusting her glasses, the House Dragon Maid bowed gracefully. Her smile remained on her face, exuding an air of delight at being on the field. House Dragon Maid, 3,000 attack. Since the trap has been negated, I will continue to battle. House Dragon Maid attack. Suddenly, the House Dragon Maid tensed her body and vanished in a blur, leaving only a fleeting afterimage. Reappearing behind Valkyrie Drit, the maid swiftly raised her fists and unleashed a devastating punch that sent the warrior flying. With a smirk, House Dragon Maid wiped her hands with a handkerchief and calmly returned to my side. I will set 2 cards and end my turn, I declared with a satisfied smile. How's that? Kaiba chuckled, evidently enjoying himself, while Siegfried's facade showed a slight crack. Thank you for the generous lesson, he muttered through gritted teeth. Drawing a card, Siegfried's eyes glinted with determination. Be careful what you wish for, my lady. I will begin by activating the equipped spell, Nibelung's Ring. It will be equipped to the House Dragon Maid, rendering that monster unable to attack, be tribute, change its battle position, or activate its effect. Suddenly, a ring materialized on House Dragon Maid's finger, and she looked at it with surprise. Gradually, the maid felt her strength waning, and she cast a helpless glance towards me. Now, I activate Pot of Greed to draw 2 cards from my deck, and then I activate my trump card, Ride of the Valkyries. This card allows me to summon all of the Valkyrie monsters in my hand, he announced with a confident smile. Behold my one-turn kill strategy. I will summon Valkyrie's Weight, Valkyrie Brunhild, Valkyrie Ersta, and Valkyrie Erda. For distinct Valkyries, each astride a majestic white stallion, materialized on the field, standing side by side in formation like a formidable small army. Valkyrie Erda, 2,000 attack. Valkyrie's Weight, 1,600 attack. Valkyrie Ersta, 1,600 attack. Valkyrie Brunhild, 1,800 attack. When my beautiful Valkyries are summoned, each possesses unique special effects, Siegfried explained with a confident smile, flicking his hair casually. Let me elaborate. While Valkyrie Erda is on the field, all monsters you control will lose 1,000 attack points, and any monsters destroyed by battle or card effect will be banished instead. House Dragon Maid, 3,000-2,000 attack. Then, with Valkyrie's Weight, I can target House Dragon Maid and destroy it. Valkyrie's Weight aimed her sword, and a beam of light shot out from its tip, targeting my dragon. Sighing, I revealed my set card and declared, I activate my quick play spell, Dragon Maid Send Off. This card allows me to target my House Dragon Maid and return her to my deck. Then, I can summon another Dragon Maid from my hand. With a wave, the House Dragon Maid vanished, and in her place appeared a petite maid with blue hair. She landed gracefully on the ground, her eyes widening in surprise as she took in the sight of the 4 warriors glaring at her. The monster I summoned is Laundry Dragon Maid. When she is summoned, I can send the top 3 cards of my deck to the graveyard, I explained, glancing at the cards in my hand before discarding them. At the sound of my voice, Laundry Dragon Maid turned her head and gazed at me with teary eyes. A pang of guilt struck me, and I looked away. It was unsettling. This wasn't something a dual disc projection was supposed to do. Sensing the small connection between us, I bit my lip. It was unexpected for a dual spirit to appear so suddenly like this. Turning to Laundry Dragon Maid, I quietly encouraged her. Don't worry, keep fighting. Laundry Dragon Maid. Very well. Valkyrie Ersta can target a monster in your graveyard and banish it. Siegfried continued, his smile returning. The targeted monster's attack will be added to hers. You have quite a powerful dragon in your graveyard. It would be a shame if it's banished. Scowling, I calmly sent Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand from my discard slot to the banished zone. Before my eyes, I watched Valkyrie Ersta's power increase as she absorbed the strength of my dragon. Valkyrie Ersta, 1600-2800 attack. Siegfried. Finally, with Valkyrie Brunhild, she will gain 500 attacks for each monster on the field. Valkyrie Brunhild, 1800-2300 attack. This is over. Siegfried shouted excitedly. My Valkyries attack. In perfect unison, the warriors charged forward, their white horses thundering across the ground with a deep rumbling noise. Asterisk bam. Asterisk. The Valkyries swung their swords, and Laundry Dragon Maid's eyes widened in fear. However, just before the blades could strike, a blue magical barrier formed, deflecting the attacks and keeping the young maid safe. The Dragon Maid summoned through Dragon Maid send-off this turn can't be destroyed by battle or card effects. I explained calmly. That means Laundry Dragon Maid is protected from your Valkyrie's attacks. Frowning, the Valkyries reluctantly retreated to Siegfried's side, casting contemptuous glances at the trembling small girl. Turning back to Siegfried, who was glaring at me with gritted teeth, I couldn't resist a smirk as I decided to educate him a little. The strategy of aiming for a one-turn kill is certainly intriguing, I remarked with a smile. But remember, you have to clear your opponent's back rows first. They might have something to counter it. How about it? Do you want to try again? At this point, Kaiba was laughing so hard that he clutched his stomach in pain, while Siegfried's face flushed red with anger and shame. Thank you for your generosity, Siegfried muttered, his lips twitching to suppress any profanity. But you will soon regret that. I will activate Mischief of the Time Goddess. This allows the turn to be skipped into my next battle phase. Go, my Valkyries, Siegfried commanded. Confidently stepping forward, Valkyrie Erda locked eyes with the Laundry Dragon Maid standing before her. Observing the scene, I sighed with the air of a teacher disappointed in her student. You got a bit too excited there. Don't forget, I still have a back row card left. Behold, my destructive Daruma Karma Cannon. This trap allows me to flip all monsters on the field face down. I declared triumphantly, and in an instant, all the monsters were transformed into face-down dual monster cards. Now, none of your monsters can attack. Siegfried looked like he was about to tear his hair out in frustration as his plan was foiled once again. Although the game aims to deplete your opponent's life points to 0, it's risky to bet everything on one move. I explained, mixing in some genuine analysis alongside my playful teasing of Siegfried. Furthermore, your strategy relies heavily on swarming the field rather than individual monster strength. This makes you vulnerable if your initial assault fails, leaving you open to counterattacks. I continued, assessing his strategy critically. Siegfried, Kaiba, everyone. Eventually, Kaiba chuckled and broke the silence. Meeting my gaze, he snickered, flashing his white teeth. Would you show us how it's done? Frantic nods filled the ground as spectators watched with anticipation. With a small sigh, a smile formed on my lips, and I turned to Siegfried. We can't disappoint the crowd, can we? TSK. I will flip summon back my monsters in defense mode except for Brunhild, set one card, and in my turn, Siegfried muttered bitterly, his expression contorting with a mix of shame, anger, and nervousness. Since the turn when Ride of the Valkyries was used was skipped, my Valkyries don't have to return to my deck. Now it's my turn. I will draw. I glanced at my hand and smiled. If people wanted to show so much, let's give them a show. I will play Painful Choice and select 5 cards from my deck. You can choose 1 card, and I will discard the rest, adding your choice to my hand. I gathered the 5 cards from my deck and presented them to Siegfried. Red Eyes, Darkness, Metal Dragon. Card of Sanctity. Return of Dragon Lords. Parlor Dragon Maid. Dragon Maid Lorper. Siegfried's expression stiffened, clearly aware that any option he picked would not be in his favor. After a moment of nervous deliberation, he reluctantly chose Dragon Maid Lorper, and I discarded the remaining cards to my discard pile. Thanks to the effect of Laundry Dragon Maid earlier, I can now activate Dragon Maid, tidying from my graveyard by banishing it. This lets me revive my Chamber Dragon Maid. Chamber Dragon Maid, 1600 defense. As you know, when Chamber Dragon Maid is summoned, I can add Dragon Maid Hospitality to my hand, I announced, revealing the chosen card to Siegfried. Next, I will special summon Dark End Evaporation Dragon by banishing Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon from my extra deck. A fierce roar shook the field as the pitch-black dragon with horns crawled out from the depth. Its soulless eyes scanned Siegfried's field, and it licked its lips with hunger. Dark End Evaporation, 2600 attack. Dark End Evaporation, 2600-1600 attack. When Dark End Evaporation Dragon is on the field, I can use its effect to fusion summon using monsters from my field or hand as materials. With Dark End Evaporation Dragon and Chamber Dragon Maid, I will summon Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. The two dark monsters on my field began to merge and transform into a dark, ominous cocoon. Suddenly, the cocoon ruptured, and a grotesque dragon with green and purple hues burst forth with a thunderous roar, startling Siegfried and the crowd. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 2800 attack. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 2800-1800 attack. Valkyrie Brunhild, 2300-2800 attack. When Starving Venom Fusion Dragon is summoned, it can gain attack equal to one of your special summon monsters until the end of this turn. I'll take your Valkyrie Brunhild. That won't work. With Goddess Urd's verdict, my Valkyries can't be targeted by any of your monster's effects. Siegfried explained nervously, but I couldn't help but giggle. Unfortunately, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon's summon effect doesn't target, so it doesn't matter anyway. I corrected. With a hiss and a disturbing snap, the wings of Starving Venom Fusion Dragon opened, revealing a bright pink membrane glowing eerily with energy. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 1800-4600 attack. You must have thought that Starving Venom Fusion Dragon isn't enough to defeat you here, I pointed out, noticing Siegfried flinch. Unfortunately, as I said, to achieve victory, you have to plan meticulously. I flip summoned Laundry Dragon Maid, I declared, and the adorable blue-haired girl poked her head out from her hiding place. Laundry Dragon Maid, 1600 defense. Next, I will activate the effect of Dragon Maid Changeover in my graveyard and add it back to my hand by returning Laundry Dragon Maid to my hand. After that, I will fusion summon with Dragon Maid Changeover using Laundry Dragon Maid and Dragon Maid Lorper in my hand to summon Dragon Maid Show. Dragon Maid Shoe, 3500 attack. Dragon Maid Shoe, 3500 attack dash 2500 attack. Next, I normal summon Nurse Dragon Maid. I continued. An acute maid dressed in a nurse outfit appeared on the field. When Nurse Dragon Maid is summoned, I can target Parlor Dragon Maid in my graveyard and summon it. Besides the Nurse Dragon Maid, another maid appeared. She had green hair and twin tails, and a mischievous vibe as she observed her surroundings with interest. Parlor Dragon Maid allows me to send a Dragon Maid card from my deck to my graveyard. I send Dragon Maid Ernest. I activate spell card Dragon Maid Hospitality. I revive Laundry Dragon Maid in my graveyard, then send a Dragon Maid monster with the same attribute, but a different level to the graveyard from my deck. I will choose Dragon Maid Nude Jarl, and when Laundry Dragon Maid is summoned, I can send another 3 cards from my deck to the graveyard. Finally, I will play Dragon Maid Welcome. It makes my monsters gain 100 attacks and defense for each Dragon Maid monster I control. Also, since I possess 2 or more Dragon Maid monsters, I can add back a Dragon Maid card from the graveyard to my hand. I add back Dragon Maid Tinkhek. Now my dragon's power will be unleashed. I smirked. At the start of the battle phase, I can return Nurse Dragon Maid, Parlor Dragon Maid, and Laundry Dragon Maid from the field to my hand and summon their counterparts in the graveyard. Show him what will go wrong when you mess with us. I summon Dragon Maid Loper, Dragon Maid Yugioh, and Dragon Maid Ernest. With bright smiles, the three Dragon Maids' tails wagged excitedly. Together, a white light shimmered from their bodies as they began to transform. Do you think I will allow that to happen? I will activate Valkyrie Ersta's effect and banish the Dragon Maid Loper in your graveyard. Siegfried retorted. Suddenly, the white light in Paler Dragon Maid's body dimmed, and she blinked in disbelief. In frustration, she stomped on the ground and pouted, her cheeks inflated like a chipmunk. Feeling sympathetic to the sulking maid, I clicked my teeth. Then Paler Dragon Maid will still return to my hand, I explained as Laundry Dragon Maid and Nurse Dragon Maid finished their transformation, becoming two beautiful dragons in blue and pink fluffy fur. Dragon Maid Yugioh, 2,600 attack. Dragon Maid Ernest, 2,600 attack. Dragon Maid Yugioh, 2,600-1,600 attack. Dragon Maid Ernest, 2,600-1,600 attack. In case you didn't notice, my Valkyrie Brunhild is gaining a boost for each monster you control, Siegfried pointed out. So you're just making her stronger. Valkyrie Brunhild, 2,800 ATK-3,800 ATK. Indeed, that is a pretty good power to have, I admitted. It would be a shame, though, if someone copies it, right? I smiled eerily, and Starving Venom Fusion Dragon snapped its jaw in laughter. I activate Mystical Space Typhoon. I destroy Goddess Ord's verdict, and with the card gone, your Valkyries are now exposed. This is the fun part. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon can target a level 5 or higher monster you control, and it will copy that monster's effect and name. So, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon becomes Valkyrie Brunhild. With a bone-snapping and gut-wrenching sound, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon's body began to contort and shrink. Condensing the enormous flesh, green veins crept along the dragon's skin as it became something smaller, something more human. To Siegfried's horror, the dragon transformed into a copy of his beloved Valkyrie. However, unlike the divine appearance of these female warriors, my Valkyrie's skin was entirely green with purplish armor made of pure carapace. Occasionally, fungus or red bulbs grew from its skin before vanishing, matching the looks of a diseased. Valkyrie Brunhild, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 4,600 attack. Now, thanks to dragons on my field and the Dragon Maid Welcomes effect, my Valkyrie Brunhild will gain attack as well. Valkyrie Brunhild, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 4,600-6,900 attack. This is the end. Valkyrie Brunhild, kill them all. I laughed, and Valkyrie Brunhild, my Starving Venom Fusion Dragon in disguise, charged, waving its bony sword like a lunatic. I activate my trap. Siegfried tried to counter, but it was already too late. You must be aware of Dragon Maid Sh's effect by now. I negate your trap activation and return Dragon Maid Shu to the extra deck, then summon House Dragon Maid from it. I mercilessly crushed his plans one by one. House Dragon Maid, 3,000 attack. No, Siegfried screeched. I decreased Valkyrie Brunhild's defense by 1,000 to avoid her and my Valkyries being destroyed by battle. Siegfried shouted. It doesn't matter. I shook my head. I banished Breakthrough skill in my graveyard to negate Valkyrie Brunhild's effect. Smiling, I recalled the cards dumped by Laundry Dragon Maid's effect. If she really was a spirit, I got to praise her later for sending the exact cards I wanted. This is what a true one-turn kill strategy is capable of. I laughed. Engrave this day into your mind. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, attack. No! Siegfried wailed as he saw Valkyrie Brunhild's attack return to its original weakened state. Valkyrie Brunhild, 3,800-1,800 attack. Tentacles burst out of Starving Venom Fusion Dragon's back like a horror film. Each limb acted like a knife, plunging deeply into the warrior's body, raising her into the air like a pin cushion. With a triumphant gurgle, the tentacles expand, completely tearing the monsters apart. Siegfried fell onto his back, startled by the intense ferocity of starving venom fusion dragon. As his life points dropped to a 0, silence engulfed the crowd. The only remaining sounds were the dual discs beeping loudly and the occasional awkward coughs. Then, as if on cue, cheers erupted from all sides. I rubbed my shoulders, feeling a mix of pride and embarrassment at the sudden attention. That gave me chills. I thought the dragon maids were quite cute, but to think she has such scary monsters as well. That starving venom fusion dragon is going to give me nightmares tonight. Various voices filled the air, making me blush. Glancing at Siegfried, he sat up in a daze. His mouth opened and closed like a goldfish, struggling to find the right words. In the end, your playstyle isn't that bad. I smiled awkwardly. But you still needed some work? Unable to respond, Siegfried could only nod helplessly, like a robot, as he packed his cards. Emerging from the audience, Kaiba laughed haughtily, his voice dripping with disdain. All talk, but no skill. How about you leave now, before embarrassing yourself further? Ah, why are you fanning the flames? I glimpsed at Siegfried worriedly. To my surprise, he seemed to have regained a bit of his spirit, glaring at Kaiba with contempt. You will pay for this insult, Pseudo Kaiba, he growled, his voice trembling with anger. Really now, what are you going to do about it? Kaiba smirked arrogantly. You can't do anything. Like 8 years ago, you will always be beneath me. Kaiba, I snapped and slapped his shoulder. Why do you have to say that? Forgive him. I smiled apologetically at Siegfried. He didn't mean it. What are you talking about? I totally meant. Kaiba immediately shut his mouth under my firm stare. Watching us, Siegfried hurriedly pursed his lips and walked back to his car. Throwing one last threat at us, his vehicle sped off. Why did you do that? I sighed, pinching the bridge of my nose as Siegfried's car disappeared from view. You sure like to create enemies. Kaiba shrugged nonchalantly. There are hundreds of people out there who want a piece of me. So, one more doesn't make any difference. Now, come on, we've wasted enough time, he continued, leading me back inside the cafe. It was only after I entered that I realized the place had emptied, with security guards posted at the door, preventing anyone from barging in. Sitting across from each other, the waitress nervously ran over. Cito pointed at some items on the menu, and she frantically sprinted to the kitchen to prepare them. When she left, silence filled the room. I averted my gaze, feeling a mix of emotions, unsure of exactly what I was experiencing. I want to apologize first, Kaiba said out of the blue, catching me off guard. I should have contacted you sooner. And no, it's fine. I hurriedly waved my arms. You must have been busy. You could say that, Kaiba sighed wearily, his usually composed demeanor softening as fatigue crept into his expression. Even with darts gone, his presence has left a deep scar, Kaiba explained. I'm still trying to track down the remaining remnants of Doma, and there are still some subordinates running amok. Last I heard, the brats that attacked us escaped, and they're still on the run. I muttered dejectedly. I had hoped to turn Sartorius and Serena to the good side, but that plan seemed meaningless now. Then how's Kaiba Corp doing? Kaiba Corp's reputation has gone down the drain, and even now, there are still investors and politicians lighting my *S up like a Christmas tree, Kaiba grimly remarked. Then isn't it pointless to waste your time with me? I spoke urgently, feeling a pang of concern. Who said I'm wasting my time? Kaiba smirked confidently. Don't worry, I won't be bothered by something like this. Who says I'm worried? I pouted, my cheeks flushing slightly. Thankfully, before I could feel any more embarrassed, the waitress arrived with a tray laden with various desserts, cakes and macarons among them. After a swift bow, she departed, leaving me staring in awe at the glistening array of food before us. Here, try some, Kaiba said, pushing the plate towards me. I hesitated for a moment, then carefully cut a small piece and brought it to my mouth. A delighted yelp escaped me as the delicious taste exploded on my tongue. Unable to resist, I eagerly started attacking the remaining desserts. If you eat all this, you're going to gain weight, you know," Kaiba said with an amused smile. "Then I won't eat dinner," I replied, eyeing the abundance of desserts that still seemed barely touched. "But still, it's too much," Kaiba muttered, pulling the plate away from me. When he tried to bite himself, he clicked his teeth and quickly washed down the food with a gulp of water. "This is way too sweet." Giggling, I watched him push the plate back towards me, and I happily finished the rest of the cake with ease. "So, what did you want to talk about?" I asked curiously, eager to hear what was on his mind. "Right," Kaiba nodded as he explained the purpose of our meeting. "As I said, Dart's damage has been astronomical. However, that also means it can be an opportunity. Thanks to what he's done, the popularity of Duel Monsters has reached an all-time high. That's why I want to host another tournament, and I hope you'll participate." As Kaiba laid out his plan, I listened intently, realizing this was the start of the KC Grand Championship arc. Along with the brand new opening of Kaiba Land, I wish to use this chance to regain Kaiba Core's reputation. It's going to be a much larger tournament, grander than Battle City. I plan to invite the strongest duelists around the world to give them a chance to fight for the title of King or Queen of Games. Is Mutsu participating too? As much as I distaste inviting him, it's something that will be done. The winner of the tournament can challenge one of you for the title. Everything has already been prepared. The contestants have been chosen through a preliminary match. The competition is planned to start as soon as possible. All I need is your confirmation," Kaiba explained, his eyes sparkling with excitement. "Is that so?" I smiled wryly. However, my lips twitched, and I sighed, "But Kaiba, I'm no longer the Queen of Games. I lost to darts, remember?" "Nonsense," Kaiba shouted abruptly as he stood up and slapped the table. "I will never accept him as someone better than you. I have beaten him." "Are you saying that I became the strongest duelist?" "But you fought with Yugioh," I corrected. "So, are you claiming that without Yugioh, I would have lost?" He hissed. "I have contributed the most in the duel. So don't you think I gained the title as well?" "I guess. By that logic, you also helped, no? Without the cards you have given us, we would have a much harder time dueling against him. So, since you participated, that means you should reclaim your title as well." "That's not how it works," I uttered, but he suddenly grasped my shoulders, and I instinctively froze in shock. "Sano," Kaiba gazed at me intensely. "I will never acknowledge anyone else." His eyes portrayed his seriousness, and I flinched at his sudden outburst. "Why? Why are you going so far?" "Far?" Kaiba chuckled as if my statement was absurd. "I don't think so at all. It's just because you're that worthy." I blushed and hurriedly withdrew my gaze. My body tingled, and my heartbeat intensified. My emotions surged from shyness to happiness, causing me to squirm in my seat. Staring at his serious expression, I couldn't help but question what was going on in his head. Third POV. Sito have never felt so embarrassed in his life. He didn't realize that he would go this far, sprouting such cheesy lines that made him want to dig a hole and hide in it forever. Despite the humiliation, Sito truly felt what he said was true. Although his thoughts on Yugi had improved since then, no matter how many times he had to choose, Sito would choose her. "Please," he pleaded. Stuck in a quiet battle, the two stared deeply into each other's eyes. Eventually, Yuna's heart wavered, and she nodded stiffly at his sincerity. "Okay, but I don't think I will be great." Sito's lips twitched and stared at her in disbelief. Such nonsense. Look. Taking out his phone, he showed her the latest videos, which were recorded from various perspectives. It was the duel between Yuna and Siegfried that showed her effortlessly summoning her 5 dragons before obliterating her opponent in one move. Grabbing Sito's phone, Yuna scrolled through the comments in a daze. While Battle City was able to spread her notoriety in the dueling community somewhat, this was completely different. Whoa, she mumbled in disbelief, and Sito laughed at her cute reaction. He remarked, "The world has noticed you, and they will only become more and more curious. This is just too much," Yuna murmured while staring at the continuously rising number. "You will get used to it soon," Sito comforted with a smile. "It's good that it's happening early. A powerful duelist like you will get noticed sooner or later." "What if I do badly?" she asked and gazed at Sito worriedly. Such meaningless concern, he replied and gently tapped her forehead. I will make sure that never happens. Trust me, I won't let you get hurt. Staring at Sito, Yuna's eyes softened and she nodded. All right, I will do it. Reaching out her hand, she smiled. Let's work hard, Kaiba. Sito carefully grasped her hand, and they shook firmly. Of course, let's do our best. Unknowingly, he found himself smiling alongside her. Suddenly, Sito felt a brief vibration in his back pocket. Taking out his second phone, he frowned at the constant stream of work calls flooding his screen. Supervising current projects, conducting business meetings, and signing valuable paperwork. These were just some of the demands of his busy life. The extensive damage caused by darts had already stretched his work hours to their limits, and postponing his tasks would only compound the problem later. However, is there something wrong? Yuna asked curiously, pulling Sito from his thoughts. It's nothing, he replied, shaking his head as he shut off his phone. For once, Sito didn't care about the constant demands of his work. Staring at her innocent face, he decided that just for today, he wanted to focus on her, leaving his responsibilities behind. Yuna's POV. A few hours later, when I finally returned to the hotel room, I collapsed onto the bed in exhaustion. Despite my fatigue, I couldn't help but smile. It's fun, I mumbled to myself. Even though we had just talked, I found myself enjoying it more than I had anticipated. We talked, ate, and laughed. It all felt so natural, as if we had been friends for years. The connection was effortless, and for the first time in a long while, I felt truly at ease. As I reminisced about the afternoon, the telephone on the desk rang loudly, jolting me from my thoughts. I picked it up. Hello, I said. Good evening, ma'am. A cheerful voice responded. I'm sorry for bothering you, but there's a woman at the reception requesting to meet you. She goes by the name Ishizu Ishtar. Ishizu. My eyes widened at the unexpected name. See, can you put her through? I requested, and after a few seconds, a familiar voice reached my ears. Greetings, Miss Sano, Ishizu said softly. I'm sorry for requesting your presence at this time, but do you want to join me for dinner? I have something I want to tell you, and it's best if we talk privately. After working out the details, I hurriedly cleaned up my appearance and went back down to the first floor. As the elevator opened, I spotted Ishizu calmly sitting in the lounge. Her eyes curved pleasingly as she approached me. I'm so glad you decided to join me, she said excitedly, grasping my hands. I'm sorry for not coming to greet you sooner. Things have also become busy on my end. I could have contacted you this afternoon, but Miss Sano seemed to be having an enjoyable time, and it would have been rude to interrupt. Ishizu smiled slyly, and I blushed. Let's go. I know a perfect place to talk. With a confident stride, I was brought to a Japanese restaurant. From the looks of it, Ishizu seemed to have already reserved a table as we were brought to a private room, away from the other customers. So, I stared at Ishizu calmly. What is it that you want to talk about? Of course, she smiled brightly. But first, I have to thank you for stopping Dart's madness. It was something no one could do. Please take this gift as compensation. I hope you will find it to your liking. Sliding a piece of paper across the table, I carefully scanned the texts and froze in shock. I don't know a gift more fitting for Miss Sano, so I decided to purchase a modern villa. I also decided to provide a share of the Ishtar Corporation in case the first gift doesn't suit your fancy. My pupils trembled at the absurdity, and I didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Isn't this too much? Where? Do you even have the money for this? Don't worry. My family has quite an influence in Egypt, politically and financially. This much is nothing, Ishizu said with a wave of her hand. Please tell me if there's any more that you want. No. I hurriedly shook my head. It's okay. Just holding this paper was making me dizzy, and she said I could get more? Was it me? But why did every rich person I encountered seem to have something wrong with their head? When I finally calmed down after taking a big gulp of water, I sighed. There had to be another reason that Ishizu would contact me and provide such elaborate items. Glancing at Ishizu, she relaxingly matched my gaze with a small, observant smile. There's another reason you wanted to meet me, I muttered. Was I correct? Ishizu's pupils flickered, and she chuckled. Miss Sano isn't entirely wrong, but please rest assured, I have no intention of bribing Miss Sano with gifts, and I believe that it was a justified compensation for your efforts, Ishizu explained. However, that's not the main topic I want to talk about today. Taking a deep breath, her chest heaved with a complicated expression. Abruptly standing up, Ishizu bowed, her head tightly pressed onto the floor in a prostrating position. Miss Sano, please help us, Ishizu begged. We really need your help. Panicking, I frantically pulled Ishizu up. Her face was red with shame and despair as her mask was broken away. Please explain, I urged, and Aziza nodded. It was only a week ago that my archaeological team discovered an ancient tomb. Ishizu slowly began her story. At first, we thought it was an average remains of a historic person. However, the deeper we delve into the chambers, the more ominous the atmosphere felt. Third POV. A week ago, so these are the ruins our team discovered, Ishizu asked, stepping into the tent brimming with uncovered treasures. She delicately picked up a golden necklace, her eyes widening in admiration. It's unbelievable that such valuables were only found now, she murmured. Ah, sister, you've arrived. Merrick's voice chimed in from behind a pile of gleaming gold coins. He looked up, smiling warmly. Odian was just rechecking our supplies. We'll soon be ready to delve deeper into the ruins. As she watched her brother diligently work, a tender smile spread across Ishizu's face. Not long ago, Merrick had been consumed by the corruption of his alter ego, and it was Yuna who had pulled him back from the brink. Now, seeing him embrace his role as the tomb keeper, Ishizu felt a profound sense of relief and pride. The heavy burden that had weighed on her heart for so long was finally lifting. Walking side by side, Ishizu and Merrick arrived at the entrance of the ruins. Before them loomed a deep, dark cave, its mouth half hidden by sand and debris. The remnants of civilization had long since faded away, leaving only sporadic traces of sandstone architecture to hint at the grandeur that once was. Sister, brother, everything is ready, Odian announced, his voice steady and reassuring. Very well, let us proceed, Ishizu replied. With a shared look of determination, the three of them began their descent into the cave. Fortunately, the path had already been cleared by the scouts they had sent in earlier, making their journey smoother than expected. As they ventured deeper, the air grew more stale and the light dimmer until they finally stopped before a massive door. Thousands of intricate hieroglyphics covered the stone in trance as she ran her fingers along the ancient symbols. For my son, I shall grant you the power to conquer the throne. The pyramid of light shines upon you, Ishizu read aloud, her voice echoing softly against the stone walls. The pyramid of light, Merrick repeated, puzzled. It was never mentioned in our records. Brother, look, Odian interjected, pointing to a hole carved into the center of the door. The shape was unsettlingly familiar, and the siblings exchanged uneasy glances. With a mix of hesitation and resolve, Merrick took out the Millennium Rod and inserted the artifact into the slot. The cave responded immediately, rumbling ominously as the massive stone door began to creak open. Dust and debris cascaded down as the ancient portal revealed the deep, dark interior within. The siblings stood at the threshold, their hearts pounding with anticipation. Shall we go? Merrick asked, securing the Millennium Rod at his waist. If we work fast, we might even make it back before dinner. Ishizu and Odian nodded in agreement. With flashlights in hand and Ishizu's Millennium Necklace to detect traps, they cautiously made their way through the cave. The journey was tense but uneventful, leading them to a smaller door blocking the final room. Luckily, it wasn't locked. Odian pushed it open, and they stepped into a large, dimly lit chamber. At the center of the room lay a massive stone sarcophagus. As if on cue, the torches lining the walls sprang to life, casting a flickering glow that illuminated the room. The sudden burst of light revealed the detailed carvings and murals that adorned the walls. With a mix of awe and apprehension, they approached the tomb, Ishizu's eyes fixed on the ancient seal, her worry deepening with each step. What powerful person would be buried in a place like this? Ishizu muttered, her voice barely above a whisper. Sister, take a look at this. Merrick's voice broke through her thoughts. She turned, following his gaze, to the end of the room, where a strange artifact lay atop a pedestal. That, Odian mumbled in disbelief as he took in the object's familiar appearance. Is that the Millennium Puzzle? No, it resembles the renowned artifact, but its aura is anything but just. Although it shared the iconic design, the object before them was entirely made of blue crystal, unlike the Golden Millennium Puzzle. A bright red jewel rested at the center, shining ominously under the orange glow of the torches. The eerie light danced on its surface, casting unsettling reflections that seemed to pulse with a life of their own. Besides the artifact, Ishizu noticed a tablet similar to the tablet of lost memories currently displayed in the Domino City Museum. Yet the tablet of lost memories depicts the pharaoh wielding the power of the three Egyptian gods. This tablet showcases an unknown man raising his hand in the air with the three gods subdued beneath his feet. Suddenly, Ishizu frowned as an intense pain shot through her head. Her mind was flooded with a brief but vivid vision of the future, leaving her face pale and her breath ragged. As the vision faded, she gasped, her eyes snapping to Merrick, who was slowly reaching for the dangerous artifact. "Merrick, stop!" Ishizu screamed, but her warning came too late. A purplish darkness erupted from the artifact, filling the room with an ominous glow. The lid of the sarcophagus exploded, sending shards of stone flying in every direction. Shielding their faces from the debris, they watched in horror as a mummified hand emerged from the smoke, clawing its way into the dim light. "We need to leave. Now!" Odian shouted, and the siblings sprinted toward the exit. As the mummified corpse fully emerged from the sarcophagus, the artifact flew into its hand, and malevolent energy began to seep from its body. Merrick gritted his teeth, his face hardening with resolve. "Merrick!" Odian called out. The two men exchanged a nod, their minds reaching the same conclusion. They both stopped and turned to face the evil spirit, glaring at it with contempt. "What are you two doing?" Ishizu cried out in alarm. "We can't stay here." "Sister, this thing cannot leave this place," Merrick replied solemnly. "Odian and I will stop it as long as we can." Understanding the gravity of her brother's words, Ishizu nodded grimly. She paused by the door, biting her lip in worry. Merrick smirked at her, trying to project a confidence he didn't entirely feel. "Go," he urged. With a final nod, Ishizu reluctantly left, leaving her brothers behind to confront the ancient evil. The room echoed with the sound of her footsteps fading into the distance, while Merrick and Odian braced themselves. As the mummy stood upright, flesh and hair miraculously sprouted from its skeletal frame. Where once was a decrepit corpse, now stood a living, tan-skinned man with dirty blonde hair cascading down his back, a testament to his days in ancient Egypt. "Who has awoken me?" The man's voice, deep and rough, echoed through the chamber. He surveyed Merrick and Odian with a quiet intensity before a smirk twisted his features. "It doesn't matter. Die." With a swift motion, he aimed the artifact, unleashing a black beam toward them with startling speed. Reacting quickly, Merrick drew the Millennium Rod from his waist and intercepted the deadly spell. The black beam collided with the rod, creating a violent burst of energy that sent shockwaves through the chamber. "A sacred guardian?" The resurrected man uttered in shock, a hint of amusement coloring his tone. "Looks like I've underestimated you. If I can't dispatch you easily, I'll resort to the traditional method." With a commanding gesture, he conjured a swirling mist of darkness that coalesced into dozens of small tablets hovering in the air. Merrick and Odian tensed as the two activated the dual discs on their wrist. "Interesting. Are those the Jedank from beyond my time?" The man's curiosity was piqued as he examined their dual discs. "Very well, let's battle. Prepare yourselves against the power of the Pyramid of Light." Yuna's POV. After that, Odian and Merrick did not return. Ishizu mumbled, I wish to go back into the ruins, but I was advised to do so since I'm the only remaining Ishtar left. Miss Sano, it is shameful of me to even ask you. She held my hand. Please help us. Task 17. Rescue Merrick and Odeon by defeating. Reward, 10,000 credits. I stared at the system screen before turning to Ishizu's teary face. With a small smile, I pulled her up from her sitting position. Don't worry, I will help. Ishizu stared at me blankly, surprised by my agreement. Eventually, she broke into a bright smile as she hugged me. Thank you. While embracing me, Ishizu continued to laugh in relief, and I chuckled awkwardly. How am I going to tell Kaiba about this? The bright sky exploded with dazzling fireworks, marking the grand opening of Kaiba Land. Despite the lingering turmoil from Dart's recent chaos, the new amusement park offered citizens a much-needed escape, allowing them a brief respite from the surrounding confusion. Crowds of people from across America poured into the park, rapidly transforming it into one of the world's hottest attractions. While the cutting-edge rides, powered by Kaiba Corp's futuristic technology, drew countless attention, the real buzz was about something far more exciting. Sano-san, aren't you nervous? Yugi asked, nervously rubbing his palms together. There are going to be so many people watching us. Scared? I echoed, locking eyes with him. I'm terrified. There will be at least 50,000 people out there. Maybe more. Haha, really? He laughed awkwardly, scratching the back of his head. I'm glad I'm not the only one feeling this way. Suddenly, the door to our waiting room swung open, and an employee stepped inside. Unisano and Yugimoto, it's time. We stood up in unison, our hearts pounding as we walked into the dimly lit hallway. With each step toward the exit, the cheers from the audience grew louder, reverberating through the walls. Just before reaching the end of the hallway, Yugi and I paused, taking a moment to absorb the deafening roar of the crowd. Do I really have to go out there? He muttered, his voice barely audible over the noise. There are way too many people. I couldn't find the words to respond, so I just nodded stiffly. My heart was pounding in my chest. This was the largest crowd I had ever seen, and all their attention would be on us. Unfortunately for Yugi and I, there was no time to gather our nerves as the employees coordinated our entrance over the radio. All right, get ready. You'll be going in 3, 2, 1. Please proceed through the exit, and good luck. With that brisk farewell, Yugi and I exchanged a quick nod before stepping into the blinding light, bracing ourselves for what lay ahead. Third POV. 10 minutes earlier. The enormous stadium buzzed with hundreds of conversations as people eagerly took their seats. Suddenly, a cloud of colorful smoke erupted in the center of the arena, drawing gasps of surprise from the audience. As the smoke cleared, a man with long white hair appeared at the center. His bright red suit shimmered brilliantly under the sunlight. With a broad smile, he brought the microphone to his lips and laughed. Greetings, Pegasus announced, his voice booming through the stadium. The crowd erupted into cheers. How exhilarating to see so many people here today. As you know, I am proud to say that Duel Monsters has reached new heights, with duelists competing all over the world. Now, thanks to Kaiba Corp, the best of the best are here today to prove their skills. In this stadium, several contestants will be demonstrating their dueling prowess until only one remains. Pegasus announced with enthusiasm. Now, you must be wondering what's so great that it's making these duelists drool for the first place spot? He chuckled, leaning into the microphone. Well, it's none other than the chance to challenge the two best duelists in the world and claim the title of King or Queen of Games. Let me introduce you to our champions, Yugi Mutu and Unisano. Gradually, two figures emerged onto the stage, drawing the audience's awestruck gazes. From the right, we have the beautiful young lady Unisano, who claimed first place in both the Duelist Kingdom and Battle City tournaments. She wields dragons that surpass even the mighty Blue Eyes' White Dragon. Behold the undefeated Queen of Games. Behind them, the giant TV screen lit up with footage of Yuna's duels during the Duelist Kingdom. The audience watched in awe as she summoned the divine Dragon Lord Felgrand and the starving Venom Fusion Dragon, roaring fiercely and destroying any monsters in their way. The video then switched to her most recent battle, showcasing her dragon maid's intense confrontation against Siegfried. The crowd erupted in admiration, and Yuna couldn't help but twitch with embarrassment. As the video concluded, everyone applauded enthusiastically. Pegasus laughed heartily. "How's that? Amazing, right? Now, Miss Sano, do you have anything to say to the determined duelists?" Yuna hesitated for a moment, feeling the weight of all eyes on her. Gathering her composure, she spoke into the microphone, her voice soft but firm. "I look forward to it." Her words hung in the air, momentarily quieting the entire stadium. "Ho ho!" Pegasus smirked, his eyes twinkling with amusement. "I like that confidence, and rightfully so. Anyone who challenges Miss Sano will need to bring their A game, or they might find themselves swept away like that poor gentleman earlier." His laughter rang out, contagious as the crowd joined in, energized by the lively atmosphere. "Remember, besides Miss Sano here, we also have another champion. While he reached the finals during the Duelist Kingdom, our friend here showed incredible growth, swiftly defeating powerful opponents like the infamous Seto Kaiba and even achieving a draw with Miss Sano in the same tournament. I introduce you to Yugioh." Similar to Yuna's introduction, a video was supposed to begin playing. However, to the audience's confusion, the screen remained black and silent, causing Yugioh to frown with anxiety. Tapping his earpiece, Pegasus chuckled apologetically. "Actually, it seems there are some technical difficulties, and we weren't able to present the video. But you'll have to take my word for it." Pegasus laughed shamelessly, trying to diffuse the situation as murmurs spread through the crowd. It felt as though Pegasus had dangled a treat in front of their faces only to snatch it away. Frustration and annoyance crept over the audience, and some began to voice their discontent, causing Yugioh to shrink further. "Oh, looks like some of you aren't convinced." Pegasus rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "What should we do? Many seem to doubt poor Yugioh's skills, don't they?" Voices of agreement filled the air, and Yugioh gulped anxiously. "I could step down if that's what everyone wants. Having two people with the same titles can be problematic. But that simply won't do." Pegasus interjected, shaking his head firmly. "You earned the title fair and square. No need to worry, and we can crush two birds with one stone." Confusion clouded Yugioh's and the audience's faces as Pegasus continued, his tone conspiratorial. "How about this? Yugioh, let's have a duel." Yugioh stepped backward in shock, his eyes widening as Pegasus regarded him with a knowing smile. "Yes, you heard me right. Your performances in the Duelist Kingdom have piqued my interest. Despite facing Miss Sano as an obstacle, your growth has been extraordinary. What do you say? This duel should dispel any doubts, don't you think?" Under pressure from the public, Yugioh reluctantly nodded, and Pegasus clapped his hands in delight. "Perfect. As a special treat, let's kick off this thrilling tournament with a bang. I, Maximilian Pegasus, the creator of Duel Monsters, challenge you, Yugioh, the king of games." The crowd erupted with excitement at Pegasus's bold declaration. As the creator of the iconic Duel Monsters game, Pegasus's skill was legendary and not to be underestimated. His participation promised to shake up the tournament leaderboard effortlessly. With a subtle gesture, event staff arrived and escorted the somewhat overwhelmed Yugioh away. Once Yugioh was out of sight, Pegasus turned his attention back to Yuna. Now that that's settled, there's another problem everyone seems to be quite interested in. "Another problem?" Yuna frowned, feeling caught off guard as she hadn't been briefed on this beforehand. Glancing at Pegasus, she sensed his mischievous smile and grew uneasy. "You see, there have been rumors circulating lately. Could you please explain this image?" Pegasus said, and on the screen, a picture of Yuna and Seto sitting together appeared suddenly. Both of them had broad smiles on their faces as they engaged in deep conversation. Recognizing the picture from yesterday, Yuna stared at it in disbelief. "Someone took this picture yesterday, and it's gone viral." Pegasus grinned mischievously. Seto Kaiba, famously for his terrible personality, smiling? That's quite unbelievable. So my question is, are you and Seto Kaiba in any particular relationship? That's the most reasonable hypothesis. Pegasus's voice boomed through the stadium, amplifying the tension as he shamelessly brought the microphone closer to Yuna's mouth. By this point, Yuna's face had turned completely red. Under the scrutiny of everyone's watchful eyes, she nervously tightened her fist and managed to utter, "We're just friends." Is that so?" Pegasus chuckled, seemingly satisfied with her answer. "Oh well." His laughter rang out as he glanced around. As Pegasus smiled, a swarm of security guards rushed to his side. "Looks like my time is up. Don't worry, Kaiba boy. There's nothing wrong with love." The audience erupted into laughter as Pegasus was escorted off the stage, presumably to face a potentially irritated Seto. Left alone on the stage, Yuna quickly bowed and stepped down, signaling the official start of the Grand Championship. Yuna's POV. Once the starting ceremony ended, I returned to the hallway alone while Yugioh was dragged off to prepare for his match against Pegasus. My mind was still in disarray, and the image of Kaiba and me was now exposed to the world. Thanks to Pegasus, I knew it would be highly awkward when Kaiba and I met. Coupled with the fact that I hadn't even told him about Ishizu's request yet, I couldn't imagine things going smoothly. As I massaged my head, trying to navigate this dilemma, a voice suddenly broke through my thoughts. "So this is why you defended that guy so passionately." Recognizing the familiar voice, I turned around and saw a man leaning against a pillar behind me. "Alistair," I muttered in shock, and he smiled. Just like the last time I saw him, he was dressed in his usual open black coat with a gray shirt beneath. However, the Orichalco stone and the Chaos Duel disc he usually wore were gone, presumably discarded after Dart's defeat. "What are you doing here?" I asked, my voice wavering with surprise. "I came to talk," he replied with a nonchalant shrug. "A lot seems to have happened after I got my soul taken. Is it true that Dart's lost?" "I think you already know the answer," I explained, my voice steadying. "There's still remnants of Doma remaining. Are you going to join them?" Alistair chuckled and shook his head. "Haha, no. I've had enough of that life. Now I want to get as far away from it as possible." "I see." I nodded hesitantly, trying to gauge his reaction. "Do you still hate Kaiba?" Alistair sighed, running his hand through his hair. "I don't know. In those 3 weeks, I had a lot of time to think. In the end, as you said, we're all just victims of our circumstances. While I still don't like him, I can at least accept that it's not his fault. So, thank you," Alistair mumbled, averting his gaze. "I think I'm finally ready to move on now." He approached me and handed me something from his pocket. As he opened his hand, I saw a burned, broken figurine. "I want you to have this." Gently placing the figure in my palm, Alistair stared at it fondly. "This was my little brother's favorite toy. It helps me remember him." "Why would you give me something this important?" I asked, flustered and nervous that I might break the fragile object in my hand. "My brother always wanted to be a hero, and, unfortunately, I couldn't accomplish his dream," Alistair explained wistfully. "But I think you're the very person he aspired to be." "You overestimate me," I said bashfully, causing Alistair to laugh. "Well, that's just my opinion, but I hope you keep it anyway. It's my brother's and my way of saying thanks." "Then I will keep this safe," I promised, smiling. Alistair sighed with relief. "What are you going to do now?" "For now, I want to go back to my hometown. Maybe then I can find any survivors from my village," Alistair answered, turning to leave. "Thank you, Unisano. We may meet again in the future." As Alistair began to walk away, I hurriedly called out his name. He turned around, and I smiled warmly. "Good luck." Laughing, he waved and bid me one last farewell as he walked off. Although we were once enemies, I couldn't help but feel sympathy for his past. In the end, all I could do was pray that whatever Alistair decided to do next would go well for him. Third POV. Meanwhile, in the Kaibaland control room, you see, I wanted to have a bit more excitement. "It's all for the greater good," Pegasus explained with an awkward laugh, trying to diffuse Seto's intense glare. "Where did you get that picture?" Seto muttered, his fists clenched tightly. Pegasus merely shrugged. "Well, it's everywhere, Kaiba boy," Pegasus said, raising his hands in mock innocence. So don't blame me for everything. Sito contemplated punching Pegasus square in the jaw, but restrained himself with great effort. Find all those pictures and remove them now, he shouted, causing the staff to type away at their computers frantically. Annoyed by Pegasus's presence, Sito stormed out of the room, slamming the door behind him. Walking down the hallway, he pondered Yuna's response to the question, feeling a bittersweet taste in his mouth. Just friends, huh? He mumbled under his breath, unable to hide the disappointment on his face. Somewhere in his heart, he had hoped their relationship could be more. Ironically, Sito found himself annoyed that Pegasus had inadvertently helped him realize his dissatisfaction. Kaiba. Lifting his head, Sito stared at Yuna standing before him, feeling a surprising sense of relaxation. Sano, when did you get here? He asked, trying to mask his smile. I just arrived, Yuna responded. I see. Sito nodded, taking in her presence. You did well today. It's not easy for anyone to speak in front of so many people. Haha. It was nerve-wracking, she admitted honestly. I almost couldn't speak with everyone watching me. But you still did it, Sito praised. So don't underestimate yourself. Yuna's eyes widened slightly before she laughed. Thanks. Enjoying her smile, Sito felt his heart lighten. By the way, he nervously slurred his words. I currently don't have anything urgent to attend to. Would you like to have lunch with me? Lunch with you? Yuna's cheeks reddened, and Sito waited with bated breath. I would love to, but I'm sorry, I won't be able to. Her words were like a bucket of cold water, dousing his excitement. Sighing, Yuna smiled apologetically, her regret evident. What? Sito muttered, and she averted her gaze. In a few hours, I'm leaving for Egypt. She explained her situation, and when she heard Ishizu's name, Sito's expression was crumpled in annoyance. Kaiba, I know you don't like this. Not liking it is putting it lightly, Sito scowled, grasping her wrist. I can't believe you're only telling me now. You know how I feel about this. I do, Yuna muttered softly. Then don't go. Ishizu can handle it herself, Sito proposed selfishly, and she chuckled helplessly. You know she can't. Yuna answered patiently. We can send Yugi, he argued. Isn't he that pharaoh or whatnot? Why not just send him? Because Ishizu asked me to. Her calm voice made Sito's body tremble with anger. Unfazed, Yuna continued. I feel more assured doing this myself rather than entrusting it to someone else. I don't believe this, Sito laughed bitterly, leaning against the wall. Is what happened with darts not enough? Now you're seeking even more trouble. Kaiba, Yuna whispered, I will never promise you anything that I'm unsure of. That's why I won't promise I will not get hurt. And you're still going? He shouted. Yes. Yuna nodded. Suddenly, Sito embraced her tightly, leaving Yuna stunned. Don't go, he ordered, holding her in place. I will go instead. Yuna's body tingled, and she instinctively closed her eyes. The sensation of Sito's warmth made her heart beat wildly. However, realizing she was succumbing to his touch, Yuna hurriedly backed away and caught her breath. Smiling bashfully, Yuna regretfully shook her head. Sorry, Kaiba. I couldn't let you do that. Why not? Sito yelled in frustration, and she laughed softly. Well, I don't want you to get hurt, either. Yuna responded slyly, so just believe in me this time. She stepped backwards, dodging his hands as she moved further away. Sano, wait. Sito shouted, his face red, trying to grab her. Stopping suddenly, Yuna chuckled and smiled wryly. Then how about this? Let's make another promise. But this time, I promise that once I'm back, I will tell you something important. Something important? Sito questioned doubtfully. It's something important to me, Yuna explained, but it's something you don't have to listen to. Staring at the ground, Sito let out a deep sigh. After a minute of hesitation, he nodded. Fine. You're going no matter what, aren't you? When that time comes, make sure you tell me, or else you'll be in trouble for getting me curious over nothing. Okay. Yuna spoke excitedly. Just don't hate me after. Why would I hate? All right, see you. Yuna smiled and ran away. Sito watched her fading figure and sighed deeply, worries plaguing his face as he recalled Yuna's unconscious state during their battle with darts. However, a hint of curiosity and anticipation set in. Stay safe. As he stared into the distance, a brief notification sound entered his ears, and Sito reached for his phone. Noah, all the images have been removed. However, I left one just in case you wanted it. Clicking on the attachment Noah had sent, Sito gazed at the image and expanded Yuna's bright face. Smiling, he quietly saved the picture to his phone, keeping it with him forever. Shortly after bidding farewell to Kaiba, I hurried to the airport, where Ishizu awaited me with a welcoming smile. She guided me to her private plane, and I immediately experienced the epitome of luxury. Despite the comfort, the flight felt excruciatingly long, especially compared to the speed of Kaiba's Blue Eye's white dragon jet. Nonetheless, the atmosphere of being on a private plane was unparalleled. I used the time to relax, meticulously sort through my deck, and mentally prepare for the battle ahead. When we finally landed, the intense desert heat hit me like a wave. The sudden temperature shift caught me off guard, but I quickly changed into a more suitable outfit, feeling a rush of relief as I adapted to the new environment. Please follow me, Ishizu spoke softly. There's already a car waiting for us. We walked briskly to the car and settled into the back seat. Ishizu exchanged a few words with the driver, and soon we were on our way. As we sat facing each other, I couldn't help but be captivated by her serene expression. Ishizu, I began, catching her attention. What if I lose? Her confident smile never wavered. I have faith that you won't be defeated, Miss Sano, she replied, her voice steady. So, victory is already assured. I see, I answered, though I sensed there was more beneath her calm exterior. Are you okay? I asked, watching her closely. Her beautiful smile faltered for a brief moment, and I glimpsed a crack in her composed facade. Ishizu, I gently placed my hand over hers. Tell me, what's wrong? It's complicated, Ishizu muttered with a wry smile. Watching you prepare so diligently, Miss Sano, I've never felt so useless before. She sighed sadly, her gaze distant. Even now, we rely on someone else to solve our problem because we lack the strength to do it ourselves. In that tomb, I felt utterly powerless against that evil being. While I managed to escape, my brother stayed behind to fight. It has already been a week, and with each passing second, my worry grows. I have to face the possibility that Merrick and Odeon may not return alive. Ishizu bit her lip, her nails digging into her palms as she struggled to hold back her tears. Ishizu, no matter how much I want to rescue my brothers myself, I know I'm incapable. Her tears began to fall, and the car was enveloped in a heavy silence. Watching Ishizu cry, I felt a heavy feeling in my heart. In my mind, I always thought of her as someone very mature and headstrong. But now, I grasped Ishizu's hand while she wiped her tears with a tissue. I'm sorry for showing you such an unruly side of me. Don't apologize. I smiled. You must be very worried. Yes, of course. Ishizu chuckled. These two were very stubborn sometimes, so I always felt concerned when I was away. But isn't that what having siblings is all about? I replied, and she laughed. That's right, Ishizu muttered softly. Suddenly, she pulled me into her embrace. As my face was buried in her chest, I heard Ishizu's gentle whisper as she patted my head. I always wanted a little sister. While Odeon and Merrick were everything I could have asked for, I couldn't share the same closeness. Does Miss Sano feel the same way? Ishizu stared at me with an expectant smile as I blushed. Averting my gaze, I nodded shyly. It feels nice with Ishizu-san. Miss Sano is too cute. Ishizu muttered absent-mindedly, and the arms wrapped around me tightened. I really wanted to spoil you. Will another villa suffice? No, I frantically shook my head. It's more than enough. Foo. Ishizu giggled at my reaction. I was only joking. So please don't take it to heart. I pouted and glanced at Ishizu's mischievous expression. Hiding my face, I smiled softly, relief that Ishizu was able to return to her usual self. An hour later, after a long journey, The car finally stopped, and one of Ishizu's subordinates opened the door for us. Stepping out of the vehicle, I was once again reminded of the severity of the situation. In the distance stood an ancient ruin from the remnants of an old civilization. The ruins were half buried by shifting sands, and the remaining structures that weren't wholly buried were eroded by the centuries of harsh weather. As we approached the cave-like entrance, I spotted countless tents surrounding the outside. Occupying those tents were soldiers armed with intimidating-looking guns and military vehicles. Noticing our presence, the soldiers simultaneously turned their heads, and I instinctively flinched. "Don't be afraid. They are here to prevent the evil spirit from leaving," Ishizu explained. "Times like this, I'm glad I dabble a little in politics, so I can do something like this." As we approached the stairs leading down to the bottom of the tomb, Ishizu and I paused, taking in the sight of the deep tunnel and the evil presence that awaited us. Speaking in Arabic to a nearby soldier, she then turned to me with a worried smile. "We will be going down there alone," Ishizu explained. "These men will wait for us. If we don't respond in 2 hours, a squad will be sent to locate us." "And if that fails?" I asked, curiosity mingling with apprehension. Her expression turned solemn. "Then they will blow up the entire cave, resealing it," Ishizu replied without hesitation. "So there's no going back." I took a deep breath, swallowing hard. "I'm ready. Let's go." Under the watchful eyes of the soldiers, Ishizu and I cautiously descended into the ruins. The intimidating atmosphere weighed heavily on us, and we walked in tense silence, too nervous to speak. When we finally reached the last door, Ishizu inhaled sharply, her face paling. "Ishizu-san," I called out softly, and she nodded hesitantly. "I'm sorry. I'm just preparing myself for what I might see," she muttered, slowly reaching out towards the entrance of the tomb. "Here I go." With a gentle push, the door opened, and a wisp of smoke blasted out, enveloping us. We gritted our teeth as the smoke cleared, revealing the room beyond. Stepping inside, I was able to see the scale of the situation that we find ourselves in. Craters and rubbles littered the room, showing signs of a recent battle. Beyond the debris were 2 figures slumped against the wall, their body lifeless. "Merrick O'Dean!" Ishizu cried and ran towards them, pulling the 2 out of the pile of sandstone. Suddenly, the smoke began to coalesce back towards the coffin in the middle of the room. Gradually, the dark smoke rose and formed into a humanoid shape. When the smoke dissipated, a figure of a man could be seen. He had muscular skin with pulsating veins, dirty blonde hair cascading down his back, and a few strands covering his ruby-red eyes. A blue jewel was embedded in his forehead. Thankfully, he wore a black cape and pants, sparing us an awkward confrontation. "Have more souls arrived to offer themselves up to me?" the man chuckled, his gaze shifting to the frightened Ishizu. "Ah, you're that woman from before. Did you change your mind and come back for your comrades?" "Unfortunately for you, it's already too late." "My brothers, what have you done to them?" Ishizu screamed in anger. "These fools thought they had the strength to challenge me." Anubis pointed with his chin and snorted. "They paid the price with their souls. You too." Ishizu wept and embraced them tightly. Turning his head, Anubis scanned me up and down before smiling arrogantly. "So, who is this little lady you brought before me?" "Someone who will defeat you," I growled with disdain, causing the man to bellow with laughter. "You? What will you even do?" he snorted. "From what I see, you don't even have a complete soul. You have nothing to offer me." I smiled wryly, annoyed by his remark about my condition. Taking out my deck, I revealed the winged dragon of Ra. "Will you be interested in this?" Instantly, the man's eyes sharpened, fixating on the Egyptian god card in my hand. However, before he could react, the card disappeared back into my system, and I smiled teasingly. "Do I have your attention now?" His shoulders trembled, and he ground his teeth in anger. "Are you making fun of me?" he roared. "What makes you think I won't just take it by force?" "Because you couldn't," I responded. "Only I have access to RA. If you hurt me, forget about it." Knowing how much this guy desired the Egyptian gods, I was confident he wouldn't do anything rashly. TSK. He clicked his teeth. What is it that you want? A duel, I demanded. If you win, you get my soul and RA. Although your soul isn't as valuable as these two, the winged dragon of RA will suffice. He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. Very well, I will do it. Aren't you curious about what happens if I win? I asked, adrenaline coursing through me, raising my confidence level. Fine. What will happen if you win? He questioned. You'll be destroyed, I said, clapping and smiling. I also want Odian and Merrick's souls back. Ishizu's tear-streaked face flashed in my mind, fueling my determination to beat this guy up. The man scowled before bursting into laughter. How bold. Very well, I accept your challenge. Lifting his arm, smoke gathered around us, and I felt the familiar oppressive sensation of a shadow game. Various small tablets floated around him, and the man smiled. I, the creator of the Pyramid of Light, the powerful sorcerer Anubis, challenge you to a duel. Duel! I shouted as my dual disc came to life upon my voice. Unisano, for 1000 LP. Staring at Anubis and the ominous plaques levitating in the air, I realized that this duel would be pretty different from the one I'm familiar with. While I get to have a counter that shows how many life points I currently possess, Anubis does not have anything like it, resembling a duel back in ancient times. So, everything comes down to my imagination. Taking a deep breath, I close my eyes, envisioning the image in my head. If I couldn't see his life points, I must use my imagination. When I finally opened my eyes, a fake counter was visualized behind the sorcerer, allowing me to get a much clearer picture. Anubis, for 1000 LP1. Since you're the challenger, will you be kind enough to let me start first? Anubis asked slyly. Suit yourself, I muttered while drawing 5 cards. Very well, then let me begin. He spoke eagerly as a plaque floated into his palm. I will cast my spell, Traden, to relinquish my amnesia, the Ogdoadic Queen, to conjure 2 new tablets into my hands. Ogdoadic, I muttered in disbelief. Where in the world did you get this? I have no obligations to answer you, Anubis chided. But if you defeat me, perhaps I might satisfy your curiosity. I shall continue. I cast my second spell, Snake Rain, to discard Flogos, the Ogdoadic Boundless, and discard 4 more of my spirits from my inventory. 4 new tablets appeared before our eyes, and Anubis clenched his fists as they crumbled to specks of dust. Finally, since I control no monsters, I will use the power of Nunu, the Ogdoadic Remnant, and revive it from my graveyard. One of the tablets that was destroyed restored itself, and the hieroglyphics began to glow. Soon, a monster burst forth from within and landed on the field. Nunu, the Ogdoadic Remnant. 0 defense. It was a pitch-black cobra adorned with Egyptian ceremonial armor. Upon seeing me, the serpent hissed and spat saliva onto the ground. Unlike the 3D projections from the dual discs, these monsters felt more lifelike than any I had ever seen. Then, with the power of Nunu, I will sacrifice it and summon another one of my spirits. I will call upon my curse, the Ogdoadic Light. A mass of dark smoke surged and coiled around Nunu, Ogdoadic Remnant. A horrifying screech and gurgle echoed through the air, sending shivers down my spine. As the smoke dissipated, a colossal monster clad in gold armor stood before us. Instead of legs, its lower body was a writhing, tangled mass of slithering snakes, creating a grotesque and unsettling sight. Curse, the Ogdoadic Light. 2,400 defense. When Nunu left this realm while it was summoned through its revival power, the spirit will be banished instead, Anubis explained. Then, when Curse is summoned, I can use its power to bring back Noya, the Ogdoadic Remnant, as well. Noya, the Ogdoadic Remnant. 2,000 defense. Noya's power allows me to bring out the Ogdoadic Serpent Strike from my inventory. Then I will cast this spell. Boom! The room trembled as the spell activated, coating our environment with its power. Anubis smiled at the sensation while I frowned. I will sacrifice Noya and summon Alert, the Ogdoadic Dark. Roar! Standing in Noya's place was a fierce beast clad in golden armor and and adorned with spikes. With the head of a cobra, the monster had thick, muscular arms and legs, each finger and toe tipped with sharp, pointy claws. Alert, the Ogdatic Dark, 2000 attack. The power of curse called upon Noya so that it will be sent to the banishment realm. However, with Alert's ability, I'm able to recover Noya and Nunu from the banishment realm. Finally, I will cast 2 spells in advance and activate it later. Anubis smirked, and a small magical circle appeared on his feet. This concludes everything, one. Then it's my turn. I will draw, I shouted while glancing at my hand. First, I will play the spell of fusion deployment. This spell allows me to reveal the Blue Eyes Tyrant Dragon in my extra deck, and special summon the Blue Eyes White Dragon from my deck. As soon as I inserted the card into my dual disc, I felt my strength ebb away, dropping me to my knees. TSK. I clicked my teeth at the uncomfortable sensation, clenching and unclenching my fists in confusion. Staring at the white dragon standing before me, I could feel a connection between me and my monster. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3000 attack. Dwelling on the feeling, I gradually understood my situation as I recalled the lore behind Duel Monsters. Back in Egyptian times, Duel Monsters wasn't just a game. It was a method people used to kill each other. However, unlike in the past Shadow games, this feeling was much worse, probably due to the fact that this duel was much more traditional than any I have played before. Well, it's not common for people to battle an old spirit. Well, Anubis commented upon seeing my weakened state. With your pathetic form of a soul, can you even summon a single spirit? Sensing the warm liquid trickling down my cheek, I smiled wryly. You should stop worrying about me and continue this duel, I remarked while grabbing the second card from my hand. I will summon Chamber Dragon Maid. Chamber Dragon Maid, 1800 defense. With Chamber Dragon Maid's effect, I will add Dragon Maid changeover from the deck to my hand. I explained as Anubis furrowed his brow. It's time for me to activate my trap, the offering to the snake deity, by sacrificing my curse, the Ogdoadic Light. I will kill the 2 spirits you control. Anubis declared. I won't let that happen. I yelled. I will respond with my quick play spell, Dragon Maid Send-Off, by returning Chamber Dragon Maid to my hand and summoning Paler Dragon Maid instead. With a wave, Chamber Dragon Maid vanished, and another young maid took her place. Glancing around, Paler Dragon Maid smiled at me before gazing at Blue Eyes White Dragon in awe. Paler Dragon Maid, 1700 defense. As the spell shot towards my 2 monsters, it suddenly dispelled, leaving Anubis confused as Paler Dragon Maid danced around teasingly. Since your spell only targets Blue Eyes White Dragon and Chamber Dragon Maid, by removing one of them from the field, the spell will be nullified. I explained confidently, and Anubis clicked his teeth. Since that has been resolved, Paler Dragon Maid's effect will trigger. When she is special summoned, I can send Dragon Maid Loper from the deck to the graveyard. You have triggered the spell of Ogdoadic Serpent Strike. When you send a monster from your inventory to the grave, I will be able to do the same. That will be fine. I will activate the spell Dragon Maid Changeover, I announced as a portal appeared beneath Blue Eyes White Dragon. Using Blue Eyes White Dragon on the field and Chamber Dragon in my hand as materials, I will fusion summon House Dragon Maid. House Dragon Maid, 3000 attack. Now I will battle, I shouted. During my battle phase, I will activate Parlor Dragon Maid's effect to return her to my hand. Then I can summon Dragon Maid Loper from the graveyard. Grinning, Parlor Dragon Maid jumped into the air, performing a flip. As if it was magic, she transformed into a beautiful dragon with green fur. Dragon Maid Loper, 2700 attack. With House Dragon Maid, when another Dragon Maid monster I control returns to my hand, I can target your curse, the Ogdoadic Light, and destroy it. I declared, and a beam of light shot out of House Dragon Maid's finger, piercing the Serpentine Warrior. I will battle. House Dragon Maid and Dragon Maid Loper. Go! Dragon Maid Loper charged, and she bit into the beast's shoulder. Alert roared in rage and tried to fight back, but the dragon easily dodged before finishing the monster with her claws. Anubis, 4000 LP-3300 LP. The path is cleared. House Dragon Maid. Charge! I yelled, and the dragon dashed towards the sorcerer with murderous intent. Not so fast. Anubis smirked and revealed his second spell. This concealed spell is called Snake Whistle. When one of my spirits is destroyed, I will be able to call upon a low-tier reptilian spirit from my inventory. Noya, protect me. Noya, the Ogdoadic Remnant, 2000 defense. Blocking House Dragon Maid's path appeared a tall serpent. The snake hissed as she unleashed her punch, and the monster exploded into pieces. Frustrated, House Dragon Maid and Dragon Maid Loper returned to my side of the field as I helplessly continued to my turn. In my second main phase, Dragon Maid Larper will return to its maid form. After that, I will set one card face down and end my turn. I muttered grimly as the two maids glanced at me apologetically. Dragon Maid Paler, 1700 defense. Coo. Anubis chuckled and stared at me with pity. It was certainly a much better attempt that's better than those two, at least. But don't let that get into your head because it's my turn, he announced with a broad smile as a new tablet formed around him. During your standby phase, I will use House Dragon Maid's effect and summon Chamber Dragon Maid from my graveyard. I interrupted, trying to set up a defense that would allow me to survive whatever the sorcerer was planning. Chamber Dragon Maid, 1800 defense. TSK. Then first, I will conjure the environmental spell Ogdoadic Origin. Swirls of shadows began to grow on the walls and all over the room like vile roots. The veins slithered and squirmed as if they were alive, creating a disgusting texture. Nunu, the Ogdoadic Remnant, will be revived since I control no other monsters. Anubis smirked and re-summoned the serpent. Nunu, the Ogdoadic Remnant, 0 defense. Like before, Nunu will be sacrificed to revive Curse, the Ogdoadic Light, and Curse will bring back Noya, the Ogdoadic Remnant. Curse, Ogdoadic Light, 2400 defense. Noya, the Ogdoadic Remnant, 2000 defense. With Noya's power, I will retrieve the Ogdoadic Water Lily spell into my hand. Now I will also revive Alert, the Ogdoadic Dark, by banishing Noya. Anubis spoke as he gradually rebuilt his entire field. Alert, the Ogdoadic Dark, 2000 attack. In response, I will activate Dragon Maid Tidying. I yelled and revealed my trap card. This card allows me to target my Parlor Dragon Maid and your Alert, the Ogdoadic Dark, to return both monsters to the hand. Then, with the effect of House Dragon Maid, I can target your Curse, the Ogdoadic Light, and destroy it. I pointed at the two monsters as they disappeared from the field, restarting Anubis's progress. How bothersome! Anubis muttered with an annoyed smile. Next, I will use the Flogos, the Ogdoadic Boundless ability to relinquish Alert and return Flogos to my hand. Then, with the power of the Ogdoadic Serpent Strike, I can send Flogos back to my graveyard to summon my most potent spirit, Ogdoubis, the Ogdoadic Overlord. Suddenly, an intense energy swept through the room. Trembling, I glanced at my arm, where goosebumps crawled up my skin. All the shadows condensed into one place, forming a massive moving tower. Hearing a roar, all the gold ornaments and jewels in the room were absorbed by the shadows, forming elaborate pieces of armor around the dark mass. Wings sprouted from the creature's back as its form stretched out, transforming into a massive cobra that shattered the ceiling, revealing a vast, empty cavern supported by enormous pillars and walls. 1. Ogdoubis, the Ogdoadic Overlord, 3100 attack. When I discarded a spirit, I could also revive the second lord, Nephlibis, the Ogdoadic Overlord. Anubis cackled as a second enormous serpent emerges. Similar to Ogdoubis, the monster shared a resemblance to a serpent with wings, but with the upper body of a man clad in gold. Nephlibis, the Ogdoadic Overlord, 2200 attack. With Nephlibis's power, I will be able to summon his queen. I will call upon the spirit of Amnesia, the Ogdoadic Queen. Amnesia, the Ogdoadic Queen, 2,700 attack. Next, I will use the spell the Container of Greed, which allows me to retrieve 2 tablets from my inventory. Then I will summon my spirit, the Zoha, the Ogdoadic Boundless. Zoha, the Ogdoadic Boundless, 1,500 attack. Finally, with Amnesia's power, since your spirit was reborn from the graveyard, I can send it back. Now you have no spirits protecting you. Anubis cackled with confidence as my chamber dragon maid disappeared from the field. Attack my spirits, attack. During the end of your main phase, I will activate Dragon Maid Ernest's effect to discard the card and special summon Nurse Dragon Maid from my hand. Nurse Dragon Maid, 1,600 defense. When Nurse Dragon Maid is summoned, I'm able to summon Chamber Dragon Maid from the graveyard. Chamber Dragon Maid, 1,800 defense. Annoying, kill them, Anubis ordered, and the monsters charged at the frightened maids. In the battle phase, I will activate Nurse Dragon Maid and Chamber Dragon Maid's effect. Chamber Dragon Maid allows me to return her to the hand to summon House Dragon Maid, while Nurse Dragon Maid will also transform back to Dragon Maid Ernest. House Dragon Maid, 3,000 attack. Dragon Maid Ernest, 2,600 attack. Like before, when a Dragon Maid monster returned to my hand, I would be able to target one monster and destroy it. I will choose the Ogdoabus, the Ogdoadic Overlord. I shouted, and the House Dragon Maid fired the same magic, piercing through the Overlord's armor. How annoying, Anubis muttered and glared at me. However, you have triggered the effect of my Ogdoadic origin. When one of my reptilian spirits is destroyed, I can also choose one of your spirits and send it to the grave. The veins suddenly lash out, wrapping around House Dragon Maid's limbs. As the restraints tighten, House Dragon Maids burst into particles of light and vanish from my field. Now my spirits attack. Anubis laughed as the Ogdoadic monsters approached my dragon. Amnesia swung her staff, and Dragon Maid Ernest let out a painful cry before collapsing. As the dragon disappeared, I suddenly felt a slight loss of strength as my life points dropped slightly. Unisano, for 1,000 LP-3,900 LP. Although I was relieved that I didn't feel that much pain, that thought would soon go out the window when the 2 remaining monsters lunged towards me with merciless eyes. Swish! Zoha swung its massive halberd, and I felt a sharp pain across my body. Gasping, I clutched my side in agony. Before I could momentarily recover, a purple fireball struck me in the chest, sending me across the room. Sano, Ishizu screamed as my back hit the wall hard, creating a loud thud. Unisano, 3,900 LP-2,400 LP. Unisano, 2,400 LP-200 LP. Panting for breath, I hesitantly touched my body. My clothes were torn from the attack, but there was no injury on my body. Just like the duel with Merrick, the pain and damage were definitely real. There's no doubt about that. But why wasn't there a wound? Suddenly, I felt a hand on my shoulder, and I instinctively turned my head. Beside me stood House Dragon Maid as she smiled at me. While shocked by the appearance of the spirit, my eyes were glued to the massive cut across her shoulder as blood seeped into her clean uniform. Behind her, I also saw the rest of the dragon maids frantically slapping Parlor Dragon Maid in the back, putting out the flames on her clothes. "Why are you here?" I muttered in disbelief. "And your wounds?" Smiling, House Dragon Maid patted my head and shrugged. Although she didn't speak, I could understand the gist of what she was saying. Presumably, it was something like being a dragon, and this much damage wasn't that serious for someone like her. Helping me stand, the House Dragon Maid pointed at my deck with a severe expression. "All right," I answered stupidly. "We're still fighting. I will try my best." All the maids nodded with a relieved smile before transforming into golden particles. Standing up, I grunted and took a deep breath. Glaring at Anubis, he whistled in admiration. "You're still standing after that, huh? Your spirits were more tenacious than I thought." He praised. "Let's continue. I will use the spell Ogdoadic Water Lily to discard Nunu, the Ogdoadic remnant, from my inventory. Then I will be able to revive the Ogdoabus, the Ogdoadic Overlord. Ogdoabus, the Ogdoadic Overlord. 3,100 attack. Now it's your turn, he said, and I nodded. I will draw, I declared and glanced at my life points. It was evident that I could no longer afford a single mistake. Typically, I would have felt nervous, but instead, I felt strangely calm, probably desensitized by the amount of dangerous situations I get myself into. First, I will discard the Dragon Maid Lorper from my hand and negate Ogdoabus's effect for the rest of this turn. Next, I will activate Dragon Maid Hospitality to special summon Dragon Maid Lorper from the graveyard. Dragon Maid Loper, 2,600 attack. Then, I will add back Dragon Maid Changeover from my graveyard by returning Dragon Maid Loper to my hand. Now, I will activate Dragon Maid Changeover. Using Dragon Maid Loper and Chamber Dragon Maid in my hand, I will summon Dragon Maid Shu. Whoosh! Beautifully, Dragon Maid Shu appeared, and she grew at Anubis fiercely. Glancing at her shoulder, I noticed the wound had disappeared, and I sighed with relief. Dragon Maid Shu, 3,500 attack. Next, I will normal summon Nurse Dragon Maid, and she will revive Chamber Dragon Maid from the graveyard. Nurse Dragon Maid, 1,600 defense. Chamber Dragon Maid, 1,800 defense. When Chamber Dragon Maid is summoned, she allows me to add Dragon Maid Welcome to my hand. I explained while searching through my deck. Then I will activate Dragon Maid Welcome. This spell allows me to recover Dragon Maid Changeover from the graveyard. Also, when Dragon Maid Welcome is on the field, all my monsters will gain 100 attacks or defense for each Dragon Maid monster I control. Dragon Maid Shu, 3,500-3,800 attack. Nurse Dragon Maid, 1,600-1,900 defense. Chamber Dragon Maid, 1,800-2,100 defense. Afterwards, I will banish Dragon Maid Tidying in my graveyard to revive the House Dragon Maid in my graveyard. House Dragon Maid, 3,000 attack. Dragon Maid Shu, 3,800-4,200 attack. Nurse Dragon Maid, 1,900-2,300 defense. Chamber Dragon Maid, 2,100-2,500 defense. House Dragon Maid, 3,000-3,400 attack. Now, I will activate Dragon Maid Changeover again. Using House Dragon Maid and Chamber Dragon Maid on the field, I will fusion summon Protostar Dragon, OCG. Jumping into the portals, the two Dragon Maids vanished, and a new dragon emerged. Covering in white and black scales, the creature looked like a being from space. The dragon had claws sharp as knives, massive wings and green orbs embedded all over its body. The monster roared at my calling. Protostar Dragon, 2,500 attack. Protostar Dragon, 2,500-2,700 attack. Dragon Maid Shu, 4,200-4,000 attack. Nurse Dragon Maid, 2,300-2,100 defense. When Protostar Dragon is summoned, I can destroy cards you control equal to the number of light or dark monsters I used as materials. I will choose over your Ogdoabus and Amnesia, destroying them. The green orbs in Protostar Dragon's body began to glow as it gathered energy. Unleashing a pulsating breath, the two Ogdoadic monsters were swept away as they dissolved into nothingness. Have you not learned? With the power of Ogdoadic origin, I can also target one of your spirits and send it to the grave. Anubis shouted as the dark tendrils around the room attacked once more. However, before they reached Dragon Maid Shu, the dark tendrils exploded and the dragon roared triumphantly. With Dragon Maid Shu, once per turn, when you activate an effect, I can negate it. Then after, I can summon House Dragon Maid from the extra deck. House Dragon Maid, 3,000 attack. House Dragon Maid, 3,000-3,200 attack. Now I will battle, and Nurse Dragon Maid will transform into Dragon Maid Ernest. Dragon Maid Ernest, 2,600 attack. Dragon Maid Ernest, 2,600-2,800 attack. Dragon Maid Ernest, attack Nephalibes, the Ogdoadic overlord. I yelled as the pink dragon danced around Nephalibes before slamming him against the wall with her tail. Anubis, 3,300 LP-2,700 LP. Protostar Dragon destroys Zoha, the Ogdoadic Boundless. Once again, the dragon unleashed a green beam, obliterating the monster. Anubis, 2,700 LP-1,700 LP. House Dragonmaid, this is our payback. Attack Anubis's life points directly. I shouted confidently, and she dashed past me with a satisfied smirk. Wait! Suddenly, my voice traveled loudly through the room, and House Dragonmaid froze, her fist inches away from Anubis's face. Gasping in shock, the sorcerer collapsed onto his rear. As Anubis met my gaze, relief seemed to wash over him. Gradually, a nervous smile formed on his face. W, what's wrong? Are you too scared to kill me? Well, you seem to make the right choice. How about this? If you end this duel now, I will tell you everything you need to know. You must be curious about how I got this powerful, right? Are you saying you will tell me? I repeated with a small smile, much to Ishizu and House Dragonmaid's disbelief. Of course. Of course. I swear my name. Anubis frantically answered, and my eyes softened. Sano, Ishizu uttered in a daze, and I laughed. W, what's so funny? Anubis questioned nervously, sensing the strange atmosphere. Nothing. I wasn't planning on accepting the deal anyway. I shrugged, and his expression crumbled. Why? He screamed. Don't you want to know who's behind all this? Well, I have some idea, I replied, but that's not the main reason I stopped the attack anyway. Then, Anubis gulped as a sharp glint reflected from my pupils as I smiled. While I'm a significant fan of Yugioh, in the end, I'm still an otaku at heart, so if such a good opportunity were presented to me suddenly, it would be too much of a shame to throw it away. Staring at Anubis pitifully, I apologized in my head. House Dragonmaid, come here, please. I gestured, and the maid approached me with a slight tilt of her head. After whispering some instructions, the smile on the dragon's face returned as she approached Anubis while cracking her knuckles. Hold on, please hear me out. Anubis begged as the House Dragonmaid forcibly made him stand. Lady, you're not going to really kill me, are you? Cue the Jotaro Kujo theme. Yar yar days, I muttered and turned my back towards him. You really can't stop whining, can't you? But don't worry, I will make sure to shut you up real soon. Swiping my hand along my imaginary hat, I pointed at Anubis with disdain. Go. Star Plat. I mean House Dragonmaid. Bang, 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 bang. At my command, House Dragonmaid tossed Anubis into the air. With insane speed, she unleashed a barrage of punches, hitting every part of his body dozens of times in a matter of seconds. Boom! Finally, letting out all of her pent-up rage, House Dragonmaid landed a final punch directly in his face, sending him flying across the room before leaping up in his face, smashing him back onto the floor. When the smoke settled, I slowly approached the crater where Anubis lay. House Dragonmaid had caused far more damage than I had anticipated. His body was covered in bruises, and several bones were clearly broken. If Anubis weren't an evil, powerful spirit, he would undoubtedly be dead. Sensing my presence, Anubis coughed in pain and opened one of his black eyes. Why? You lost, I muttered coldly, reaching for the pyramid of light artifact hanging around his neck. Too weak to resist, Anubis watched as I took the artifact from him. As I examined it with interest, the artifact suddenly glowed. Two faint blue orbs emerged from the center and flowed towards Merrick and Odeon. As the orbs entered their bodies, their eyes snapped open and they gasped for breath. Confused by the situation, they frantically looked around before being tackled to the floor. Sister, Merrick spoke agitatingly as Ishizu hugged him. You idiots! She cursed at them angrily before bursting into tears. Do you know how scared I was? But the spirit, Odeon muttered, looking around before meeting my gaze. Eventually, piecing things together, he nodded at me. Once I was sure they were both okay, I turned to the pyramid of light in my hand. Without a second thought, I smashed the artifact against the ground shattering it into thousands of pieces. Kukuka. Anubis chuckled weakly as his muscles began to shrink and evaporate. Do you really think this is over? Are you still talking? I uttered coldly, and the sorcerer smiled. Well, it doesn't matter anyway. You'll find out eventually. Anubis laughed as his body crumbled. Till we meet again. Frowning, I watched as the remaining parts of Anubis turned to dust. On the ground, I noticed several tablets still seeping dark smoke. When the smoke dissipated, they transformed into duel monster cards, and I cautiously picked them up. Unsurprisingly, I could sense the malice of the spirits residing in these cards. Unwilling to destroy them, I stored the duel monster cards in the system for later use. They might prove helpful in the future. Third POV. When Yuna crawled out of the crater, she approached the Ishtar siblings, who were still embracing each other. Hearing her footsteps, Ishizu raised her head, and her eyes widened. Pushing Merrick and Odeon out of the way, she frantically hugged Yuna in tears. Thank you so much," Ishizu cried with relief, and Yuna chuckled. "Miss Sano, you really are a beacon of light shining upon the—" Suddenly, Ishizu paused, her expression turning rigid. Confused, Yuna tilted her head and glanced at the two brothers, who displayed contrasting reactions. Meeting Yuna's eyes, Odeon, flustered, quickly looked away while Merrick stared at her blankly, like an idiot. "Miss Sano, you're—" Ishizu's face flushed, and Yuna looked down hesitantly. Following their gaze, Yuna slowly lowered her head and froze. During the battle, she stayed safe thanks to the sacrifice and protection of her spirits. However, her clothes hadn't fared as well. Holes riddled her jeans, exposing Yuna's legs to an alarming degree, and her upper body hadn't been spared either. The buttons on her shirt had been ripped off by Ogdoadic Zohak's halberd, revealing Yuna's stomach and bra. Feeling the slight wind against her chest, Yuna finally became aware and frantically covered herself with her hands. Blushing, she glared at Merrick, who was still in a trance. "Why, you?" Odeon desperately nudged Merrick's shoulders, snapping him back to reality. Hold on, Miss Sano, it was an accident. Please, I don't have any other intentions." As he stood up, Merrick's foot slipped, and he fell forward in slow motion. Rip. Subconsciously reaching out, Merrick's fingers grasped what was left of Yuna's shirt, completely tearing it from her body. Falling face first, Merrick blinked stupidly and timidly raised his head. Seeing the horrified expressions on Ishizu and Odeon's faces, he nervously glanced at his hand, where the remaining pieces of fabric rested between his fingers. Before his eyes, Yuna's upper body was completely exposed, with only her bra covering her chest. This was enough to make Merrick's mind go wild, causing him to have a minor nosebleed. "Hey, Merrick uttered in a daze. "I didn't mean to miss Sano. It was an accident." Bam. Before he could finish, Odeon punched Merrick in the back of his head, and his eyes rolled up his socket. In one smooth motion, he took off his cloak and draped it over Yuna's shoulders. "Forgive him," he coughed and muttered awkwardly. Even Odeon felt that Merrick might not get away with this one. "Let us just go," Ishizu answered stiffly, and she glared at her brothers in disappointment. "Miss Sano, I will provide you with some clothing as soon as possible." Nodding shyly, Yuna followed the siblings as they slowly made their way out of the tomb. An awkward silence hung over them as they tried not to mention what had transpired earlier. Being his savior, the two siblings both knew how hard Merrick worked to redeem himself under Yuna's eyes. However, after today, all his efforts seemed to have gone down the drain. Yuna's POV. When we finally emerged from the ruins, the soldiers cheered. Watching the celebration, Ishizu smiled with relief as the massive weight was lifted off of her shoulder. Laughing alongside Odeon, she tightly held my hand, asking me whether I would like to stay at her mansion for a few days. Although the offer was tempting, I wasn't able to due to time constraints, so I immediately boarded the plane that took me back to America. Next day, I yawned tiredly as the plane finally landed. Dressed in new clothes, I left the airport with circles under my eyes. Thankfully, I informed Kaiba in advance, and a car was already waiting for me outside. "Big sister," Makuba exclaimed and ran towards me. Smiling, I patted his head as he excitedly dragged me to the car. Once inside, he began to ask about my trip to Egypt, unaware of the real reason for my visit. With a pang of guilt, I lied, telling him that it was an enjoyable place despite my almost near-death experience. "How's Kaiba?" I asked and tried to divert the conversation as he began to ask questions that were too difficult to answer. "Big brother? He's doing well, but he seemed to be very worried about big sister, you know?" Makuba replied with a knowing smirk. "He would have picked you up himself if something troublesome didn't appear." "Something troublesome?" Concern plagued my face. "Is he okay?" I questioned and smiled sheepishly at Makuba's teasing gaze. "It's not that serious. It's just that some guy got caught playing under a fake name. He claims to be Big Brother's greatest rival, and they're dueling right now." Makuba explained. "I see." I muttered with a nod, remembering the plot in this arc. By the time we arrived, Makuba and I were escorted back to the stadium, where I could hear the audience inside going wild. Being led to the private viewing booth, we stumbled upon Pegasus, who was watching the duel with delight. "Pegasus," I greeted calmly as Makuba hid behind me, still terrified of what had happened in the past. "Miss Sano," Pegasus smiled brightly upon my arrival. "It was a delight to see you." Staring at Pegasus suspiciously, Makuba moved to the corner of the room while I stood beside him. Gazing out the massive window, I watched the two familiar figures dueling in the duel arena below. "Who do you think will win?" Pegasus asked curiously while twirling his wine glass. "You should have some idea, no?" Watching the duel in play, my brows furrowed while trying to recall the original scene. Right now, thanks to my intervention, Kaiba's deck has improved significantly. While Siegfried's skill level will probably remain the same, but there's also the off chance that he will take my advice to heart. Kaiba would win. I answered thoughtfully, and Pegasus chuckled. "Are you sure the response wasn't from how you're feeling towards him?" "No," I replied while shaking my head. "Kaiba is stronger. That is a fact." Smiling, Pegasus hummed. "Kaiba boy sure got a lot of pressure now, since Miss Sano has so much faith in him." He joked while observing me from the corner of his eye. "By the way that Miss Sano is looking at me, is there a question you want to ask?" "This." I showed him one of the Audiobook cards. "Do you know anything about this?" "If you're asking whether I created this card, then, unfortunately, no." Pegasus smiled. As I said, "Miss Sano, although I commercially distributed the concept of dual monsters across the world, these spirits have existed for eons. While in the past they come in the form of stone tablets, it's not surprising that spirits have a new way of appearing in the physical world. Why do you think I didn't question anything when Miss Sano herself is revealing cards even I don't know?" Pegasus smirked, and I pouted sheepishly. However, now that I have confirmed that Pegasus has nothing to do with this, I'm certain who's really behind this. Watching me deep in thought, Pegasus laughed. "It seems you have figured it out." "Yes," I answered grimly. "Nonetheless, I believe you can pull through. You always seem to persevere, Miss Sano." He shrugged nonchalantly as he resumed watching the duel. "Why? Are you so interested in me so much?" I asked in silence, and he turned to me with a glint in his eyes. Pegasus took a long sip of his wine and smiled. "Well, like I said, Miss Sano seemed to have a talent for finding these silly situations, and it never seemed boring. Besides, as someone who saved my life, how could I dislike you? Do you not feel the same? Just don't do any more soul-stealing." I muttered, and he laughed. "Of course, I have my fair share of that." Pegasus smiled nervously into my glare. Really, I won't do it again." In. I grunted and focused intently on the duel. "It's not looking good, is it?" I heard him comment, and I stared at Kaiba intensely. While it wasn't as obvious, I could tell that Siegfried was gaining an advantage. However, I felt myself remain completely calm. Kaiba would win. I spoke with conviction. He will definitely win. Third POV. Sito gritted his teeth at the annoyance before him. There were already so many things preoccupying his mind, yet another trouble was served before him. While Sito could have ignored it, his provocation was too irritating for his pride to bear. As the duel began, Sito found himself constantly losing focus. Knowing where Yuna went, Sito found himself being distracted, and despite receiving the message that she was returning, he wanted to see if she was safe. Because of that deep anxiety, Sito found 2 of his blue eyes white dragons banished from the game and his monsters destroyed, leaving him weak and defenseless. I will activate the effect of Pegasus's wing. Siegfried's confident tone snapped him out of his thought. Since I can control a fortune chariot in my graveyard, I can have the attack of my Valkyrie Brunhild, and this turn she can attack directly. Valkyrie Brunhild, 2200-1100 attack. Now Valkyrie Brunhild, attack his life points. Siegfried shouted, and the warrior charged. In response, I will activate my trap card, Shrink, which further halves the attack of your pathetic monster. Sito yelled, and the Valkyrie's size decreased. Valkyrie Brunhild, 1100-550 attack. Boom. Sito Kaiba, 1100 LP-550 LP. What's wrong, Sito Kaiba? Siegfried exclaimed. After all that talk, is this all that you can amount to? TSK. Sito clicked his teeth. Be quiet and keep playing, or are you here just to bark like a dog? Bothered by Sito's response, Siegfried scowled deeply, leaving wrinkles on his face. Fine, I will end my turn here. Valkyrie Brunhild, 550-2200 attack. Then it's my turn, Sito muttered while gazing at the crowd. Because your Nibelung's ring was still attached to my Exquisite Dragon Cannon, I will be able to draw 2 cards instead of 1. I will start with Graceful Charity to draw 3 cards, then discarding Blue Eyes White Dragon and Polymerization. Afterwards, I will banish my Blue Eyes White Dragon and Pandemic Dragon from my graveyard and summon Chaos Emperor Dragon, Envoy of the End. Appearing on the field stood a dragon covered in green scales. Silver-colored keratin that acts like armor around its joints, spine, and wings. A luscious orange mane ran down its head, and with the keratin growing around its face, it created the appearance of the helmet of a knight. Chaos Emperor Dragon, Envoy of the End, 3000 attack. Since you have summoned a monster, Valkyrie Brunhild will gain an additional 500 attacks. Valkyrie Brunhild, 2200-2700 attack. Ignoring Siegfried's comment, Sito continued his move. I will then set a card and activate Emergency Provision. By sending the card I have just set, I can gain 1000 life points. Sito Kaiba, 550 LP-1550 LP. Finally, I will activate the effect of Chaos Emperor Dragon and pay 1000 life points. And then I will send all cards in both of our hands and field to the graveyard. Then you will be inflicted 300 damage for each card sent by this effect. Sito Kaiba, 1550 LP-550 LP. Chaos Emperor Dragon roared, and the gem embedded in its chest glowed. Before Siegfried realized what had happened, Chaos Emperor Dragon exploded, destroying everything on the field, and the crowd cheered at the exciting sight. Siegfried von Schroeder, 2600 LP-1100 LP. Now both Sito and Siegfried have nothing in their hands, their field empty. Sito stared at the barren field and glared at Siegfried. I will end my turn here. Scowling, Siegfried cautiously drew a card. Glancing at the card he just pulled, his face lit up into delight. Looks like Lady Fortune is shining upon me. I will activate Pot of Greed, drawing 2 additional cards from my deck. Afterwards, I will activate Magical Alms. Upon activation, this card will grant me 1000 life points. Then, during either of our turns, we can declare how many spell cards we will use that turn, and both of us will gain 500 life points equal for each spell correctly predicted. Siegfried von Schroeder, 1100 LP-2100 LP. However, Siegfried pointed at Sito with a crooked smile. If the player activates fewer spell cards than they have declared, they will take 1000 damage for each spell card they said they would play. I will start, Siegfried smirked. I predict that I will play at least 1 spell this turn. Siegfried von Schroeder, 2100 LP-2600 LP. Seto Kaiba, 550 LP-1050 LP. The spell I will activate is none other than Final Light. By paying 1,000 life points, I can special summon one light monster from my graveyard, and you will also be able to summon one monster with 2,000 or fewer attacks from your graveyard. Siegfried explained, I will choose my Valkyrie Brunhild. Siegfried von Schroeder, 2600 LP-1600 LP. Valkyrie Brunhild, 1800 attack. Then I will choose my Assault Wyvern. Seto muttered grimly and retrieved the card from his discard pile. Assault Wyvern, 1100 defense. Valkyrie Brunhild, 1800-2300 attack. Now I will battle Valkyrie Brunhild, attack Assault Wyvern. Siegfried ordered, and the warrior mercilessly slashed the dragon apart. How is this, Seto Kaiba? Siegfried laughed. This is what you deserve. Seto gritted his teeth in frustration, his eyes hesitantly staring at his deck. Whatever he draws now will decide the very outcome of this duel. Yet, as his hand touched the deck, Seto felt nervous and lost as he froze in motion. I have to win, he thought with resolve. I will never lose no matter what. Suddenly, his phone vibrated and broke Seto out of his concentration. Taking out the device, he stared at the message in silence. Unisano, look up. Raising his head, his gaze subconsciously wandered to the private booth of the stadium. There, through the glass, Seto spotted the girl that had been plaguing his mind for days. Although dressed in a different outfit, her long blue hair couldn't be hidden, and her smile shined brightly at him. Seto instantly felt an overwhelming relief, and he gradually calmed down. Focusing intently on her face, he watched as Yuna's mouth began to move. Do your best. While being distant apart, it was as if her voice flowed directly towards him, and Seto awkwardly scratched his ear. Without him realizing it, a brief flame flickered in Seto's eyes, and he smirked. Of course. Seto relaxed and stared at his deck. I will draw. As he slowly picked up the card, his eyes widened, and he smiled. Siegfried, he called and crossed his arms. I promise to defeat you this turn. What, are you insane? Siegfried growled. You only have one card. What in the world can you do with it? In response, Seto held up 4 fingers. I will show you. All it takes is 4 spells. Seto Kaiba, 1050 LP-3050 LP. Siegfried von Schroeder, 1600 LP-3600 LP. I will start by activating the card of Demise. Seto shouted eagerly. This card allows me to draw until I have 5 cards in my hand. Next, I will activate Spell Reproduction to discard Absorb Spell and cost down to recover the Dimension Fusion from my Banish Zone. Then I will proceed to activate Dimension Fusion. I will pay 2,000 life points, and then I can summon as many monsters that were in my Banishment Zone. He explained, and 5 white portals appeared on each grid on the field. Return my dragons. Seto Kaiba, 3050 LP-1050 LP. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3000 attack. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3000 attack. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3000 attack. Blue Eyes Abyss Dragon, 2500 attack. Cave Dragon, 2000 attack. Don't forget, Valkyrie Brunhild's power will also increase. Siegfried shouted nervously as he stared at the 5 dragons growling before him. Valkyrie Brunhild, 1800 dash for 1300 attack. With this, everything will be complete once I activate my final spell card, Polymerization. Using all 3 of my Blue Eyes White Dragon, I can summon the ultimate life form. Feast your eyes on the most powerful of all dragons in its fully evolved glory. Show yourself, Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. The 3 Blue Eyes White Dragons soared into the air. The dragons spun gracefully in the air as they began to merge and blind everyone in a white light. When the light vanished, flying in the air was a massive dragon. It boasts 3 fearsome heads, each with piercing, glowing blue eyes and jaws bristling with sharp teeth. The dragon has a sleek and muscular body, supporting its enormous wings and limbs with sharp claws. A blue energy crackled around the monster's body as the dragon unleashed a devastating roar that left the audience with chills. Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, 4,500 attack. Valkyrie Brunhild, 4,300-3,300 attack. Now Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon, attack Valkyrie Brunhild. Use Beam of Destruction. Following Seto's command, the dragon howled and unleashed a white laser from its mouth. The beam swept through the field, completely engulfing Valkyrie Brunhild whole. Siegfried von Schroeder, 3,600 LP-2,400 LP. Seto gazed calmly as the smoke gradually cleared, revealing Siegfried's arrogant grin. In front of him stood Valkyrie Brunhild, completely unharmed. "Unfortunately, your plan won't work," Siegfried exclaimed. "If you're not aware, when my opponent declares an attack on Valkyrie Brunhild, she can lose exactly 1,000 defense, and my monsters won't be destroyed by battle this turn." Staring at Siegfried, Seto smirked before bursting into laughter. Caught off guard by Seto's unexpected reaction, Siegfried frowned. "What is so funny?" "I'm laughing because you think I haven't considered that," Seto retorted. "Behold, let me explain to you the effect of Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. While I have a Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon in my extra deck, Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon will be able to attack 3 times this turn. Anime." "What?" Siegfried shrieked. "No. Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Attack Valkyrie Brunhild again." Seto yelled, and the dragon's second mouth opened, firing the same attack. Boom! Siegfried von Schroeder, 2,400 LP-1,200 LP. "This is the end, Neo Blue Eyes Ultimate Dragon. Attack!" Seto roared as the dragon roared, opening all of its mouths simultaneously. The 3 white beams combined into one, overwhelming the Valkyrie as the beam shot toward Siegfried. BOLM. As the duel reached its conclusion, the audience erupted into applause. Seto smirked triumphantly, turning his back on Siegfried as he calmly stepped down from the duel arena without a word. Utterly humiliated for the second time, Siegfried's knees buckled, and security moved in to escort him away. Suddenly, a boy sprinted onto the field, dodging the guards that were chasing him. Running towards Siegfried, he stopped and glared at him angrily in tears. "Brother! Leon!" Siegfried muttered in a daze. "What in the world are you thinking?" Leon shouted angrily. "Why would you do something so stupid?" In response, Siegfried averted his gaze and bit his lips, ashamed of facing his little brother before him. "I know you're mad, but are you really going so far, just for revenge?" Leon continued to shout. "You don't understand." Siegfried yelled back. He ruined everything. As the 2 brothers glared at each other, Leon turned his head. He stared at Seto and begged desperately. "Sir, please forgive my brother. Please." "Leon!" Siegfried screamed. In silence, Seto slowly approached Leon, his expression filled with contempt. The sound of his shoes hitting the ground sent shivers down the spines of the 2 brothers. When Seto finally stopped, his eyes glinted coldly at Leon, making the boy flinch. "Your brother attempted to hack into my company's main security system," Seto explained. "We have enough evidence to put him away for years to come." At the mention of jail time, Leon's face turned ashen, and Seto crossed his arms with a snort. "You are one of the contestants, correct? Despite the fact you're his brother, why are you feeling remorseful if he's the one that would be punished?" Seto pointed at Siegfried. "This has nothing to do with you." "You're wrong," Leon stammered, shaking his head. "He's my brother and my only family, so I can't let you separate us." "So, are you saying that you will go where he goes?" Seto questioned. That's right," the boy nodded. "Even if it's prison." "Siegfried, Leon, is that so?" Seto muttered and stared at the boy in silence. Subtly glimpsing into the private booth window, he gazed at Yuna, who smiled at him worriedly. With a sigh, he snapped his finger. "Let them go." Surprised, Siegfried dropped to the floor and stared at Seto, standing before him. I will only give you this one chance, leave. Sito growled. You're lucky that my mood is good right now. Thank you. Leon spoke gratefully. I didn't do this for you, Sito scoffed. I just don't want to ruin the atmosphere of this tournament. So don't disappoint me. Yes, the boy exclaimed with a relieved smile. Turning to the stunned Siegfried, Sito knelt and whispered, You should be grateful I let you off the hook, but there won't be a next time. Standing up, Sito ignored the two brothers' reactions as he began to walk away. However, before leaving the scene, he stopped and added, Also, stay away from Sano, or you'll absolutely regret it. Leaving Siegfried stunned, Sito left without looking back. 30 minutes later, when a situation with the Schroeder brothers was resolved, Sito immediately made his way to the private booth. Unbeknownst to him, his steps quickened as he opened the doors. Sano, he muttered upon spotting a girl waiting in the room. Turning around, Yuna smiled softly. Kaiba, I've returned. Yes, Sito nodded stiffly under her smile, and he felt his heart clogged up in his throat. Welcome back. Lifting his head, Sito's pupil instantly darted to Pegasus and Makuba in the room. Pegasus, ha ha ha, I will go commentate on the finals. I have to keep the audience excited. Makuba, I just remembered that I made plans with Noah. See you later. While still in conflict, Makuba and Pegasus made a tactical agreement to leave the room together. Nodding subtly, Sito waited as the door closed behind him, engulfing the room in silence. See, I'm not hurt, Yuna explained and spun in a circle. Her hair flowed gently around her. Are you satisfied with this? Yeah. Sito felt embarrassed and averted his gaze. Coughing awkwardly, he recalled the promise Yuna had made to him before leaving. Breathing calmly, Sito tried to hide the anticipation in his voice and asked with curiosity. Sano, you said you would tell me something. Don't tell me you've forgotten. Remembering her promise, Yuna's face suddenly turned red, and she flinched. Before Sito could say anything more, she hurriedly blocked his mouth with her hands. Squirming, Yuna averted her gaze, blushing furiously. About that, Yuna whimpered with difficulty. Her pupils trembled wildly as she glimpsed at Sito in embarrassment. Tomorrow, Yuna screamed while staring at the ground. Are you free tomorrow? When she carefully removed her hand, Sito slowly nodded. I should be free for a few hours. No, Yuna exclaimed. A few hours is not enough. She mumbled nervously. She gently closed her eyes and took several deep breaths. When Yuna finally gathered all of her courage, she gazed at Sito with resolve. A day. Would you please spare a day? A day. Sito uttered in shock, and his mind began to go crazy. Recalling all the romantic scenarios explained by his brothers, he soon realized what Yuna could have meant. Under Yuna's expectant face, Sito chuckled and ruffled his hair. A day, huh? What'll we be doing? You. Yuna stammered and bit her lips, her voice barely a whisper. I want to visit Kaiba Land with you. Don't misunderstand, she exclaimed with a blush. I just never been to an amusement park before, so I'm curious. Sito looked fixedly at Yuna's embarrassed appearance, realizing how adorable she was. Unable to resist, he decided to tease her a little. Then you can just go with Makuba, right? He suggested with a mischievous glint in his eye. Yuna froze, and her pupils trembled. That. He would happily agree, Sito continued. So wouldn't that satisfy your request? Smiling to himself, he didn't notice Yuna's frustration. Finally, when he glimpsed at Yuna, Sito saw her taking a deep breath as she slowly unclenched her fists in resignation. No, she muttered quietly and lifted her head. I want to go with you. Sito, what? You heard me. She yelled with a blush. I want to go with you. Doubting his ears, Sito stared at Yuna in a daze. As the silence dragged on, Yuna nervously rubbed her palms. You accept, right? Seeing him nodding stiffly, Yuna relaxed, and her smile returned. Thanks. I look forward to it. Moving to the door, her hand gently rested on the wood. Come on. The finals will end soon. Yes, Sito answered, and together they left the booth. Walking side by side, Yuna didn't mention what happened in the room, as if it were a fever dream. However, Sito knew deep down that it was genuine, and he anticipated the next day with quiet eagerness. Yuna's POV. Walking beside Kaiba, I desperately suppressed the stupid grin that was forming on my face. The fact that Kaiba agreed almost made me leap into joy as I realized that tomorrow was my chance. When I finally calmed down, my expression returned to its usual blankness as we made it to the control center of the stadium. By the time we arrived, Pegasus and Makuba were already waiting. Is the final match over yet? Sito questioned. Yes, Makuba nodded. It just reached its conclusion. Big Sister and Yugi-san should prepare for the title duel soon. Who won? I asked curiously. Possibly due to my intervention, the time where Kaiba confronts Siegfried was in the semi-finals instead of the finals in the original series. That's why Leon still has to duel one last duelist before choosing to battle either Yugi or me. As Makuba handed me a tablet containing all the eliminated participants in the tournament tree, I was expecting the result to remain the same. However, the winner was someone that I was not expecting. 10 minutes later, Yugi and I followed Pegasus and stepped into the center of the stadium. Smiling, he took the microphone from the staff and brought it close to his mouth. Greetings, everyone. It has been 3 days since the beginning of this exciting championship. In those 3 days, we saw intense battles that left us with chills and amazing commentaries between opponents. However, that all ends today since only one duelist has remained. Now, that duelist will face the toughest challenge they have ever seen. Pegasus explained. To claim the titles of these two rulers, will they succeed? Let's see now. The audience cheered as Pegasus gestured at the entrance of the stadium. Following his gaze, Yugi and I watched as a small boy emerged from the tunnel. The boy has dark blue hair and eyes. He was dressed in a dark blue button jacket and pants, resembling a traditional dojo-type outfit. Walking towards us, the boy observed us calmly. However, he couldn't hide his sparkling eyes as his mouth gaped in admiration. Hello, boy. As the winner of the Grand Championship, may you introduce to everyone your name one more time? Pegasus asked and handed him the microphone. Zane Trustdale. Nice to meet you, Zane, Pegasus greeted with a professional smile. You have really gathered a lot of attention in your matches. May I ask where you got these skills? Embarrassed by the compliment, Zane smiled awkwardly and pointed at the audience, where a group of people dressed similarly to him sat. I trained in a dual monster dojo of cyber arts. My seniors all helped me get this far. As mentioned, all of Zane's seniors cheered as they raised posters for the cyber art dojo. Caught by the unexpected answer, Pegasus laughed in amusement. A dojo for dueling? That sure is interesting. So what is your goal for participating in this tournament? Our dojo is still small. Zane replied cutely. I wish to spread our infamy by winning this tournament. And spread your infamy you did, Pegasus exclaimed. However, now you have the chance to spread it even further. Now, Zane, you have the right to become the best of the best. But before that, you must face your most significant challenge. Who will you face, the queen or the king? Staring at Yugi and I, Zane's expression turned solemn. After a minute's silence, Zane pointed at me, Oh, you choose Miss Sano. Pegasus smirked, feigning shock. Why is that? With sparkling eyes, Zane muttered thoughtfully, Dragons are cool. Hearing his response, the audience burst into laughter, and I glanced at Yugi apologetically. Looks like I've been chosen, I said, and Yugi smiled wryly. It's fine. Good luck, Sano-san. He replied. There you have it, Pegasus announced. Get ready, folks. Now you will see the legendary Yuna Sano dueling today. Will our Zane be able to handle it? Let's find out. Rising from below, the dueling arena gradually showed itself as the crowd cheered. As I was going to move to my platform, Zane suddenly stopped me with a blush. Can you please sign this? Staring at the card and pen in his tiny hands, I nodded. Glancing at the card he had given me, I smiled at the familiar picture as I wrote my name on the image. Good luck. And in. Zane held the card closely and ran to the opposite platform. As the platform lifted us to our respective positions, I smiled calmly at my opponent. I won't be going easy on you, okay? Please, use your full strength. I want to get stronger. Zane mumbled nervously, and I smirked. Very well, good luck, Zaneson. You too, he muttered with a red face as Pegasus announced loudly. All right, it's time. Let's start this duel. The battle between the Queen of Games, Unisano, and our challenger, Zane Truesdale, will begin. Duel. We both shouted in unison as the duel officially began. Unisano, for 1000 LP. Zane Truesdale, for 1000 LP. As the duel commenced, I heard a voice through my earpiece. Miss Sano, Pegasus spoke playfully. Knowing your strength, I beg of you to make the duel a little longer. It wouldn't be entertaining for the audience if it ends in just 2 turns. This shameless guy, I muttered as my expression cracked momentarily. Regaining my smile, I gazed at Zane and continued. Let's start slow. I will normal summon Dragon Knight of Creation onto the field. Dragon Knight of Creation, 1800 attack. With that, I will set 1 card and end my turn. It's your go. Turning serious, Zane gritted his teeth as he observed my field. Excited at what he was cooking, I urged him with an anticipated smile, show me the power of the cyber art, Zane-san. Nodding, Zane glanced at my knight with wary. Eventually, he began to move, and I was able to get a little taste of the plot's armor power. I will start and activate the spell polymerization and fuse the 3 cyber dragons in my hand. Zane shouted, 3 cyber dragons already? I laughed to myself, this is crazy. With the 3 cyber dragons, I will fusion summon Cyber End Dragon. Zane announced, and the Cyber Art Dojo members cheered. With a light, a 3-headed mechanical dragon stood before me. Flexing its wings, the machine roared, and the crowd burst into admiration. Cyber End Dragon, 4000 attack. I will battle. Zane announced Cyber End Dragon attack. The mechanical dragon responded to Zane's cry as its body began to move. Lunging towards the Dragon Knight of Creation, his eyes lit up with joy, and I smirked with pity as my knight readied his sword. Suddenly, a burst of energy emitted from the knight's body as the Golden Angel appeared behind him. In response to your attack, I will activate the effect of Honest in my hand. I explained, when a light monster I control battles, they could gain an attack equal to the attack the monster they are battling with until the end of this turn. Do you have anything to counter this? I asked, and Zane's eyes widened. I will respond with diffusion. He screamed frantically. This will allow me to split Cyber End Dragon and summon back my 3 cyber dragons. Cyber Dragon, 2100 attack. Cyber Dragon, 2100 attack. Cyber Dragon, 2100 attack. Drago Knight of Creation, 1800-5800 attack. Taking a deep breath, I giggled and watched him panting with relief. However, I made sure not to let him get off the hook this easily. It was a good save, but ultimately it's not enough. Then I will activate my trap card, Proof of Powerlessness. I laughed. I'm able to tribute one of my level 7 or higher monsters, and then I can destroy all level 5 or lower monsters you control. You must be confused, but allow me to explain. Dragon Knight of Creation has another special ability. During my opponent's turn, its level will actually be increased to 8. Zane, Dragon Knight of Creation, lifted his sword and transformed into a bright arrow. Soaring into the air, the projectile dived between the cyber dragons, generating a vast explosion that left Zane's field empty. Boom! As the smoke disappeared, Zane stared at me in disbelief while I giggled. Don't be too surprised. Just because my field doesn't look like there's anything, you must prepare for cards in my hand as well. Snapping out his daze, Zane nodded grimly. I will summon 1 monster face down and end my turn. Third POV. Shock wouldn't begin to describe what Zane was currently feeling. Eager to test his strength and bring pride to his dojo, he decided to participate in the tournament. As he battled numerous opponents, Zane managed to defeat them all, his confidence growing with each victory until now. Even when he started with what was possibly the best hand he could ever ask for, Yuna quickly dismantled his plan in seconds, leaving the boy speechless. This is the power of a champion. he muttered and flinched upon witnessing her relaxed smile. Looks like it's back to my turn, Yuna said and drew a card. I will be playing Dragon Shrine. This will allow me to send the Blue Eyes White Dragon from my deck to the graveyard. And since I've sent a normal monster, I can send Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand as well. Next, I will activate the spell Return of the Dragon Lords and target my Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand from the grave to revive it. Along with the crowd screams, the infamous Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand appear before Zane. Watching countless videos of the dragon in action, Zane gulped as he was able to meet the beast with his natural eyes. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2,800 attack. As always, when Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand is summoned from the graveyard, I can banish one monster on the field or in your graveyard. Yuna explained. Then it could gain attack and defense equal to that monster's level multiplied by 100. Zane-san, what monster do you think I would banish? Yuna questioned trivially, causing him to pause. It would be the Cyber End-Dragon, right? Zane answered nervously. Since it's the strongest monster? Humming, Yuna nodded in understanding. Yes, that would seem like the most logical answer. However, I will choose one of your Cyber Dragons instead. Startled, Zane's eyes widened as his Cyber Dragon disappeared from the graveyard, and the power of Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand began to grow. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2,800-3,300 attack. Zane-san, from what I have seen, your strategy is using your Cyber Dragon cards to create more powerful versions of itself. Am I right in my judgment? Gritting his teeth, Zane nodded reluctantly. With just 3 turns, he finds himself at a complete disadvantage. Then I will battle Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Attack the set monster, Yuna ordered, and the dragon swung its claws and destroyed his Cyber Phoenix. Since I only have 2 cards in my hand, I will end my turn for now. Frowning, Zane carefully drew a card. I will activate Card of Sanctity. This card will allow us to both draw until we have 6 cards. In excitement, Zane began to replenish his entire hand as Yuna's expression became stern. Next, I will normal summon Proto-Cyber Dragon. Proto-Cyber Dragon, 1,100 attack. While it's on the field, Proto-Cyber Dragon will be renamed Cyber Dragon. Proto-Cyber Dragon, Cyber Dragon, 1,100 attack. Next, I will activate the Cyber Rev system, reviving my Cyber Dragon from my graveyard. Cyber Dragon, 2,100 attack. Then, I activate Photon Generator Unit and tribute my Proto-Cyber Dragon and Cyber Dragon to special summon Cyber Laser Dragon. Cyber Laser Dragon, 2,400 attack. Once per turn, I can target one card with higher defense or attack than my Cyber Laser Dragon to destroy it. Zane shouted. I will choose your Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Powering its weapons, Cyber Laser Dragon fired 2 beams towards the flying dragon. As the projectile struck its skin, there was a massive explosion that obstructed Zane's view. When his vision cleared, he saw the monster remain standing. I will activate Return of the Dragon Lords in my graveyard. Yuna explained, by banishing this card, I can prevent Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand from being destroyed once this turn. That is fine, Zane responded passionately. I will activate Monster Reborn and revive my Cyber End-Dragon. Cyber End-Dragon, 4,000 attack. Now I will battle Cyber End-Dragon. Attack Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Since your Return of the Dragon Lord has been used, your monster is defenseless. Zane shouted as the Cyber End-Dragon charged, biting the dragon with each of its heads as Yuna's monster was overwhelmed. Yuna Sano, 4,000 LP-3,300 LP. I did it, Zane exclaimed in excitement. I did some damage. Now, Cyber Laser Dragon, attack her life points directly. As the monster fired its laser, Yuna revealed the card in her hand. Because my Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand is destroyed, I will summon Keeper of the Shrine from my hand. Keeper of the Shrine, 2,100 defense. Vroom! The laser struck the elderly man, creating a futuristic sound. Smiling, Yuna chuckled in amusement at the exhilarating duel. I was outsmarted here. Good job. Feeling embarrassed by the compliment, the boy blushed and anxiously set one card face down before proceeding to end his turn. However, it may not be such a good idea to give me any more cards, Yuna commented while staring at her hand. During your end phase, I will activate the effect of Mikazakanoyaba, the Moon Fong Dragon, and summon it from my hand. Mikazanoyaba, the Moon Fong Dragon, 2,200 attack, 1/1. Now it's my turn, and I will draw. Yuna continued. I will banish the Moon Fan Dragon on the field to summon Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon. Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon, 2,800 attack. With Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon's effect, I can revive the Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand from my graveyard. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2,800 attack. This time, Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand will banish the Cyber End Dragon and gain 1,000 attacks. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, 2,800-3,800 attack. This is over, Zane-san, Yuna yelled and pointed at him. Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand, attack the Cyber Laser Dragon. Not so fast. I will activate my trap card, Rare Metamorph, and give Cyber Laser Dragon 500 more attacks. Cyber Laser Dragon, 2,400-2,900 attack. Boom. The dragon crashed into the mechanical beasts, creating an ear-grating sound as Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand's teeth tore through Cyber Laser Dragon's metal exterior. Zane Truesdale, 4,000 LP-3,100 LP. Yuna, now Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon, attack his life points directly. Roaring Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon unleashed a bloody red beam, and Zane fell backward, stunned. Zane Truesdale, 3,100 LP-300 LP. Gasping, Zane's heart beat frantically as adrenaline surged through his body. His hand trembled with a mix of anxiety and excitement. He hadn't been pushed this far since he first picked up a deck of duel monsters. Staring at Yuna's calm expression, Zane felt a shiver run down his spine. He glanced at his fellow dojo members, who watched him with worry etched on their faces. I can't lose now, he muttered to himself. No matter how strong, I will push through. Raising his head, Zane noticed Yuna smiling at him with her arms crossed. That's an outstanding attitude to have. Show me what you got. Setting one card face down, she nodded at him, and the boy drew a card. This is it, Zane shouted, prepared to use all he had. I will activate cybernetic fusion support and pay half of my remaining life points as cost. Zane Truesdale, 300 LP-150 LP. Now, I can banish monsters in my graveyard as fusion materials. He explained and showed Yuna his other card. With that, I will play Power Bond and fuse the last two Cyber Dragons in my graveyard to fusion summon Cyber Twin Dragon. Cyber Twin Dragon, 2,800 attack. With Power Bond, the fusion monster I summoned will have its attack doubled, but I have to take damage equal to its original attack. Cyber Twin Dragon, 2,800-5,600 attack. Now I will battle, Zane shouted desperately. Cyber Twin Dragon, attack Divine Dragon Lord Felgrand. Hold on, Yuna interrupted. At the start of the damage step, I will activate my trap, damage diet, and all damage I take this turn will be halved. Zane gritted his teeth as his eyes shined with reluctance and despair. Ugh. Cyber Twin Dragon, continue to battle. Unisano, 3,300 LP-2,400 LP. Cyber Twin Dragon can attack twice. Go and destroy the Red Eyes Darkness Metal Dragon. Unisano, 2,400 LP-1,100 LP. As the Cyber Twin Dragon finished its attack, Zane fell silent, staring at the ground in frustration. He knew it had been his last chance to make a comeback, but even that plan had been thwarted. Zane-san, Yuna muttered worriedly as the young boy hurriedly wiped his tears. It's all right, Zane mumbled embarrassingly. I have tried my best. Yuna's smile returned. You did great. Nodding, Zane smiled wryly before bowing. Thank you for the duel, but I'm not going to go down without a fight yet. Yuna laughed and felt pleased. Very well. Let's see if you could survive until the end. After my monster is destroyed, I will revive Keeper of the Shrine back from the dead. Keeper of the Shrine, 2,100 defense. Then, I will normal summon Cyber Kirin in defense position. Zane continued as a small cybernetic dragon appeared before him. Cyber Kirin, 800 defense. Because of Power Bond, in my end phase, I will take damage equal to Cyber Twin Dragon's attack. But that damage can be negated by tributing my Cyber Kirin. Zane explained that the monster had disappeared as soon as it arrived. Now, I will end my turn. Yuna. Then it's my turn, and I will draw. First, I will summon Chamber Dragon Maid. Chamber Dragon Maid, 1,800 attack. When she's summoned, I can add Dragon Maid, change over back to my hand. Yuna explained and revealed the spell. Then I will activate it, fusing Chamber Dragon Maid and the Keeper of the Shrine to fusion summon. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 2,800 attack. When Starving Venom Fusion Dragon is fusion summoned, I can target one special summoned you control, and Starving Venom Fusion Dragon will gain attacks equal to that monster's attack. Yuna yelled, I will target your Cyber Twin Dragon. Starving Venom Fusion Dragon, 2,800-8,400 attack. Then, I activate Pot of Greed, drawing 2 more cards from my deck. She shouted and glimpsed at her hand. Afterwards, I will banish Blue Eyes White Dragon, Dragon Knight of Creation, and Keeper of the Shrine to summon Chaos Dragon Levianeer. Chaos Dragon Levianeer, 3,000 attack. Since I banished light and dark monsters, Chaos Dragon Levianeer can target up to 2 cards and destroy them. Pointing at the twin Cyber Dragon and Zane's set trap, the dragon unleashes its magic as the 2 cards explode into pieces. Finally, Starving Venom Fusion Dragon attacks Zane's life points directly. The monster screeched, leaping across the field. Watching the monster lunge towards him, Zane thought, how long will it take to reach such strength? Boom! Zane, 150 LP-0 LP. Watching his life points dropped to a 0. Zane sighed as he was slowly let down from the platform. Walking with his head lowered, he stopped as Yuna blocked his path. You okay? She asked, and Zane nodded. I just realized how weak I still was. He replied, and Yuna patted his head. Sorry if I didn't become much of a challenge. So what? Yuna shrugged. All it matters is you having fun. So did you? Yes. Zane smiled. Thank you for giving me this amazing experience. Shaking Yuna's hand, the audience applauded as fireworks littered the sky, signaling the official end of the intense tournament that had been going on for days. Staring at Yuna's smile, Zane made a promise to himself. One day, he will definitely duel her again, and this time, he will be ready. Deep in the underground chambers of Kaiba Core, Sito stood quietly in an open white room. Closing his eyes, Sito relaxed his shoulders as a mechanical voice echoed deeply around him. Commencing Project SYN 01, codename Synchro. Test number 20 awaiting command. Begin, Sito said as the machine in the ceiling came to life. Generating a hologram of Yugi Muto, he gazed at his opponent calmly. Commencing simulation. When the experiment began, several monsters appeared on Yugi's side of the field. Drawing a card, Sito took a deep breath and glanced at his dual disc, where countless wires ran from the device into the walls, connecting to various circuits. Command, forceful summon of Blue Eyes White Dragon, Sito ordered, and his familiar companion appeared on the field. Blue Eyes White Dragon, 3,000 attack. Let's begin, he shouted, his voice turning serious. I will summon Maiden with eyes of blue. With a flash of light, standing before Sito was a woman. She was dressed in a traditional robe with light blue markings, similar to a priest's garb. With white hair and beautiful blue eyes, her familiar appearance left him momentarily stunned. Maiden with eyes of blue, tuner LVL-10 attack. Regaining his focus, Sito frowned. Now, I will commence the synchronization summon using both my Blue Eyes White Dragon and Maiden with eyes of blue. An intricate green circle appeared beneath Blue Eyes, white dragon, and maiden with eyes of blue. The circle expanded, engulfing the two monsters as a flash of light formed from their body. Sito's eyes flashed with anticipation as they began to merge into a much more excellent shape. Suddenly, sparks and smoke began to seep out of his dual disc. The room rumbled as lights flickered and the machinery overloaded from the intense power. Struggling, Sito quickly took off his dual disc and grabbed his deck as the device exploded, filling the room with smoke. System protection program activated. The holograms instantly shut off as emergency ventilation and sprinkler systems put out the small fire across the room. Pausing test. Report. Test 20 ends in failure also. Sito spoke out, loud in frustration. While the project tuner is successfully summoned, there are still issues when performing the synchronization summoning. I hypothesize the technology at this time is still not as advanced as seen in the future. Further investigations will be needed. When Sito finished his analysis, the machines began to turn off one by one as he stood quietly in the room. Remembering the incident months ago with trespassers from the future fueled him to develop the new method of summoning. Although the time seemed to be far off still, Sito believed that he was getting closer. As he lost deep in thought, the door to the room opened. His assistant, Roland, arrived with a towel in hand. "Sir, your appointment with Miss Sano will start in an hour." "Is that so?" Sito replied while wiping the sweat and water off his body. "I should go get ready now. Should I have someone prepare the usual outfit?" Roland asked, and Sito froze. "Sir, I will handle it myself," Sito responded and moved to the door. Watching his back, Roland smirked at his master's uncontained excitement. With a chuckle, Roland wished Sito luck and that whatever happened would work out. 1 hour later, arriving at their meeting place, Sito spotted Yuna waiting patiently in the distance. As if sensing his presence, Yuna took her eyes off her phone, and their gaze met. Light seemingly returned to her eyes as she approached him with hurried steps. "Kaiba, you're here," she muttered with relief. "I'm sorry. Did I make you wait long?" Sito instinctively apologizes, and Yuna shakes her head, explaining that she just got here as well. Staring at Yuna, Sito's eyes subtly lowered as he scanned her appearance. Contrary to her regular outfit, she's dressed in a white one-piece dress. The outfit has a simple design with a thin white ribbon wrapped around her waist, which emphasizes her chest, and an open collar that reveals her neck and collarbone. Gazing at Yuna's face, Sito also noticed she had applied some light makeup, which further improved her looks and left him stuck in a spot. "Does this not suit me?" Yuna asked hesitantly when she noted his dumbfounded stare. Sito subconsciously made a stupid sound and averted his gaze. "No, it really suits you. You looked good, beautiful." He spoke with difficulty as his true thought almost revealed itself. "That's..." Yuna responded with a blush. Kaiba looked good, handsome as well. Similarly to Yuna, Sito also made changes to his regular outfit. Now, instead of his white trench coat and black shirt, he wore a dark blue blazer with a gray shirt underneath, creating a smart but casual appearance. Feeling embarrassed, Sito coughed awkwardly and rubbed the back of his neck. Taking a deep breath, he glanced at her. "Should we go?" Yuna gulped and nodded as they both stepped into the park. Yuna's POV. "Thanks to Kaiba's presence, we were able to skip the long line easily and entered Kaiba land. As Kaiba was conversing with the staff, I felt a slight vibration in my back pocket. Taking out my phone, I scanned the messages that were flooding the group chat. Makuba, big sister, have you met with Big Bro yet? He said he's going to meet you at the amusement park soon. Yuna, I just met him now. Serenity, what? Big sister, are you cheating on me? You're so mean. Loudly crying face, loudly crying face, loudly crying face. Noah, who's cheating with who? I don't think she made any plans with you. Makuba, yeah, she's way out of your league. Serenity, WHHH, sister, they are bullying me. Face screaming in fear, face screaming in fear, face screaming in fear. Yuna, cut it out, you two. Serenity, big sister. Smiling face with hearts, smiling face with hearts, smiling face with hearts. Makuba, look anyway. Brother is a bit shy and stupid sometimes. So big sister must be assertive. Yuna, assertive? Noah, be more physical or something. Get him to notice you. It's okay since you guys are on a date after all. Yuna, we're not like that. Noah, sure. Makuba, sure. Serenity, sure, upside down face. Noah, for example, you can hold his hand. What are you looking at? Kaiba suddenly appeared behind me, and I hurriedly hid my phone from his prying gaze. Who's contacting you? No, it's nothing. I yelled hurriedly, and the phone continued to buzz uncontrollably. Noah, hold. Makuba is... Serenity raised back of hand. Taking a deep breath, I desperately calmed my nervous heart. Kaiba, I mumbled shyly and reached out my hand. There's a lot of people here. We might get lost, so... What? Kaiba stared at my hand in a daze. It's okay if you don't. I hurriedly added and retracted my hand. Let's just walk. However, before I took a step, Kaiba tightly grasped my hand, and I froze on the spot, turning around like a rustic robot. His face remained composed as my body gradually grew hot. I could feel the hard calluses on his palm, and his fingers twitched as they wrapped over mine. Trying to ignore the sensation, I looked around me. Our surroundings were filled with dazzling sights of advanced technology. Countless rides were built in various places as people's excited screams filled the air. Along the streets, there were holographic displays of cartoon characters and duel monsters interacting with children as their parents watched with bright smiles. Is there something that you wanted to try? Kaiba asked attentively. I don't have anything in mind. I answered honestly while shaking my head. Actually, I wished Kaiba to tour the park with me. Kaiba, tour the park. Kaiba Land is your dream, right? I continued while playing with my hair. I want to see Kaiba's dream. Is that okay? He seemed surprised by my unexpected answer as he stared at me deep in thought. Eventually, Kaiba chuckled and nodded. Then let's go and don't get lost. Slowly, he led me deeper into the park, and I followed with excitement. Third POV. As they strolled together, Sito stole glances at Yuna, who walked beside him with quiet grace. Each subtle movement of her arm brushed against his, and the gentle touch of her hand and his sent thrilling sparks through his body, electrifying his every step. Remembering Yuna's request, Sito quietly observed the structure of the park. In fact, just as Yuna have said, each of the rides and designs has some meaning in Sito's life. While oblivious to the public eye, for the Kaiba brothers, these structures implicate something personal. Now, Sito felt himself opening up every little secret one by one. Some were embarrassing, some were wholesome, and there were even some that were dark. All of these memories gradually resurfaced as Sito spoke nostalgically. Kaiba, that ride? Why would you make that? Yuna asked while pointing at a roller coaster ride. As the cart passed over them, screams filled the air as the roller coaster went through dozens of intense turns that felt dizzy just looking at it. That, he muttered. Back when we were in the orphanage, there was another child. We weren't friends, but we were friendly with each other. I haven't heard from him ever since I left, but I remembered that he had always wanted to try those types of exhilarating things. Is that so? Yuna replied with an understanding smile. Then, should we try? Try that. Are you sure? Sito questioned, and she shrugged. Why not? Is perhaps Kaiba scared? Yuna smirked and lightly nudged his shoulder. Don't be ridiculous, Sito scoffed. I don't mind you clinging to me when you get scared. Huh? Yuna pouted and blushed. Well, I don't mind either. She huffed sulkily as they approached the line. Thanks to Sito, they were quickly able to bypass the long queue and secure 2 spots next to each other. By the time the roller coaster started to move, Yuna and Sito were still staring at each other with daring smiles, and both refused to back down. However, they found themselves soon regretting it. 5 minutes later, are you all right? Sito asked worriedly as Yuna trembled. We can sit down if you want. Huh? How in the world are you fine? She questioned while catching her breath, and he smiled wryly. I guess I'm just used to this sort of thing. He confidently lied and hid his shivering fingers. Thankfully, Yuna didn't seem to notice, and Sito patiently comforted her. Roller coasters are no joke. The two thought in unison while trying to hide their anxiety from each other. 10 minutes later. Hold on. I need to go to the restroom. Yuna explained apologetically as she let go of Sito's hand. Momentarily staring at his freed hand, Sito frowned before watching her walk to the public bathroom. When she's inside, Yuna lets out a deep sigh while fanning her flushed face. The mere notion of holding his hand was driving her crazy, and the previous bold attitude was nowhere to be seen. Taking a deep breath, Yuna stared at herself in the mirror. Come out. At her summon, several figures suddenly appeared behind her. Turning to face the 6 dragon maids, she smiled awkwardly. Is my appearance still good? Like a professional pit crew, the dragon maids diligently combed her hair and reapplied her makeup. To Yuna's disbelief, her appearance seemed to transform before her very eyes, and she nervously touched her face. When the maids retracted their hands, Yuna's face seemed to sparkle as they nodded in satisfaction. Thank you, Yuna spoke gratefully. I will try my best. House dragon maids smiled and bowed professionally, while kitchen and nurse dragon maids gave her thumbs up, but parlor and laundry dragon maids giggled as they mimicked kissing the air. Embarrassed, Yuna averted her gaze and frantically unsummoned her spirits. Leaving the bathroom, she went to locate Sito. Noticing his figure in the distance, Yuna eagerly approached Sito before stopping, her eyes turning cold as she stared at the people surrounding him. Some pests seemed to have appeared without her looking. Meanwhile, hello, what's your name? Kaya, he's so handsome. Are you perhaps single? Annoying voices filled Sito's ears as he stared sharply at the 3 girls who suddenly arrived out of nowhere. Glancing at the parents and children around him, he clenched his fists and suppressed his seething anger, not wanting to lash out and make a scene. Unfortunately, his silence only provided them with the opportunity to probe further. As the nuisance around him grew, a girl emerged from the crowd and grasped his arm. Surprised, Sito looked down at Yuna, who was smiling wryly. Sano, sorry for taking so long. Yuna muttered apologetically. Should we go now? With a slight nod, Yuna led Sito away, and the crowd quickly made a path for them as they gradually began losing interest. Glimpsing at her, Sito noticed the twitch in her brows, and her smile seemingly didn't reach her eyes. Sano, Yuna tilted her head and observed him with the corner of her pupil. I have already promised to spend the day at your request, Sito calmly explained while gazing ahead, so I'm not abandoning you. He answered honestly, but felt strange as Yuna's pace noticeably slowed down. Sano? Why? You. Yuna covered her face and whimpered. You and that mouth of yours. Sito? Fine. She suddenly shouted and ran forward. Like you said, let's go do that then. Boldly grabbing his hand, she pulled him along, and Sito chuckled before willingly submitting himself to her lead. For the rest of the day, the two spend their remaining time having fun and experiencing all sorts of rides, allowing them to have a memory they both couldn't have when they were young. As the sun began to set, the park was starting to get more and more vacant, allowing Yuna and Sito to walk more freely. Wandering mindlessly, Yuna suddenly stopped when she spotted something that piqued her interest. Kaiba, should we ride that? What she pointed to was a tall Ferris wheel near the center of the park that allowed the visitors to get an entire view of Kaiba Land. Confused by Yuna's choice, he lets himself be willingly dragged towards the Ferris wheel. Before Sito could question her dedication, the door firmly closed behind them, and the Ferris wheel slowly brought the cabin to an ascent. When they reached the top, Yuna's eyes focused on the expanding scenery. Her eyes shone serenely at the view. It's beautiful. And in, Sito nodded, and Yuna glanced at him with an apologetic smile. Sorry, you must not find this interesting, right? She asked with an awkward giggle. This doesn't seem like something Kaiba would normally do. I don't particularly hate it or like it, Sito answered honestly. However, I wouldn't have known if I hadn't tried. Yuna chuckled at the Sito-type answer and placed her hand beside him. Sito suddenly flinched as their fingers grazed each other. Even if they held hands for the entire day, for some reason that right now, just a mere touch right now, sent a shiver down his spine. Did you have fun today? He questioned, and Yuna hummed. I have never been to an amusement park before. It's very exhilarating. That's good. Sito nodded and felt relieved. It would be pointless if it wasn't. Yuna laughed, and Sito's ears twitched at her voice. Kaiba is quite the worrywart. Is that bad? He asked nervously, which caused Yuna to laugh even harder. No, I like that. That meant you cared. She responded and stared at the scenery. I'm delighted that someone like Kaiba is one of my friends. One of Sito subconsciously repeated her words and hurriedly shut his mouth in embarrassment. Well, there's Makuba, Serenity, and Noah. Yuna smirked, Yugi, and the others too, I guess. But they're just classmates. Sito smiled wryly when he found himself competing with his siblings, and Yuna picked up his reaction. Is Kaiba perhaps jealous that his only friend has friends other than him? That, Sito averted his gaze. I know some other people too. Yuna giggled, don't worry. Despite having many friends, I feel Kaiba was probably someone who changed me the most. Staring at the ground, she took a deep breath. Lately, when I was with Kaiba, I found my anxiety seeping away, and I was happy that I could talk this much without stuttering. Do Kaiba hate my way of talking? Yuna asked while tilting her head. I never hated it. It doesn't matter how you speak, because it won't change who you are. Sito carefully chose his words, and Yuna's eyes curved pleasingly at his answer. Kaiba, you're really unfair sometimes. She blushed slightly and sighed. I was never really a good person. Yuna admitted, and Sito wanted to deny it, but quietly closed his mouth as she continued. Despite looking like I was being kind, I'll only do something when I can benefit from it. So I'm quite greedy. I always wanted more, but I never know what I actually wanted. She explained, but recently I kept having this urge. It's driving me insane, and it took me some time to realize what it was. Kaiba, Yuna muttered calmly. May you close your eyes for a second? Confused by Yuna's request, Sito hesitantly closed his eyes and waited with anticipation. With his vision blocked, he heard Yuna shuffling in her seat as she gradually moved closer. Before Sito could react, something soft and gently pressed against his cheek. Freezing in shock, his eyes snapped open, and he watched as Yuna kissed him with affection. Realizing what was happening, Sito instinctively moved, but he froze as Yuna's hand firmly held him in place. When she slowly backed away, Yuna smiled, and her pupils trembled in anxiety and resolve. Sito, Kaiba, I think I'm in love with you. It was as if a gust of wind swept over Sito, and his eyes widened. Yuna's words kept repeating in his mind like loud drums, and his body was unable to react to this shocking news. Why? You're joking, he muttered while clenching his fists. In response, Yuna chuckled and grabbed Sito's hand. In a tense atmosphere, she hesitantly brought his palm over her chest. Desperately trying to ignore another sensation, Sito sensed Yuna's rapidly beating heartbeat that matched his own. Do you think I'm joking now? Sano I. Shhhhhh. Yuna hushed and placed a finger over his mouth. I don't want to hear it yet. I don't think I can handle what comes after. Yuna's body shivered uncontrollably, and Sito had an urge to embrace her. However, he refrained from doing so for her sake. When Yuna finally moved away, Sito felt disappointed that the Ferris wheel reached its end. As the cabin door automatically opened, she slowly stepped out before pausing by the entrance. Let's end it here for today. I'm quite embarrassed myself, she confessed with a red face. So, when we see each other again in Japan, will you give me your response then? Sano, Sano, Sano. Yuna mumbled with a small sigh. Please stop addressing me like that. It's way too formal. See you later, she continued. I await the day I could call you. Sito, too. Without waiting, Yuna left, leaving Sito alone. When he finally snapped out of his daze, Sito frantically ran out of the cabin. However, it was already too late, as Yuna's figure was nowhere to be seen. All that was left was the lingering feeling of her touch and scent. Subconsciously, his legs carried him back to where his escorts were parked. Occasionally, Sito still tried to look around, hoping to spot the girl who held a firm spot in his heart. Sir, Roland approached him with a bow. You have returned. Why? Yes. Sito stammered with regret. Let's go back. Hold on, sir. Roland interrupted him. There's something on your face. Handing him a mirror, Cito observed his cheek, where a faint lipstick mark was firmly printed on his cheek. Touching where Yuna left her tracks, Cito held his breath, and his face turned bright red. I'm not going to get any sleep tonight, Cito thought as his heart churned with happiness and excitement.
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.